Bless the Lord, O my soul. O Lord my God, you are very great. You are clothed with splendor and majesty. Covering yourself with the light as with a garment, stretching out the heavens like a tent. He lays the beams of his chambers on the waters. He makes the clouds his chariot. He rides on the wings of the wind. He makes his messengers winds, and his ministers a flaming fire. He set the earth on its foundations, so that it should never be moved. You covered it with the deep as with a garment. The water stood above the mountains. At your rebuke they fled. At the sound of your thunder they took to flight. The mountains rose, the valleys sank down to the place where you appointed for them. You set a boundary that they may not pass, so that they might not again cover the earth. You make springs gush forth in the valleys. They flow between the hills. They give drink to every beast of the field. The wild donkeys quench their thirst. Beside them the birds of the heavens dwell. They sing among the branches. From your lofty abode you water the mountains. The earth is satisfied with the fruit of your work. You cause the grass to grow for the livestock and plants for man to cultivate, that he may bring forth food from the earth, and wine to gladden the heart of man, oil to make his face shine, and bread to strengthen man's heart. The trees of the Lord are watered abundantly, the cedars of Lebanon that he planted. In them the birds build their nests. The stork has her home in the fir trees. The high mountains are for the wild goats. The rocks are a refuge for the rock badgers. He made the moon to mark the seasons. The sun knows its time for setting. You made darkness, and it is night, for all the beasts of the forest creep about. The young lions roar for their prey, seeking their food from God. When the sun rises, they steal away and lie down in their dens. Man goes to his work and to his labor until the evening. O Lord, how manifold are your works! In wisdom you have made them all. The earth is full of your creatures. Here's the sea, great and wide, which teems with creatures innumerable, living things both small and great. There go the ships and Leviathan, which you formed to play in it. These all look to you, to give them their food in due season. When you give it to them, they gather it up. When you open your hand, they are filled with good things. When you hide your face, they are dismayed. When you take away their breath, they die and return to their dust. When you send forth your spirit, they are created, and you renew the face of the ground. May the glory of the Lord endure forever. May the Lord rejoice in his works. Who looks on the earth and it trembles, who touches the mountains and they smoke. I will sing to the Lord as long as I live. I will sing praise to my God while I have being. May my meditations be pleasing to him, for I rejoice in the Lord. Let sinners be consumed from the earth, and let the wicked be no more. Bless the Lord, O my soul. Praise the Lord.
Good Thursday afternoon, everyone. McMo challenged me to start a Grill Country Just Chatting live stream. We just finished up over on Pastor Mo's YouTube channel talking about CRC. I'm sure many of you, maybe you want to talk about that. Maybe you don't. Maybe you're tired of the CRC. Maybe you're glad that Senate ended today and Paul will move on to other things, and those of us will too. So, at any rate, hit that link. Mo needed a little time to, I don't know what he probably had to do. He'd take care of something for 10 to 15 minutes. So, yeah, I think as some of you saw, I watched all of the CRC Synod over the past few days. It was a drastically different Senate than the past two. Obviously the decisions had been settled and they had decided to go the way they were going, and kind of finish the job. They put together some processes in place to, quite frankly, for churches that are kind of defiantly kind of wanting to go their own way, that ultimately they need to either start to move towards disaffiliation or come back in some other ways. So anyway, that has finished up. I know. I'll tell you what. Like, if I don't know what the rest of you, like, I really Luke popped up on a Signal chat, whatever. I do miss Luke's Tuesday, Thursday, or whatever weekday mornings. That's such a good time slot for folks to participate in. I'm probably going to let me pull up the Discord channel. Let's see if there are any folks over there. See if my friend Tayo might want to jump in, see what else is going on. What are people thinking about? We're awaiting the Vervaeke drop of the latest PVK Vervaeke installment. I'm looking forward to that. On Twitter, Matt Crott said he had a really, maybe I should figure out how to show that, because I actually didn't think it happened, but I missed the live stream where it happened with Grim. Let me figure this out. All right, let me pull up. Let's get Twitter pulled up here. X.com actually is where that. Let me look at Matt. Let's look at Matt. Let's see. All right. Hit that link. Don't leave me hanging in here. I know Mo's coming. All right, let's go see. I thought this was interesting because I didn't see. Here we go. Let's come here. Okay, let me share this. All right, is that showing up? Yeah, it kind of is. Anyway, this was a tweet that Matt tweeted out a couple days ago. Yeah, a couple days ago. And he was talking about the Vervaeke, John Vervaeke Hermes things. He says, looking back, this was a crippling moment for TLC. Years of conversation about principalities, egregores, angels by other names. And the minute a Buddhist is talking to a Greek deity, everyone says it's demon possession or psychosis. We forgot that hideous strength real fast. I thought that was interesting because I guess maybe there was some of that, and I joked back. I said, "It's satanic panic radar was going off with respect to that." I guess there was some of that, but I mean, we're here on Grill Country. It's not like Nate Kyle had that immediate reaction, and it certainly wasn't my immediate reaction when I heard that. But I guess there was a live stream, and I must have missed it. Can't believe I missed it. I don't miss a lot of those things, where Grim was talking about it and others. Let's go here. So I don't know, what do you guys think? Do you think we acted like we're all worried about demon possession, or were we think he was coming into contact with a real spirit or whatever? I put my money where my mouth was on that Twitter response. Is like, as soon as I heard that, like, I guess I just use simple terms. I come out of a Heiser or a Lord of Spirits sort of a frame. I absolutely believe that people are interacting with different sorts of things. And I guess my initial reaction is like, and this is where I was at, it's like, is this going to be a good spirit or is this a not so good spirit? Don't know. But I certainly believe he absolutely, had some sort of communication with Hermes. I'm just sitting over here on the sidelines. I was like, wow, this is cool. We'll figure out and see where this goes. So, hey, Parlato, are you working? Get in here. You've got stuff you want to talk about. Links in the chat. McMo's coming. If you've been waiting to talk to McMo, have any questions? Let's go. Who we've got here? Got William Branch. Glad to see you here, William. Want to see you jump in sometime. Would love to see you. Carlotto's here. Here we got Nick. Nick's here. Nick's been following along. He's a faithful CRC Synod watcher over the past few years. He and I have been DMing each other on X, watching this. Keep some of those comments to ourselves. Here's Steve. Hey, you can always count on Steve. He's a plain old dude.
What's happening?
How you doing, man?
Pretty good. Just I heard your call out to people, and I just saw this was going, and thought I'd join in.
Hey, were you around when?
Hermes?
Yeah,
So
were you around when that first came up when John Charity had a conversation with Hermes?
I was lurking.
Okay,
so you watched John's whatever video about it. It's more that I've just been hearing the coroner talking about it.
Well,
I don't know what his specific claim was, but I do know it's somewhat a controversial thing among people of like, well, what is Hermes? And blah, blah, blah.
Well, yeah, what was your initial thought? So, Steve, what was your initial thought? Did you think it was, oh my gosh, some sort of a demon or something like that? Or what did you think about that?
Well, I could honestly, my first initial thought was not that it was a demon, because like even believing in demons is something so new to me. That wouldn't even be my initial thought.
Okay.
But also, yeah, I was more like, what does he mean by that? Maybe in a Jordan Peterson kind of way. Like when you say Hermes, what do you mean? Is it his thinking or his feeling, or like maybe it's one of these like internal family people talking to him and he just gave it the name Hermes? I have no idea. But I would say if I feel like anything's talking to me, I'd weigh it or measure it up against the Word of God, to see maybe that's how I can tell if it's off or not. I don't know, but I really don't know.
McMo, Nick, what's your thoughts when you first heard that? Did you think he was talking to a demon, or did you think it was spirits, or what did you think was going on?
My first thought was get this guy out of the CRC as fast as possible. This is not confessional. This is a salvation issue.
I was trying to take it in a different direction. If you want to have that conversation, I'm more than happy to. But no, but in all seriousness,
I have some more thoughts on it, but yeah, I'm trying to remember what I thought. I usually don't I'm usually slow to make conclusions about that kind of thing. I think I've just known too many mentally ill people that were also extremely convincing. You know, especially the one in the mirror. So I kind of just, whenever somebody tells me what they're about their mystical experience, I kind of think of it as like listening to somebody's dreams, where it's like, well, yeah, I'm sure it has some sort of, meaning in regards to whatever's going on in your life. But if Hermes came to me and said something, I don't know what I'd think, So I guess I'm usually like a wait and see kind of a person on that. But obviously very, it's not hard to see why some people would think it was the angel, an angel macaroni giving him some new tablets, and why some people would think it's, wormwood or something. So like, yeah, I think that kind of response of demons and or the modernist response of, psychosis. I feel like that's just evidence that you have not successfully kind of stayed on the razor thin line that I think the miraculous actually works on. So that's kind of, and for me, the way I feel like I can kind of stay on that line is by having a wait and see attitude towards specifically mystical visions, we'll say.
What'd you think, Nick?
Yeah, well, I'm with, sorry, I got fans on, guys. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yep.
I'm with McMo. I'm a wait and see. I mean, like, again, to run with the joke, if someone were to stand up at like CRC and say like, "Hey, I had this vision," I think church leaders would be wise to be like, "Come and talk to us. Let's work this through privately." But I definitely don't. Whenever someone shares a wild spiritual experience, my first thing, just being raised charismatic, is not that must not be true. My first thing is that must be true. I need to work through like the categories, like Nicola said. But who knows? I do think. I mean, I'm also cautious by nature, so you know, because I was raised charismatic and people chasing experiences and transformation.
Right. Uh-oh.
What did Parlato say?
He wanted to know what Nick was wiring.
Uh,
Yeah, that was. See, I know since I know John so well, and I know he's truly on a pursuit towards, let's just say, truth, right? I think he's honestly internally on a path of seeking God or something approaching that, right? So, like when I saw that, and if that would happen in my own life or whatever, so my immediate thought process was like, I totally believe this is my charismatic self too, but fits well in orthodoxy too. Like, yeah, this like there's spirits and angels, all sorts of stuff going on, right? And so, like, yeah, that could be. And is God using that for good or evil or whatever? I don't know. Like, that's why I might sit back. But that's
if
that's why I
God's
sit.
using it, if God's using it, it's for good, though, right?
There we go. There we go. And so, but you know what I mean? Like, is this some sort of spirit or whatever? It's like, I don't know. Something really, I like this. I believe something really happened, tangible.
Yeah. No, I,
And it was
what I just said was I'm now, I've had some time to think about it. So I'm realizing what I said was so kind of wise and kind of patient. But I guarantee you, if you go back in time and watch me watching the live stream or whatever, I'm entering in there like Vervaeke sees a demon and all the Grail Country people think it's Jesus or something. That's, you know, but Hive Mind Matt is very different than on camera Matt, which is probably also different than real life Matt. But,
right,
prolificity
right,
abounds, we'll say.
right.
But yeah, that's just a different function too. I guess like when you're in the hive mind, I don't know. I see the function of the hive mind as kind of meant to be a little bit more pushing the boundaries, trying to push out the idea space, allowing
Right.
randomness to pop in, give the people who are thinking deeply and trying to respond personally on the stream some wild, crazy ideas to respond to. Um, that being said, earlier this week I got smacked down by Nakama in one of Grail's streams, and it hurt my feelings pretty bad. I had to kind of take a little break. I offended her sensibilities, and then she smacked me down for it, and I felt like a whipped puppy. So I kind of just, you know, went away with my tail between my legs.
Well, that's
But
just her
such is
not
life.
understanding. Yeah, that's just her not understanding you. Like that's your humor. You're just that's the other thing I do when I find anytime I'm in comment sections or whatever. My first instinct is to crack a joke about something.
Yeah.
Like that's why I just get you, McMo, like at my heart. Like like it's like it. I don't have many, but the group texts I have with some of my friends or whatever, like my immediate thing when something said is some sort of smart aleck comment is going to be coming back.
Yeah, my dad used to say like, you don't have to say the first thing that comes to your head every time. That's
Yeah.
that was the wise advice my dad gave me and still gives me. But I'm like, Dad, this was at least the second or third thing that popped into my mind. This made it past the dad filter, which is a pretty high filter for appropriateness.
They actually people like this. People like the aesthetic of outdoor McMo. Just telling you.
Yeah, yeah. Well, outdoor McMo happens more than Heretic's Confession McMo, to be honest.
What have you been up to, McMo? What's been on your mind? What you been thinking about?
Well, I've been in Atlanta this week.
Ooh, fun.
Um, yeah. Well, I like Atlanta, but it usually takes me about 2 or 3 days before I get comfortable just with like uh the pace and the traffic and the driving and the attractive people, you know. And that seriously though, like
Yeah,
when
yeah.
you're in some parts of Atlanta, it feels like you're in a show on the CW. It feels
Yep.
like you're
Beverly Hills, baby. Yeah, money,
yeah,
money, money. Yeah.
it's rich, young, attractive, not a care in the world. This is the impression. I'm sure that they're wretched sinners on the inside, just like all of us, but and probably prone to despair and all of that. Um, but yeah, oftentimes when I travel, I like to give myself something very, like some difficult uh, problem to deal with. Not on purpose, it just seems to occur. I get, stressed out having to remember all my luggage and all my stuff for work and all that kind of thing, and make sure I've got all my appointments and, whatever. So I usually end up doing something that gives me great pause. But this time I was on the way there, so 3 hours from here in Asheville. I listened to not Fear and Trembling, Sickness Unto Death again, by Kierkegaard.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and it was very good. It was very, very good. So yeah, I was thinking a lot about despair and sin and that kind of the ingratitude for the present moment and the tendency to uh, dislike who we're supposed to be, or to he's got all these categories of like being in despair. Yeah, I can't even, I don't think I'll be able to summarize it well, but it has to do with humans being a synthesis of the infinite and the finite. And so there's sometimes where the finiteness is what's uncomfortable, and then there's sometimes where the infinite is what's uncomfortable. And Kierkegaard it's just such a massive, beautiful book, and it's written from a pseudonym, so you've got that kind of ironic distance where you have to kind of figure out if he's playing with you, kind of a thing. Mm-hmm. And so it forces you to think for yourself, because you have to take everything he says with a grain of salt. Yeah, I think that Kierkegaard's genius is still yet to be fully appreciated by like 99% of, not the earth, but just people who actually know who he is, know the name. Mm-hmm. I just think that he's just my favorite. So yeah, I was thinking a lot about that, and because the answer is Christian, is thoroughly Christian, but most people aren't Christian enough, I guess, to understand it. But yeah, it's just the point that like we're saved by faith, and this is not in distinction of the the James point or the Catholic point, to put faith over works, although I do. That's not the point of this book, but it is to kind of say that there's this, I don't know. I've been thinking about it all week, so it's kind of hard for me to put it into words, but that's what I was going to say. I did think of something very interesting. I think this might be interesting to you. And it had to do, I thought about this on the drive home today. It had to do with Solomon, not Solomon, Saul, King Saul, and then the transition between Saul and David, and then David and Solomon, and seeing those as eras, you kind of, like, in a sense, and as a pattern, I guess. And so the idea came to me because I was listening to some old worship music from back in the day, back in my day, I'll say, so like 5-10 years ago, something like that. But it was what I wanted to listen to. What came to mind was this band called Citizens, which you may remember them. But they were one of the bands at Mars Hill. And it struck me that all of the music and all of the bands at Mars Hill, I think, are some of the best Christian music that's been made in the last 20 years. I'll go that far. I really do think that it holds up well. It's good, excellent music. The lyrics are not, it's just it's a lot of old classic hymns, but even the originals are, I'm sure, like, if you looked at it from a particular confession, depending on the confession, it might not be the most, in line with every denomination or whatever. I'm sure that there's places where people would disagree, but in my opinion, it's pretty ecumenical. And so all of that to what.
Hopefully we get, there you are. He'll come back. Man, he was just getting ready to stick the landing. I have not heard of Citizens, but I'll check them out.
Sorry, I got a phone call.
Ooh, that happens to Chad too every now and again when he forgets the do not disturb.
Yeah, well, this is my work phone, but I'm technically off work now. So I usually leave it on in case my boss calls or something like that. But so yeah,
Hey,
the
Steven.
idea was basically that that those bands were so like David playing his heart for the Mad King, and Driscoll being the kind of Mad King, mad in more ways than one, you could say. Um,
Right.
but like that just aspect of the music from Mars Hill being so emotional and so tender and soft, but also masculine and energetic and happy. It kind of they did a really good job of kind of being able to sanctify a lot of different moods, kind of like the Psalms do. And but yeah, so that got me thinking too about how like, well, yeah, like the kind of how you could do the phases or something. You could make almost like a Peterson generations, or it's probably more of like a Matthew Pajot or a Jonathan Pajot thing, where it's like you've got the Mad King pastor, and then yeah, King's Kaleidoscope was the other band I was listening to for real, Rillian. Uh, but yeah, yeah, just that element of like the Mad King having to have the um, this kind of this big tender music. The excellent music is the counterbalance for that Mad King, and then what's David's problem? It's Bathsheba, and you also see that with church pastors where it's like they see they see some lady in the congregation or whatever, and one thing leads to another. But and then you just and this is where the thought got interesting to me, because I thought about TLC, and I thought about the whole like so many people here are here for wisdom. They're here to kind of try to learn about the good life maybe. Um, but so that obviously made me think of Solomon. And then what was Solomon's problem? He was bringing in all of these foreign gods, and sleeping with these foreign women, because he was so open, so able to integrate all of his literally everything into his understanding. But at the cost of all of these being contaminated by all of the foreign agents, ideas and spirits and otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's what I've been thinking about. Good grief. I can talk, can I? Oh
No,
man.
that was good stuff, man. I read Kierkegaard freshman year of college. Was part of one of my classes, and so but I haven't gone down the Kierkegaard rabbit hole. I would tell you that something's going on. I mean, of course, his name gets mentioned a lot. Okay, so it's not like he hasn't. But what's really weird is I actually had some guy who's kind of some Orthodox guy follow on Twitter who was making some comment about Kierkegaard just last week, and then I had another guy. Seems like something about Kierkegaard's kicking up, at least for me, into my salience landscape, and I haven't really gone down the rabbit hole. But I do think like those patterns you were talking about, right, and how God's using all those sorts of different types, peoples, and integrating things like that makes total sense. So, Stephen, you popped in. Any thoughts on what we're sharing?
No, not yet. I just happened to be on my lunch break when y'all started, so
All
I
right.
just figured I'd pop in and see what was going on. So I'm gonna keep my mouth shut for a little while till I figure out what's going on.
I don't know what's going on either. I came on expecting to have to be McWoke and talk about how sad the whole CRC thing makes me, but Lance got me talking about other stuff. Probably he knew. He knew.
What this is just chatting. People can bring up whatever they want. So I'll ask
Sneaky
you the
lawyer
question.
tricks.
There we go. So Stephen, I'll ask you this. One of the things that kind of kicked off on Twitter, Matt Krotz, I'm sorry, I should have. Anyway,
Matt C.
Matt C. He mentioned that when on kind of when Vervaeke had mentioned that he had a conversation with Hermes, what he was disappointed, what he felt was disappointed is that most of the talk in the TLC went to he's talking to some sort of demon, right? Or he's entering some sort of psychosis. He thought we would have more of a conversation of, hey, he's talking to some kind of spirit, good, bad, or different, whatever. But that he was surprised at the response when you heard that John had been in communication with Hermes. What was like your initial response, Stephen?
That's actually, I haven't listened to Vervaeke enough to make a comment on that. I would have to go listen to that video where he particularly talks about Hermes. But I mean, I've heard people talk about Socrates having a demon he speaks with. So I guess which I don't understand. I don't, how Socrates envisioned that. So yeah, I don't know how Vervaeke speaks with it as. Is it something that we all do, but we just don't put language on that he does? I don't know.
It's possible. I do want to respond to Matt Parlato's comment at some point, Lance, because I don't want to get distracted because I did have something to say in regards to the Vervaeke thing first, which is I think part of what made it sticky or whatever was it was connected to IFS, internal family systems. And it was also, I think, explicitly, Vervaeke said it was part of the imaginal. Um, but because I think it also has to do with how kind of cautious John was in talking about it in some ways. Like, of course, he said it on a podcast with Jordan Peterson. Like, he wasn't that shy about it, or else he would have just kept his mouth closed. But like, I think it was because there's an element of trust that people here have for Vervaeke. And, it's just kind of weird when the person that you're kind of looking to as this authority who's kind of maybe up into this point, he's not claiming any type of special knowledge. Like he's not claiming to have received a message from on high. He's claiming that all of these things you can learn through essentially academia. And philosophy and thought, obviously, and in the line of Socrates, all of that. Like I think he's doing that kind of thing at the height. I don't mean to like diminish it by saying that, but just that type of thinking is a very kind of egalitarian thing, at least for autodidacts. It's like if I have the requisite IQ, I can follow John down these propositions as he opens up, all blah 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 blah. But now he's saying this thing of like he's receiving a special message from this Greek god. And I think a lot of people were just like, well, what am I supposed to do with that? I can't like confirm or deny that. Like I can't, my guru is getting messages from a God I don't believe in, And
Yeah.
so I think that kind of threw off a lot of people.
Yeah. What say you, Alan?
No, I'm just jumping in, but yeah, it's 1000% a demon, and it's gonna suck John Vervaeke's soul into hell. So I know that people were there's literally John Vervaeke's gonna have a portal open up in front of him, and it's gonna say, "You should have stayed with Jesus. The Pentecostals were right. Fundamentalists are right. Now we're sucking your soul directly to hell."
Didn't he say that he asked him about Jesus, or am I confusing another thing? I have a memory of him bringing up Jesus or somebody or Hermes bringing up Jesus or something like that, but I don't remember if he said what. That's just a vague memory, and my memory's not good. My brain's not well, and my memory's not good.
That is one of the dangerous aspects, though, because John Vervaeke knows that you don't have to have psychedelics to encounter that realm. And that's actually closer to orthodoxy, because we don't use psychedelics to have spiritual experiences. But we're also not unguided in our spiritual experiences either. So you can have a non-psychedelic spiritual life that still leads you to Hermes,
I'll go a step further and say you can even do that outside of the Orthodox Church.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
I do think that there's something there, though. Like they're just like, yeah, the religious aspect. Actually, this is a perfect tie-in to what I was going to say to Parlato, which is often missed in Kierkegaard, which is that Kierkegaard's primary ontology, I guess you could say, in a sense, is the individual before God. and I don't mean like before in any type of like I mean like in front of or like in the presence of. And so Kierkegaard does not have the Kantian sense of the individual who can reason his way to ethics. Kierkegaard actually scoffs at Kant oftentimes, and maybe that's my bias because I don't like Kant, but yeah, Kierkegaard's whole point is that the self is not an individualistic thing that you can kind of just say this is what I am, nor is it this thing that can be successfully submerged or consumed by the herd. That like the realist reality that's going on in Kierkegaard's view. I hate orthodoxy. Small o orthodoxy. I don't hate big O orthodoxy. I just hate the small o orthodoxy. Heresy all the way, baby. Uh, yeah, team heresy. But I might be a spy, so just look out. But yeah, it is very important that Kierkegaard's his base reality is the individual before God. It's not super sacred. He doesn't put that label of it, but it's in relationship to the sacred.
So as you're saying, in his presence. When you're saying before, you're meaning in the presence.
Yes.
Okay.
In the presence, in view of, constantly, like always with, even in Sheol, nothing can separate us from the love. All that
everywhere
stuff.
present, filling all things. Yeah.
Bingo. Yeah. And also Kierkegaard's has such a high view of love of the neighbor that he kind of once he stops writing pseudonymously and starts writing under his own name, you can see his kind of he puts loving the other as basically the only vocation, and that's probably not how he says it. I can't remember exactly how he says it, but his whole book, Works of Love, I think is stunning in its depth, in its but also in its just kind of straightforwardness, down to earth nature of. And Kierkegaard just does a great job, I think, of calling people, especially thinky-talky people, to account for all the ways in which they've fooled themselves into thinking that they can get to heaven or get to God by the power of their intellect or the power of their tongue. So yeah, it's good for. I think he's really, really good for thinky-talky people, but maybe he's just good for me,
I think your point about like for here's we have a lot of so yeah, it's Paul's Christians. There's lots of Christians floating around here, whatever. But there's a lot of us who view spirits and other things and the activities very differently or whatever. But I do think what's been really interesting, I hadn't thought about that really. There are a lot of just, here you had the conversation between Jordan Hall and John Vervaeke, and John was worried whether they could still have conversations before or whatever, right? Because he was thinking now that he's, was that going to be weird or whatever, and it wasn't. And then you pointed out like all these other people are going through the 50 hours of Vervaeke, like down this super rational route, and all of a sudden they're dudes talking to Hermes like that. That had to be a trip for that crowd because we don't run in that crowd of the Vervaekians. I wonder how that played out. Is anybody running the super rational Vervaeke world?
I know Parlato. Well, Parlato thinks right along with John Vervaeke, probably better than anybody else I've heard. Most people get off the train at some point. It's like, okay, I understand there's a meaning crisis. That's all I need to know, kind of a thing. Or I've got the 4 Ps. That'll be all, Mr. Vervaeke. Like there's a lot of train stops. I think Parlato's probably gone the farthest down that train. Maybe besides like somebody like Tyler, or like Tyler from Florida, who was a Mormon or used to be a Mormon. I don't know his full story. And then
Tyler's tuned into a lot. A lot, man. I love Tyler.
Yeah, I watched Conan the Barbarian with Nate and Tyler. And who else showed up? There's a couple other people who I don't think I knew as well, but from the Discord. That was a great, just if you're on the Grail, this is a plug for the Grail Country Discord, a plug for that watch party. That was a lot of fun. I hope we do another watch party soon. I think if we had any more people that were nearly as talkative as I am, it would have been a problem because, at that point, it's like you can't even really watch the movie. But, it was mostly just me and Tyler making dumb jokes, and then Nate giving us some bars every now and then.
All right, Steve, Chad, what's up? Chad, hey, you know what he meant by the imaginal. I saw you were following along there. What do you?
Well, I think I remember from what I remember he was talking about was when we were in Chino, he talked about he used the 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 floor that you're walking across as um how do you say it? So like if you're gonna walk across the room, right? The floor that you're walking on that is in your peripheral is like the imaginal. That's like the model that he compared that to. So like you couldn't walk across the stage there without the imaginal. Because you're not actually looking at the floor when you're looking, like, you know what I'm saying? Say you're looking at the wall across the hallway or across the room, and that's what you're looking at, but you're walking, and so so in that way, that's how, or that was the model that he used to describe the imaginal. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah. It's like it's good to see you too, Chad. I've been meaning to call you for a while.
What's up,
Um,
homie?
but yeah, that makes total sense to me. That it's kind of like it's the world that the nearly conscious part of your mind has to create around the focal point of your attention, so that you have this sense of a total world, even though your senses are, your sight or whatever is
Yeah,
attuned to
yeah.
this one spot, or maybe not even attuned to that, but you have to fill it
It's
all in or
faith.
whatever.
It's like faith.
Yep.
And so he referred to when just I think who was he talking to about that? He was talking to um oh yeah, PBK brought up that video, but he was talking to a couple of other guys, and he brought up the JBP gospel discussions that he had,
Mhm.
and he talked about he even referred to Jesus in this way around the imaginal, but he also does it with Buddha and Socrates. So like these are all. But then he also said in what he found, I think this is what he said. In what he found in his discussion, he was now felt like it was okay to not be in the Christian arena, let's say. So maybe I think he's kind of who knows what that really means. I don't think he really laid out exactly what that means. But it sounds like he feels pretty secure in Christ in some sense. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense or not.
Somebody asked in the chat, they wrote, what, it depends on what you mean by imaginal. And maybe Vervaeke's been super explicit about that, but I don't know.
He was very explicit about it. That's why I'm saying I saw him say it in Chino. There's like
Yeah.
a video, like 5 videos back that I made or something like that, where I
Oh.
actually grabbed the clip that he uses or where he says it.
Is that the conference where there's like those weird columns in the background?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
He was
they were
talking to
actually
Pajot during that?
yeah. They
Okay.
weren't actually columns, they were curtains.
Curtains, okay. But they're like crimped fabric or something like that. It
Yes.
reminded me of like Stonehenge at a high school play or something.
Mm-hmm.
It just reminded me of like the mid-sized megachurch, or small to mid-sized megachurch, where you got just enough money to make the backgrounds cool, but not enough money to make it like Greek Orthodox cool. So you do what you can with lights.
Yeah, Steve, I thought you were going to go Stonehenge and Spinal Tap. I was just waiting for you to. That's where I thought you
I
were
don't
going.
try to go to 11 anymore. I've been humbled, put on my knees.
Stonehenge
barely
is
try to
in
make it
danger of being
read.
crushed by midgets.
Yeah.
Sherry, jump in. The Imaginal, right? Sherry's, in fact, she's done quite a few conversations here on Grill Country. If you want to go look back on the Imaginal.
Yeah, if you've got enough service to comment, you have enough service to hop on, Sherry. Come on. We miss you.
Exactly. I was going to see if something was making that noise, but it stopped. Were you guys hearing sort of a gloop?
Yeah,
gloop?
I think it's
Okay.
Chad's.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Chad's
it's probably my earbuds.
yeah. There's a weird things that happens to Chad's video sometimes where it happened to me one time. The video where Chad and Neil were together at Chad's house, my voice was like super high pitched, and then like every so often it would just have to readjust the time, and so it would have to create a delay with this really low pitched, slow bit, you know, and it'd be like, whoop, and then my regular voice would be up here, and I'd be talking really fast, and they thought it was very funny. I didn't think it was funny. I thought it sucked because they all sounded slow to me. That was the weird thing. So yeah, I think it has to do with like the timing of the internet. All this stuff's got to go up to a satellite, and
There
then
we go.
all across the world.
We have this rare instance where Steve's actually coming in and not buffering. Actually, I liked at the beginning, Steve. It was just buffering while Mo and I were talking, and I'm like, that's just like the perfect Steve
Yeah.
contribution.
I don't know the extent of it because I'm on the receiving end, and it's interesting how how the software works. It's like, so I'm seeing me in real time from my phone's broadcast. Everything else is like you said, it's going in and out of space plus tubes to get to me, and yeah, it's wild. It's wild that any of this works at all. So maybe this is Hermes. Maybe Hermes has been with us this whole time. You know.
So, McMo, is there like a rent-a-dog in Atlanta, or are you staying with friends?
No, I'm back home now. I was driving home
Oh,
today,
okay.
and so yeah,
Rent a dog?
Oh.
no, this is my pup. This is Saint Theodog the Brave.
Ah, what's happening?
Yeah, you want to say hi?
Oh man.
Sherry's going to make an appearance. I'll let her add herself when she wants to,
Thank
if
you.
she wants to.
That dog is awesome.
He's a good
Well,
boy.
I didn't say hello,
They're
guys.
brave.
And have a
Thanks,
smoke.
Chad. Hey, sorry I missed your conbronzation. I was still finishing up. The CRC's now ended, so I can.
Wait,
Oh,
they broke up?
I got this.
Yeah, they broke up.
They're like, forget it. This is too
I
hard.
All right, later, guys.
Bye, Chad.
See you, Chad.
Yeah, it's I've been watching it, the CRC stuff, not fully. Like I'll skip through some of it too, because it's like details I don't feel like I need to know to maybe get whatever wisdom Paul's got to share. But also, I'm like, I'm trying to avoid getting caught up in that kind of stuff because I get caught up in that kind of stuff. And what I need to do, I know this is me, like if you ask a priest for a prayer rule, he doesn't give you the one. He like knows you and gives you one because you're like the dumbass that you are. So being the dumbass that I am, I know like I don't want to get caught up in the right way for things to be. I realize I barely can do myself right. Like, for example, today, I think it is the first time I ever felt compelled to pray for somebody. And I did it. And it's like,
No need to brag, dude.
I'm not bragging. I'm saying it's the first time.
There we go.
I was told 24 years ago by people who saved my life that I should do that. And I never did it. Let alone like growing up. So I never did it. But
How'd it feel?
Weird, but not fake. Didn't feel fake. It felt not exactly sure. It felt unique. I could say that.
Hey, Sherry.
But anyway, it didn't feel like I've just manifested something in another part of the world, like in Exorcist 2 or something like that. It wasn't, didn't feel like I was doing some kind of like dual screen movie magic situation. I was just, at the very least, realizing I was was releasing my frustration with this person, and I felt like an empathy or something, and that's what it was about, I guess. But
dang,
anyway,
you prayed for an enemy. You prayed for an enemy on your first try.
Not an enemy, a guy who's asked me for help that's like pissing me off, and he's like very difficult for a lot of us to deal with. And but yeah, anyway, and so it's like I know so little. That's why I brought it up. It's like the first time I've done a fundamental thing like that. I know so little. So like, who's Hermes? I have no idea, but I know that I can delude myself. And then I also know that I can have the truth staring me in the face and like come up with all sorts of bull crap to like paper it over, So, maybe Vervaeke is so smart and so educated that he must be right about what he's talking about. But also my experience, I've been so smart and educated about stuff that I had no way of possibly knowing the truth because of all the digging through the bullshit I'd have to go through to get to the truth. So I don't know, but I don't think Vervaeke is evil.
There we go.
I'll say
I thought
that.
this is interesting. Jeremy's going to have to unpack this. I think he's alluded to this, but he said as someone with aphantasia. Is that right? I don't really know what to make of the imaginal because
Well, that's
when
why
I look at
you've. Well, go ahead, Sherry.
Okay, I just wanted to test my audio because I've got earbuds in. Can you guys hear me okay?
Hey,
Yeah.
Sherry.
good.
Okay, good.
It's good to hear your voice. We missed you
Yeah.
on the internet.
I'm on the internet. I'm just hidden.
The shadow matriarchy.
Oh, aphantasia.
Yeah, so aphantasia is like where you don't have you can't form mental images, right?
Yeah, it's like, don't think of an elephant. I can't think of an elephant.
Done. Yeah, I think that that's like the exact opposite of what Vervaeke is trying to say. He's not trying to say the imaginary, like like he's not trying to talk about the mental image as if it were the opposite of aphantasia. What aphantasia people can't do. I think that's why he brings up the like when you walk out. Why is the stage the thing that comes to my mind? I guess because Chad said it earlier. But yeah, like when you are walking towards your door, you don't have to think, okay, put my hand at the exact right level of the doorknob, grasp the doorknob, twist my wrist, or even further, contract the muscles in my forearm that will make my wrist twist. So he's talking about all of that periphery on the outside of what our conscious awareness is focused on. And the science, this is how I understand it at least, and I could probably be wrong. Again, Matthew Parlato should be the one kind of talking about this. But to my understanding, what he means is that it's kind of that whole framework. It's the whole, any sense of the world that you have kind of exists in this, on the borderline of what you're actually conscious of. And so in a way, it's what they think, I guess, the scientists, the experts, they think that most of your perceived reality is actually formed in your brain. And it's kind of doing a best guess kind of a thing as to what's right there. But that's why like when something flashes in your peripheral vision and you don't know what it is, but you know something's there, your brain fills in what's there before you actually can turn your head or turn your eyes to see what's there. And so that's why you can get those weird things where you're like, is that somebody standing in the corner of my room? No, it's just my coat on a thing. Or it is somebody standing in my room and I thought it was a coat, But yeah, so that's what I think he means, and it's that kind of like, and that's why it's faith too, because it's the same thing as like you sitting in a chair. You don't have to constantly be like, I hope these legs don't break. I hope that this chair stays up. You have faith that the chair is going to hold your weight, and just like you have faith that like every step you take, you're not going to fall into a pit. The ground in front of you is real, but you actually don't have to have that thought. This is what it means by imaginal. Your brain kind of forms that stuff for you. But yeah, once again, Parlato is the expert here.
But this is Vervaeke's version of the imaginal,
Exactly.
right?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. This is Vervaeke's version.
Let's just keep saying that.
I want to hear about Sherry's version.
Well, I mean, mine derives itself from McDonald. It's him I have to thank for it, and he makes the distinction between fancy and imagination. For McDonald, imagination is always a capital I because it's divine, and fancy is the thing that you want to discourage your children from engaging in. And I don't know if this is helpful or not, but Einstein talked a lot about imagination. He talked a lot about how without imagination, you can't actually make any kind of progress. And the way I think about it in those terms would be something like, in order to formulate a question, you have to have the imagination to encounter that question, if that makes any sense, right? Oops, did I lose you guys?
No, just thinking.
Net sucky.
We're like,
You're back. You're back. We lost you for a second.
who?
Sherry. Is she?
Oh.
I think she's freezing. Yeah, just a little bit.
Sorry, my internet just crapped out. What did you say?
You skipped out for a second, but now you're back. So please continue if you have any more to say.
Did you catch all of what I said?
I think so. Yeah. Well, to me, what I was hearing was, it was for you, the imaginal is kind of like the possibility space that allows you to come across questions, which are kind of like, it's like a weird thing, because a question is like where you realize you don't know something almost. And so that
Right.
does sound like a very different thing than Vervaeke, for
Yes.
sure.
Yes.
McGilchrist talks about this. I can't remember what one of the terms he uses, but he talks about probably the difference between what Sherry's talking about with the proper imagination and novelty and like fancy. And the imaginal is dealing with something real.
Yeah, like this cognitive. Yeah. Sorry.
Huh?
Did we lose Stephen?
Am I toast?
Yeah, Steve froze up.
Toast. Okay.
There were some weird sounds coming in that sounded like some weird bad sci-fi sound effects, like a B movie, and then
Talking stick sci-fi.
I think it's Hermes.
Yeah, exactly.
Hermes giveth and Hermes taketh away.
Yeah. I need a new icon of Hermes.
Me and Jonathan Demir have noticed this when talking about Hermes. That it is funny how often our connection will fail us. The messenger gets tired, or stops in at the bakery on the way.
That's cool.
Very, very strange. That's very much a ducks eat bread type of thing for me and Jonathan too, because the synchronicities, we're both suckers for a good synchronicity.
You probably love ghost stories around the campfire too.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just trying to figure out at this point exactly what. So to me, and just help me out here, it sounds like Vervaeke's version of the imaginal is something like a subconscious peripheral taking in of information that you aren't aware of. Do I have that right?
I think it's also the aspect of it's not just a taking in, it's also like a forming and a building. Like your brain is structurally composing the data that it's receiving. And where your attention is, it's a very higher resolution between the reality that your brain is building and the sense data that's coming in. But on the periphery, both, actually and metaphorically, kind of just, the things you can barely hear, the things you can barely see, your brain is doing a lot of work to kind of fill in the gaps and build a structure that connects those disparate signals. And so I see that contrasting to yours, because I think that your imaginal kind of assumes, it's much, I think if I'm hearing you correctly, it's much more about, that kind of coalescing around the mystery or the unknown or the deep place in such a way that allows you to recognize that it's a place of unknowing enough for you to be able to ask a question.
So if the imaginal is for Vervaeke, and I'm still trying to suss out what he's talking about, because I'm kind of like the person who learned how to play the guitar with bad fingering, and now I'm trying to learn the chords
Yeah.
properly. So it's like it reminds me of what your brain is doing at night when it's dreaming.
Yes.
Okay, good. Now I know what I'm talking about.
One of the things that when you guys are talking about him, and I think about Rupert Sheldrake and one of his TEDx's, like a lot of modern science or whatever think that everything's happening in your brain. Like it's somehow it's just the chemicals and this stuff out here and your brain's making all this stuff up. And he's like, that's not actually true. Those things actually really exist. So when I was seeing this, what I see John talking about is, yes, there's this perception or whatever, and our site's doing these amazing things. So it's filling things in, but it's not filling things in that aren't real. Like these things actually exist, right? And so,
okay, so
me,
here's what I think about that,
As far as
Lance. Here's the thing: we live in a world that is completely interconnected. Okay, so, and this is where I could potentially tie in George MacDonald to Vervaeke's subconscious peripheral backpack, right? Because for MacDonald, the world around us is God's imagination, like nature, creation, the natural world, and our fellow inhabitants, right? Creatures and humans. So everything has a meaning, and that meaning is a story. It's a story, if you want to think about it, that's being told. And so it's always coherent. So if you're picking up things, just spitballing here, if you're picking up things that are subconscious and they're going into your subconscious backpack and then they get reworked at night when you're dreaming, because I've found that dreams are never incoherent. They appear incoherent, but they're actually not. They're perfectly connected, and all of the images that we use in our dreams are natural images, right? And so no matter what Vervaeke wants to define the imaginal as, it still is the capital I imagination from George MacDonald's imagination essays. It still is divine, and it always contains the story that we're in. It will always be coherent. The only way it's incoherent is if you already believe that you live in a mechanistic world. So there, I'm done now. What is an asymptote, Matthew? Matthew, can you come on?
I think Matt's at work.
he's at work. He's texting like a madman in the comments, but he can't jump on camera.
Oh,
probably because he can be seen or heard.
Yeah, what would his mechanic friends think if they knew how much he knew about cognitive science?
They'd ask him, is there really a throne rod inside this engine?
I guarantee you, Carlotto talks nonstop at his job. And if he just had some earbuds in and kept talking, I don't think anybody would bat an eye. That's just my assumption, from afar. But I wonder, see how this lands, Sherry. I think that, yeah, it's like what you're talking about, and I'm not that familiar with the George MacDonald imagination essays. But it's almost like, I guess the image that comes to mind is like if I were to like drop an apple, the whole Newtonian discovery of gravity or whatever. I think Vervaeke would kind of call the imaginal my perception that when I drop the apple and hear the thud on the ground and see it fall, I can assume that my brain is doing all of this work to make that make sense. and so fills in all of these gaps in terms of like, okay, so there must be a force acting, there must be a blah 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 blah. And when I hear you talk about imagination, it sounds like it almost always starts with the question of like, yes, but what does it really mean for the apple to fall? And that even in kind of like an Einstein way, like that's, I think when I remember hearing about Einstein talking about um, imagination, that was kind of the point, is that it's kind of like that ability to ask the right question or to find the right
Yeah.
question. And yeah, so they are connected there, but I'm wondering if there's a sense in which, from Vervaeke's view, it's assuming the answer, and from your view or from McDonald's view, it's more of like, no, it's the asking of the question is
Yeah.
the place of the imaginal.
Yes.
Hmm.
Well, I think McDonald's view and my view, and I don't want to conflate those two because he has a much higher understanding than I do. I would say
Yes, but you're alive.
still still alive. Um, they would be in incarnational and sacramental views of the world, right? So the world is not only present to us, but it presents itself to us. It presences itself to us. It is a person, right? Everything around us. So, like your example of the apple dropping, Vervaeke could talk about it as an apple falling, and he may even talk about it in the context of gravity, and it may even for some scientists provoke the question of, what was the force that caused the apple to
Hmm.
drop? Why didn't it, instead of floating, right? Things like that. But those to me are mechanistic frames, right? Like you have to assume that the apple and the earth and the force don't have anything in common with each other, but that they simply interact. And I would say that if you live within the definition of imagination, and see, here's the other thing I don't know. I don't know if imaginal and imagination can be defined as the same thing. Like perhaps John Vervaeke would say no to that, right?
Right.
But
Well, this is why it's
but
sorry, go ahead.
Hmm.
but if you were to, let's say, like when I think of his version of the imaginal and my version of the imagination, I think of an enchanted world versus a mechanistic world.
Hmm.
Because my world is alive, right?
I mean, is this like, and I guess it's a Socrates thing or Plato or somebody, but it's like Pajot will say, we look and we see a chair, but it isn't a chair, depending if you're a materialist. It's like pieces of wood, or like it's the legs and the back and the seat, or it's the electrons and the neutrons, or what it's. But like we know it's a chair, and is the chair true or this or that? Is that what imaginal is? It's like it's defining it's the word that it's for everything that we all see and we know it, even though that thing is actually a bunch of other things, and it could be anything.
Yeah,
It
I
could
think
be
I
just
think
the
you're on the right
XY
track.
coordinates of every molecule in there. I could just have this big table of that, but instead I'm
Well, I
saying
mean,
chair.
Michael Levin is kind of throwing a wrench into this now because he just did a thing with theories of everything. What's his name? What's that guy's name?
Uh,
Kurt
Kurt
Jaimungal.
Jaimungal.
Yeah, and talking about the fact that every organ, every cell, and like I don't know microbiology, but every tiny little organism has its own consciousness and can interact with other organisms to form collective consciousnesses, to accomplish tasks, and to solve problems. So, and then he warns he actually, and I didn't get a chance to watch the whole thing. I just watched like the first 5 minutes. He warns that we have to be careful that we don't start to break ourselves down into these little groups of collective separate consciousnesses, right? Because that seems to be the tendency. It's what we want to, it's how we want to understand the world mechanistically, because, and these are just my theories, okay? Like, because it's easy for us to understand cause and effect. That's the first thing we learn. We learn that if you touch the hot thing, you get burnt, right? So
we learn to misapply it very early too.
Very, very early. I had my youngest daughter was severely burnt as a child at 9 months, and so like after the accident happened, she reached out to touch something that was similar to the thing she touched that burnt her, and immediately withdrew, right? So she knew immediately that that the cause of her pain was this thing that looked, it was the same shape, it wasn't the same thing. So, and this was one of the things that I learned through the book of Job, because this is what Job's friends believe. They believe that if you do good things will happen. If you do bad things will happen. And that's karma. And karma is cause and effect. And it's that thing that we learn very, very early. And it's very easy for us to understand the world that way. It keeps us safe, right?
I mean, if you're going to bet on something, it's not a bad bet.
Well, no, I think it is a bad bet, because I think that
unless you have a better perspective. But when you're a child, it's like I cry and then my parents don't love me, so I'll like keep it to myself.
I think cause and effect has led many people to think that they understand something when they do not.
That's right.
Totally.
Yeah.
So I think it's a good bet in like the perspective of the person making the bet.
Well, that's what makes it more dangerous, though, is that it's the easiest thing to believe. Cause and effect is the easiest thing to believe.
Right.
And so
here's the deal. In the book of Job, and I think this is the purpose of the book of Job, or one of the main purposes of the book of Job, is what God does is he flips it, right? He says bad things happen to good people and good things happen to bad people. And that's not something that we can understand easily. That puts us in a place of total and extreme tension. And that's where God wants us to live. That's my opinion. That's my opinion.
Well, I think that there's joy and purpose and the desire of our hearts found outside of understanding. Now, if your highest desire that you ask God for is to understand, I worry that might be like essentially asking for God to make you God. Which, like,
well,
of course,
God.
you also have, right. I don't mean to bring in the theosis point in that sense, but I just mean that, like,
no. You in the cause and effect karma thing, God becomes a vending machine and you become God.
Yeah,
okay?
Absolutely.
That's what happens, and that's just you could laundry list all the religions in the world, including Christianity, that have done that to God.
Yeah.
And
I think cause and effect is pretty much accurate, except we are blind to almost all of the causes. So, for example,
we're blind to the effects too.
Throw a baseball in the air, it will fall to the ground, and then the ground will have a dent, right? And I know that that's going to be true, but like if I'm like I'll throw it straight up so it'll fall straight down, but I'm totally unaware of the wind or like sometimes the ground is harder, sometimes it's softer. Me expecting a specific dent in the ground, and then I don't get that dent. I mean, that's proving, it doesn't disprove cause and effect. It just proves there's a lot more causes, and I'm barely even a cause. And so, I would say, like, I'm a materialist or whatever listening would, and the materialist in me would be like, oh, but there is such a thing as cause and effect. It's just, it's totally true that there are so many other causes, and we don't know them. And that's why, I think we could have vaguely written advice, which I would consider the Gospels to be somewhat vague, applies to so many things, because we're talking about like causes and things that we can't understand, but we can try to align with it, and we can often tell when we're not aligned with it. But like in Job's case, was that evidence
Well,
he wasn't aligned?
here's the really difficult thing about Job. God says he did nothing wrong.
Yeah.
Okay.
Job did nothing
Okay,
wrong.
so right. So cause goes out the window.
Yeah. Well, there was a
Okay?
cause for it.
Completely.
And maybe the
There was
cause was just there
no
was a bacteria
cause.
that blew in the wind and he caught it, or whatever.
Well,
I think you'd have to
Or maybe
say,
it's like Satan and God were like zap, zap, zap. Whatever
you know,
it was, there was a cause, but it wasn't him. Like the child who's like, oh, my parents look at me and smile when I make this cooing noise, as opposed to like they don't look at me and smile when I start to cry a little bit. So like I'm making
it's
my
not that
parents treat me
there's
as a,
no such thing. It's not that there's no such thing as cause and effect. It's that that's not how God
yeah,
operates.
yeah.
Okay?
That's actually a great
That's what
summary.
God is
Yeah,
saying. He's
yeah.
saying, I know what it looks like, but it's not what it
We don't
seems.
have the controls. Like the gospel isn't like, here's the token. You exchange your quarter for this token, and then you can ask God for what you want and you'll get it. It's yeah, that I can understand that. Like there is cause and effect. We can't cause God to do anything.
We don't have the eyes to see.
Yeah, I could
Matthew,
barely cause myself to do stuff. I know that.
and the thing is like that, with chaos theory, for example, chaos theory, there doesn't seem to be any, the action reaction that happens in chaos theory looks random. You can't really pinpoint any kind of a pattern, right? Which is what we're doing when we discover cause and effect, and it's the easiest pattern to find. Like we are pattern seekers because I believe God is a pattern, but he's not that simple of a pattern. Okay, right? And so
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
that's like
I actually,
the digits of pi. It might be a pattern, but we just haven't found the repeating point yet. They say that
Ah,
the
well,
digits of pi are infinite, but I'm no
yeah, I
and
think
I
that.
actually,
mathematician. It's just a metaphor.
I'm wondering if that's even mathematically possible, because there's only 10 integers or whatever they're called, 10
It's
numbers.
possible.
So you do
Yeah, it's
that like
possible.
a gazillion trillion times. At some point, you're going to run out of potential combinations, wouldn't you?
No,
I
because
guess not, because it apparently hasn't happened yet.
all it takes to change a pattern is to repeat a number when you shouldn't. You can always do that.
I mean, I guess that like my certainty that you could is, I think the certainty that the evolutionists were like, hey, there's been plenty of time for random mutation to result in the diversity. And then it's turned out like this is apparently the case. It's
Yeah,
like,
this
no,
is
there actually hasn't been enough time, the history of the world as we calculate it, for random mutation to result in what we've got.
Yeah, that
So
reminds me of something Luke says, and I can't remember. Sherry, you might remember it better than me, but it's something like it's it is random, but it's not arbitrary, or something like that.
right. Well, see, the thing with chaos theory is that when they can pattern the movement of a seemingly random chaotic thing, they actually find a beautiful pattern underneath of it. And I personally think that that's what Leviathan indicates. Leviathan
what do you mean by
is,
that?
well, Leviathan is a quote unquote chaos monster, right?
Oh, okay. All
But
right.
according to chaos theory, it's a beautiful pattern, and it lies at the base. It lies at the base of all these seemingly random events that are seemingly incoherent. That's what we define as chaos. Chaos is something that we perceive as random and arbitrary.
maybe threatening.
And well, chaos is always threatening
Okay.
because
Yeah.
it makes you crazy, right? You can't stay
I'm thinking
in
Cthulhu kind of
chaos.
stuff. But
Yeah, you
yeah,
can't. Well, yeah, it is. It is
because so
threatening.
I'm like, I think really as a not child, like trying to conceive of God and like the truth and all that and what that means,
Mhm.
and and faith. And I to me, it's like I'm
Well,
kind of experiencing that as terrifying. Like I'm
Stephen says
standing on
here,
an abyss.
I
Hmm?
can't highlight any comments because I'm just on my
Oh,
iPad. But Stephen says Christ makes that storm calm, Sherry, and and this is the thing that I have often said.
oh, there we go.
Earlier, I said that God wants to put us within that tension, right? So he flips the narrative in Job and he says, no, actually, the righteous suffer and the wicked prosper. Okay. And
Wait,
and
what?
I think that that tension is what is exactly what Christ is walking on when he's walking on the
On the
water.
water? Yeah, I mean, that's so powerful. And again, I have to confess that I watch and enjoy The Chosen, which apparently is good, and it's also totally terrible and heretical. I don't know, but uh, it just keeps coming up for me. And like what people are saying, they either talk about that specific passage or like they're talking about something, and I'm seeing that talking about icons, but like a wave. And Peter's like, "Holy shit!" and looks over at the wave, starts sinking a little bit. And anyway, yeah, it's like that to me. That seems like that's the answer. That's this is the faith thing. It's like, yeah, the ocean is bottomless. There's maybe even this weird chaos monster with an octopus face down there, and it's cold, and I'm the stupid guy who got out of the boat, and everybody else is in the boat like, you're stupid, and whatever. But it's like, even if I chicken out, this is the show. But even if I chicken out and start thinking Jesus's hand is gonna like reach down in the water and pull me out, and it's like, that's heavy shit,
That is in
I don't
and
know
of
what to
itself.
make of it. What's that?
But here's the thing, and I don't want to minimize that the take on Peter falling into the water and Christ pulling him out and the
Right.
Sunday school answer of keep your eyes on
Right.
Jesus,
Right. What does that
But
even mean?
that is also a very basic cause and effect interpretation of that parable, right? If you don't look at Jesus, you fall in the water. If you look at Jesus, you walk on the water. You know what I mean? So, I mean, yeah, yine. Actually, you guys don't know what that means. That's ja and nine. I'm in Switzerland, so that's what people say, yine. But it's actually missing the point, which is sin. It's missing the mark, in my opinion.
What do you mean? Like looking
Because
away from Jesus?
because you can be looking at Christ and you can be suffering terribly.
Yeah.
You can be following Jesus and suffering terribly. And if you think that in order to walk on the water you got to look at Jesus, then you believe that the righteous prosper and the wicked suffer. And so
No,
then you will have to ask yourself if you have done something wrong to be in this position of suffering, right?
well,
But
so let me.
it is
Yeah.
precisely in suffering that where we meet Christ. That's
Yeah, I
where
agree.
he
And
went.
I just in defense of The Chosen in that episode, I don't know if you've seen it, but they fabricate this story about his wife had a miscarriage, and she didn't tell him because she didn't want to worry him. And then he finally found out, and then they're mad at each other. And
Who,
he's
Peter?
like, Peter's like kind of screw Jesus, like, why did he like forsake me when he's feeding 5,000 people? He'll do whatever he wants to do, but obviously he doesn't care about me. So he's being kind of a big butt about the whole thing. They're portraying it that way. So like in the boat, he's like, I've never given up faith, but why are you doing this kind of stuff to me? But at the same time in the show, they have his wife going into this pool that's supposed to clean her, some kind of Jewish thing or something, which I guess is also completely crap because apparently they do all the Jewish stuff wrong. But anyway, the point is total suffering and not giving up faith. And that, so like he's like, he has total suffering. He doesn't understand, but he still gets out on the water. And none of the other apostles who believe in him are like, what a miracle he just did. None of them will get out of the boat. He does get out of the boat. And so I think it's a lot deeper than just, look at Jesus, you don't sink. I mean, he didn't look at Jesus and he still didn't sink,
Steve, you need to do, and I'm serious about this, you need to start making videos reviewing every episode of The Chosen. I would watch every single one of those, brother. I'm
At
not
least
sure I'd
one
like,
guy will listen to me talk about it.
yeah, I'm not sure I'd like the show The Chosen, but I like listening to you talk about the show Chosen. But yeah, Sherry, I think I might see it slightly differently. And maybe not to get bogged down in that particular story about Peter walking on the water. I think I can put it in a different metaphor and see if I understand the way you're seeing it correctly. Like when I hear you talk about faith, I kind of get this image of like the tension of like a bow being drawn back or something. And then it's the kind of that strength and that flexibility to be able to kind of hold the two contradictory things in hand and to not fall to one side or the other. And then is that kind of fair to say? Is that the kind of is that metaphor okay, I guess?
Just keep going. I'm not sure yet.
Okay. Well, because I feel like the difference that I want to say is that like when I think of faith, and of course this is heavily inspired by Kierkegaard for me. Sorry, Kierkegaard is my George MacDonald. But like he pulled like for me, I think of the releasing of the bow, the releasing of the tension, being the faith aspect, where in the sense that
meaning like the I released the bow is the faith.
It's the action it's the action that's not an action.
Okay.
It's the
Okay.
decision that's no decision. It's that strength that is weakness.
Yeah.
It's that
Okay.
knowledge that is unknowing. It's the contradiction for me is not a tension so much as it is a release and a kind of giving up of my ability to hold in some sense.
So what you're talking about is my yoke is easy and my burden is light. So because you're still yoked and burdened.
I am yoked.
Right?
Just
no,
kidding.
I'm serious.
But yeah, the Wu Wei stuff and Jeremy just posted, and I have to say that's kind of how that's what it feels like. It feels like I rejected the whole. Wu Wei is doing without doing.
Forgetting.
No, it's a Taoist term, and it's like doing without doing, knowing without action. Knowing. It's like effortless.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the first card of the tarot, the magician.
Yeah, it's the magician. It's the magician card, of course. But
I'm
not
to me, Satanist, so I don't know much about the tarot.
We're talking about the.
You get it. It's Wu Wei. Wu Wei, magician. All
I'm
same
teasing.
thing.
I'm teasing.
We're talking.
I got a lot of friends into that stuff, so I'm always teasing them about it.
McMo, we're talking about the same thing when we talk about becoming a child.
Right.
Right. In order to.
I have to say that, like I mentioned, how like looking at what I think is being taught to me by the scriptures, by the church, by, it's like a terrifying thing or this or that. And, I rejected Christianity as a kid, and I was into like, I thought science was going to prove everything. Not science, but I thought that everything was knowable and that we would figure out because it was all material. And and like that's it's like me trying to hold away, chaos or the fear, like my lack, basically my fear that I'm really not in control, and who knows, I may end up like Job no matter what I do. That's terrifying. So I constructed all this stuff, or I adopted all this stuff that kind of hold it back. And it feels like what I'm being shown is this answer is to just let go of all of that stuff and woo away myself into faith or something like that. And it feels like that's actually right. That is actually the right answer. And I can't tell if I'm doing it or not. But
Well, this
yeah.
goes full
So
circle kind of back to what I was talking to Lance about earlier, because I just listened again to Kierkegaard's Sickness Unto Death.
okay.
And he kind of talks about, this problem of anxiety of the mind that thinks cause and effect pervades so universally as even into the spiritual realm. And in some ways it does, of course, but that's not how God works. God works
Mm-hmm.
almost anti-cause and effect. But and so the way that Kierkegaard would put that is like we have to believe by nature of the absurd, and that in fact that's what faith is. Faith is being sure of what we hope for. And so like how can you both hope for something and also be sure that you're going to get it? If you're sure that you're going to get it, you don't have to hope for it. I'm not hoping for my paycheck at the end of this week. Um, I'm looking forward to it, but I'm not like, oh boy, I hope that check actually, gets deposited to my bank account. And like, thank goodness that I don't have to worry about that. But like, what I'm trying to say is that there's an element of the absurd, or by nature of the absurd in faith, because faith is actually that thing where you put the trust in the relationship, that relational trust, over and above your ability to cognize or your ability to kind of judge yourself, your ability to kind of understand what's going on. And so that even applies to the kind of easy for me to say, uh, the kind of everyday existence, kind of our, that lived experience, they say, of where, you can be depressed, where you can be thinking of the past and be bogged down and feel trapped by the past. You can have anxiety where you're kind of looking towards the future and worried about what's going to happen. Um, but the point that Kierkegaard makes on all of these different levels and in all of these different ways is that it seems like the Christian uh, telos, or like the best place for you to be, is to rest transparently in the power that has placed you wherever you are. And so, this is a very 12 steps kind of
which
thing
is
as well.
Oh, you say,
But
I think
well,
I know what you mean by that.
but it's also living in the moment, like living in the present,
yep.
Unable,
right?
I'm
hmm
Which is
unable to
which.
articulate it, but I think I've experienced what you just said, McMo, and what you're talking about, Sherry. I think my life is punctuated by those moments.
Well, and I think the Christian life is to try to just be in that moment. And the transparently is important because it signifies a type of openness to the spirit where the water and the breath can flow through you, and so that it's not being caught up by either your sin nature or maybe your inclination towards legalism and justifying yourself through the law, through that kind of spiritual cause and effect, that like hopefully you are able to love your neighbor with the love of God that you are feeling, and so that immediate and transparency can kind of happen in the moment, and so that you're like a bird in the air and you don't worry about what you're going to eat, and so that you don't have to worry about what to do next, because you know what to do next is to love your neighbor, and what loving your neighbor looks like is what you're doing. Like there's this kind of
But
resonance.
Hmm.
there's also I think in all of that there's an oh,
Well,
Broke up a little bit, Sherry, but I think you might be back. I think we might have your audio, but your camera is frozen.
I know.
Oh man, I bet what she was going to say is going to set me right and was going to be so good.
Yeah. I don't know. I can't tell if like Hermes is fucking with us or like who owns the internet. Like some
It's certainly
evil anchor is keeping us from like
Hermes demon. I'm going with Hermes demon.
yeah.
All
Yeah.
right.
Well, speaking of Hermes, that was something I wanted to say earlier about the imaginal. And like now that I'm kind of able to talk about it and understanding Vervaeke's view on it a little bit more, it's very interesting that that would be the place where he would kind of put his mystical experience is in this kind of
Right.
periphery. You know what it makes me think of, honestly? It makes me think of Dostoevsky, Brothers Karamazov, when Ivan, everybody talks about the Grand Inquisitor or whatever. But I think the crazier one is when Satan comes to Ivan's room or whatever. Do you remember that part of the book? Anybody? Man, it's
I think I
creepy. It's creepy, but that's what it makes me think of because I get this image of like John sitting in this in this room that looks like it's from the 1800s, and then the devil shows up and the guy's a Hermes.
Huh.
No, I
I
don't
hope
think
we
so.
do get Sherry back because I was waiting for that answer, dude.
Yeah. Can she type it?
I know
Did
this
you
is
type it?
after we bullied her to get on too.
Yeah.
Slim Pickens, Kierkegaard did not argue for an aesthetic view of life. If you think that, you missed the irony, buddy. You missed the joke. I'm sorry to tell you. Or you're double joking on me. Maybe I'm the idiot, and you're double joking on me.
Oh, wait
no.
a minute. Wait, we've got someone coming to stage. You're gonna love this, McMo.
Is it
Here
Yon
he is.
God?
Oh,
Hey, it's the boy,
I'm
it's the
clocking
man.
I'm clocking out. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, man.
Okay, I'm clocking out.
Clocking
I
out.
just want,
Good.
yeah. I just want to. First of all, I just want to give you kind of your roses or your flowers here. I've been enjoying you for the past hour. I
It's the
really
least I
think
could do for you.
I think you got into the I think you got into the groove there, where you were starting to be able to synthesize some of what you know about Kierkegaard and this faith and imaginal conversation. And then I just want to throw the bomb in here in that this thing's a spectrum, guy. It's spectrum. It's a spectrum, bro. It's all a spectrum, bro. It's all
All right,
continued, right?
liberal.
Right? Yeah, right. Yeah, I used to.
Lance,
Hey,
get this lib out of here.
I have a story. You guys know me. You guys know me. So I have a story about. I used to hate that saying, and now I catch myself in like super theological waters, being like. Anyways, my point is I just wanted to push back a little bit on that discreteness of he's putting that experience in the imaginal. The way I take the imaginal is it's an inescapable aspect and vector of our cognition. It's the synthesizing and the interfacing. It's between me and the agent in the arena, and the arena is too complex. There is no one-to-one total understanding grasp. I mean, we can get a glimpse of the back of God, right? It's like everything. It's even the chair. What makes a chair? It's that complex. That's why I loved, and I thought Chad or you. I'm getting confused now. Whoever brought up his example with the floor, it's perfect because it's so natural. It's so everyday. It's so embodied, and so yeah, I mean, of course, we can talk about these categories and these notions in some discrete, but I think it's wise to just put it on the front end. Like this isn't a discrete thing. This is just a tone that colors our cognition, the cognitive entity that you are. I mean, it's just and then one more thing, just to put a pin on it or put it a little bit more finer, is I think there is fruitful generative conversation and digging into the teeth of, okay, what is on that spectrum of the imagination? Where does George MacDonald make just great insights and clarifications on the fantastical versus the imagination, and then and you have different minds. I thought Up's point too was great on just, we want to reference that. Yes, we're talking about John Vervaeke's opinion, and John Vervaeke's following this line of thought on Henri Corbin, more of the Neoplatonic, coming back into the psychoanalysis and doing a very kind of a JP thing, of really taking the symbolic, not just within, but forward and upward.
So, Matthew, am I getting it wrong that Vervaeke, did he not kind of place his experience with Hermes kind of it's not like prime, like I get what you're saying, like it's kind of a part of just experience, like all experience. But it's a spectrum. So am I misremembering that he kind of specifically pointed to the imaginal and the imagination as like even to say that this is similar to an artist's muse?
So the way I would look at it is the way I've kind of cognized it is that methodology of psychotherapy, this IFS, is focusing and accentuating the imaginal, and so it's highly attenuating that aspect and that liminal. This is where Sherry is very right with her terms, gesturing towards that peripheral. It's kind of this in between state, and then I think in lesser words, he got to a pretty high threshold of it, right? He got to a near mystical experience. He encountered an entity, and then just to kind of I'm a JV nerd. I'll kind of defend him a little bit here too. I mean, this is kind of the common narrative of this methodology, right? You encounter these entities, and then I'll do it one further. I think it just speaks to how vulnerable and how much he cares about this community. Like, he could have totally took that to the grave, like, oh, it'll ruin me. Oh my gosh, what about my 50-hour masterpiece? Oh, what about Mr. Rationality? And he also argues that rationality is this stance between the logical reasoning mind and this intuitive, loving, sitting back in the paradox, mysterious, faithful mind. And then one last bow, and then I got to go home and shower, is I loved how you were saying because I was giving you your flowers at the end where you're trying to connect with Sherry, and I think it's that participatory knowledge. It's the faith in that this is what I'm hoping is good, and I have the faith that it's ultimately true and will work out. Right? It's very much a participatory kind of, it's doth. That's where John Vervaeke goes with the etymology. It's doth. It's this knowledge that I'm participating in the course of the one verse, and that I'm doing it in a somewhat righteous manner.
Well, Parlato,
I like Shalom's. I like Hezzy's comment. All right, I'm gonna go home and shower. I'm gonna listen.
You're a legend. You're a legend, dude.
He is totally.
Parlato quickly becoming my favorite person here. Not sorry, Alan.
Okay, I'm going to take that
interesting.
covert rejection of me personally. I'm going to bail. No, I'm just kidding. I got to go try to redeem the last team in the golf tournament tonight and see what happens. Pray for me.
Hey, start that new show with The Chosen. Start that show.
Are you actually serious? Because I'm never really able to know.
I think it could go viral, actually, because it's such a popular show.
So you're not kidding.
I'm not kidding.
I might figure something out.
You should start a show.
All right. Bye, guys.
Bye, Steve.
I'll watch on YouTube.
I love that Steve just takes us in the golf cart. He's just golfing away with all of his work buddies or whatever.
Well, he says he's leaving to go golfing, but in typical Steve fashion, I could see him trying to, from the second hole, trying to get his phone hooked up.
Well, I remember one time, it was either the 24-hour or it was right after the 24-hour, but he literally put the phone down in the golf cart. And he's just sitting there, and he's talking to his buddy, and he's pointing to the phone, and all I could imagine was him being yeah, these dudes just did a 24-hour stream. Yeah, they talk about philosophy and theology. And I was like, oh my gosh, Steve, please, you got to know when to keep a secret, man. They don't need to know about us on the links, man. No, I love Steve. He's he's awesome.
There we go. Well, I've got to head home here pretty soon. Sherry, you don't have control, or did you not come in under your login name?
I don't. I'm just on my iPad, so I'm on the.
It's the iPad. It's the iPad. That's why. Yep. So I've got about 10 minutes here. I got to wrap this because I can't let people in and out. Now, if McMo and Alan, if you guys want to keep chit-chatting, I get home in about 20 minutes.
What do you think, Alan? What do you think? Can we hold the line for 20 minutes, or should we just shut her down?
Yeah, I gotta jump at 7. Guys are we're smoking cigars because we're
brag.
Manly men,
Is that what they call it nowadays?
Yeah. The hardcore drugs we're smoking cigars. Yeah. But yeah. So
come on, McMo, that was a good one.
That was good. No, I don't want to get Alan in trouble, I'm still a little butthurt that
Phlebas was like, oh, guys just getting together and doing guy nights, it's not enough to create masculinity. I'm like, okay, you know what? Like, I'm doing the best I can with what I have. Like, people are like, you must redeem the masculine imperative. And I'm like, okay, well, until you've done that, I'm going to try and do poker nights and hang out with guy friends and create guy spaces. But if you redeem the masculine imperative, if you become the Ubermensch without my knowledge, inform me, let me know. I'll be happy to give up all my fake and lame ways in which I try and, create a masculine space. But,
Dang, I would literally join the CRC before I let Phlebas get in my head over masculinity. Come on, dude. Come on, Alan.
Well,
Be nice to Phlebas. Be nice to Phlebas.
I love
There's more
Phlebas.
to Phlebas than you know.
No.
Oh
No,
no,
no.
me and Phlebas are secret pals. We DM each other on X every so often. So yeah, no, I love Phlebas.
I just wanted to say that I actually think. Well, first of all, I want to say Tyler Hollett's name 3 times because maybe he'll jump in the stream.
Tyler
Hollett,
come
Tyler
to us,
Hollett,
brother.
Tyler Hollett. And then we can click our heels together and stuff like that. But because Tyler really understands some of John Vervaeke's, not just the terms, but actually what's below the surface of some of his ideas. And but I'm getting the impression that the imaginal has nothing to do with the imagination, as far as I understand it. And I just really want to make that clear, because I think that what ends up happening in this little corner a lot is that people hear something that they can grab onto, and then they just run with it. And a lot of the time I'm like, oh God, come back. Give me that thing. It's like chasing a 2-year-old with a pair of scissors, It's like
I am the 2-year-old with scissors, Sherry. I am the 2-year-old with scissors.
You stole my joke, McMo. You stole my joke.
They're just like, please come back with those before you kill yourself.
I had too much rough play as a child.
Yeah. And we get hung up on words a lot here, and which is, I think, is okay. But just because they sound alike doesn't mean they are alike.
Right.
I guess that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, I think it would have made a lot.
Guys, I'm going to shut down here. You guys can stay on and just chat away. I can't add anybody while I'm in transit. So,
okay, that's fine.
If
we're still here when you get back, just we'll love to have you. If not, we'll see what happens.
All right, see you guys.
Bye, Lance. Hope to see you soon. Around the clock.
We'll see what happens. Hello.
Jeremy, you might have to mute. Sounds like you got it running in the background. This is very avant-garde music. Oh, this is like the type of thing Alan would go to a gallery in Manhattan.
Yeah.
And they're playing that on the loudspeaker, and it's just like a white painted paperclip in the middle of a room. I went to art school. Can you tell?
Here we go. Here we go.
Oh, am I still on?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh my gosh.
I think there might still be a delay. Yep, there definitely is.
More loop?
I like hearing myself talk, but not that much.
No.
Well, hopefully Jeremy can come back. Maybe he had an issue. I wonder if it was he was using the microphone on his earbuds and the speakers on his phone. I'm sure that could cause something like that.
Yeah.
But I completely have lost track of what we were even. Oh yeah, imagination and imaginary.
So
I remember what I was going to say.
I was wondering if I could get your thoughts on something, Sherry.
Matthew says they're very close etymologically to say they're that far apart, and love to hear more. Matthew, I don't think it matters how close they are etymologically if you're using them
Well, and if
for
John
things.
Vervaeke would have said,
So, and I can't think of an example at the moment, but I do know that
well, how about
a
this?
lot of his
If
thought comes from Corbin, right? Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I think I might have been glitching out or something. Um, yeah, I think that if John would have just said that Hermes was in his imagination, it wouldn't have caused that much of a stir, like so yeah, I definitely think that like imagination and the imaginal are different. But yeah, I'm not sure to what extent, like when we're trying to assess the whole Hermes situation, it's probably best to just kind of stick to what Vervaeke thinks about things and understanding
Yeah,
it from his perspective.
totally.
But then there also is this sense in which like it does seem so connected to the kind of spiritual openness that and the use of like narrative and symbols and imagery and all of that kind of enchanted thinking, you might call it. Like there does seem to be such a clear line of connection to what like George MacDonald, or at least what I'm understanding of how you're talking about it, Sherry. So it is interesting. Like they do
About an
seem connected in
enchanted,
some way.
about
Well,
an
yeah,
enchanted,
like yeah, because I remember, I
enchanted
think I
world.
think it was Nate that was talking about like he wasn't upset about Hermes because of the Hermetic tradition. That he kind of saw it as that kind of like that it was, Hermetic in a sense. And
Yeah, I don't have a
yeah, so
problem with him talking to Hermes. Just, just so you know, like it doesn't bother me
I just
one
wanted to
little
talk to
bit.
me, not Hermes.
So
But
on that
yeah,
thread, I had something that I thought might be interesting. So from a computer science angle, right, we've got some interesting terminology that lingers, that I think like has all these Christian West etymological roots, right? But they play out in patterns. So I've talked often about daemons, right? You got these daemon processes that run in the background, right? And then
right,
sometimes
right.
background processes can kind of run out of control and take up all your memory and sort of consume all your operating system. But imaging is sort of the same thing, right? So you have these, well, not the same thing as daemons, but again, another mapping. So we have ISOs, right? These images, and we use these images to map a layer of like an operating system on top of a machine, right? So use this ISO file, this image, right? And so your hardware, right, and everything that it's running, the way the operating system is going to work, whatever, you copy that image and then represent it on the operating system level, and then that's what you're working with. Even though you have the same hardware, there's these different images that will be layered on top of it that are effectively how you interface with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So to me, when like there is some kind of like postmodern deconstruction, reductionist, like just the imagination, whatever that means, right? Where it's like a lowering of what that could possibly imply. But it does seem like, what we're pointing at with the imaginal and imagination, right? It's still drawing on something like a repository of images that can be mapped onto you as hardware.
Okay, so here's the thing. You could think about the imagination as the more real that Jordan Peterson talks about. Or you could also think about it in terms of the symbolic world, what Jonathan Pajot talks about, right? So you have these symbols and the symbols talk about more than they represent. So their meaning is fractal, right? It's not, there's not one thing that they mean. They mean many things, and they unveil themselves over time. And so what you encounter within the divine imagination is always more real. And here's another interesting aspect to that is a lot of people who have psychedelic experiences will, or even near-death experiences, will describe those things as more real than their real lives. Okay? More real. And yet they are literally embedded in a symbolic world when that's happening. And the reason that I talk about this as enchanted or incarnational or living is because the symbolos means to throw together. So it takes the symbol, the representation, and it throws it into life, which is what God does when he creates human beings from the earth and breathes his breath into them. Okay, so they are a material thing, right? Mater, mother, and they are blown, life is blown into them, and from the spiritual realm, from the Father, and they become, that is the definition of symbolos, is creation of a human being from Genesis, right? It's the same action, in my opinion. And so, and this is what the imagination does. And that's why if you can imagine yourself within a divine imagination, the world then becomes enchanted, because everything is alive and everything contains more meaning than you will ever be able to unveil. So all you can do is receive it, right? Which puts you then, and I'm really sorry, stream of consciousness here, but which puts you in a feminine position, right? Because of the feminine receives.
It puts you in a feminine position, puts me in a masculine position.
and then everything becomes a gift, right?
Yes.
And when everything is a gift,
why do you boast?
You can only be grateful. And in my opinion, gratitude is what comes before humility. And the reason I say that is because you can't be humble if you aren't grateful, and you can't be grateful if you don't know that what you've received is a gift, and you can't know that what you received is a gift if you don't believe that there is a giver. Those things have to happen in that.
I'm stuck on the you can't be grateful, or you can't be humble if you're not grateful.
I know a lot.
But I guess that's true, because if you're humble and you're resentful, then you're not humble, right? You think you deserve better. And so as soon as you become grateful,
if you aren't, well, see, here's the thing, McMo, for me anyways, and maybe I don't have this entirely right, but if you aren't grateful for everything, then you haven't realized that it's all a gift. You actually think that you have control over some of it, right? Yep. And if you think you have control over something, then you are not in complete humility. You're not in that position of being humble, right? You can't be. It's impossible.
Yeah. I think that, I guess what's coming up for me right now is just the kind of idea of stewardship, like in the sense that, like, even in the sense that, like, you're not your own. You've been bought with a price. And so, but yeah, like I'm definitely, I don't believe in free will. I don't believe in accidents. And I do think that there's an element of humility that is required. But I, like, not that it's that important, like the necessarily like temporal order of things. Like, I'm sure that, plenty of people in existence have been grateful before they were humble. And I'm sure there's been people who were humble before they were grateful. But I do think that there's something about the fact that, like, if you're like when God commands us to humble ourselves, there's a sense in which if we think of humility as some sort of capacity that we could be excellent at, then we're missing it. And that's why I think it, despite my childish joke, I do think that what you're saying is true about the like femininity of the reception, and the receiving of all as gift. I think that like, I don't think I'm disagreeing. I'm just wondering, I guess, out
I
loud
don't think you're
about
disagreeing either.
the kind of like the order of operations. But everything you were saying also reminded me of, because I just read Sickness Unto Death by Kierkegaard, so I'm sorry, it's like all I can think about. But like he talks about um what is the human? The human is a spirit. What is the spirit? The spirit, or what is a self? The self is spirit. What is the spirit? It's a synthesis of the infinite and the finite. And so that's kind of that's that same contradiction that you talked about in terms of us being made of dust and the breath of God. And that kind of those two things being almost the opposite of each other. And the fact that we're made of both of them, I think is also connected to eternity being placed in our heart, as well as us, even in a Heideggerian sense, which he stole from Kierkegaard, being beings towards death. And that kind of the fact that we're alive means we're going to die. Um, but even then, also layered on top of that, the fact that we were dead in our trespasses and we've been made alive through the grace of God. And so I think like, yeah, that what everything you were saying was resonating on a lot of levels. I think that it was just weird that I never thought about that before, about the kind of humility being almost necessarily grateful. Um, because
Mhm.
I think you're right. I'm just
You have to
trying to
think
figure that
about it.
out. Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, Sherry. So Peterson pointing me to Jung's work and archetypes was something that resonated really early on, right? And so I could see these patterns, right, which I think are you might say that each one of those patterns is also an image, and that the the temptation that I had from the flesh to give myself over, right, to surrender my agency to, let's say, my anger, right, or my resentment or my something, and my identity would be effectively lost, and the anger has me, right? It's like ideas have you, kind of thing. And the only liberation that I encountered uh, was through that same process of um, humility, and then from humility, encountering gratitude, right? And then gratitude uh, being something like
Okay, so wait, before you go on,
yeah.
I just want to clarify because I'm getting a feeling that there is a possibility that humility is being conflated with shame. No?
Not that. It was like
Okay.
I
Because
don't.
sometimes we think that being made humble, and we use it in that way, is when we feel that shame that leads us to repentance,
Yeah.
right? It's healthy,
Humiliation versus
right?
humility. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking about it differently. I just want to clarify this because we could assume that humility led us to gratefulness in the sense that, we were led to repentance by realizing that we were far from God, right? Which would humble one. But I think that that's not the same thing. I'm thinking about humility as when you meet a spiritual father or a spiritual mother, somebody who is, this is what Meister Eckhart talked about in that sermon, where he says that the virtue just flows out of them, right? And they don't they are connected to God in every way, and it's because they know who they are. I'm not going to be able to say this, it's just going to sound really dumb, but they know that they are children of God, and they know that He is their Father, and that they know that they are sustained by Him, right? That everything comes from Him. And then of course this gets back to what I talked about earlier with karma, and the whole book of Job, and how God flips the narrative. And what we always want to do is try to solve the theodicy problem, right? Like, well, what about evil in the world? And God doesn't give us an answer for that, but He asks us to trust Him, right? That's
This is
basically
grace
what
is
happens,
sufficient.
right? And so these people can live within all of that, right? And virtue flows from them. And so that's why I'm describing gratefulness as preceding humility. That kind of humility, not the kind of humiliation like McMo said that leads to repentance or
Oh no.
shame,
Yeah,
So I just wanted to clarify that, because
I think he
I had a
did.
feeling.
I think he did answer. I think God did give us an answer to theosis, but I'm not at liberty to talk about it. But I do. Yeah,
No, theodicy, McMo. The problem of
Oh yeah,
evil in
yeah,
the
yeah,
world.
yeah, yeah. The Did I say theosis? I'm sorry. I'm getting my Theos mixed up. Also, my dog
The
Theo
theos.
came out, so I've got all these Theos in my head. Good grief. Um, yeah, no, yeah, sorry. The problem, I do think he gave us an answer to the problem of pain, but I'm not at liberty to say it, and it's not theosis, but it helps. But yeah, I think that there's almost like a sense in which. Um, I almost want to say that like gratitude is like a fruit of humility, or it's like a perfecting of humility. Um, but I think I'm with Michael, where at least my personal experience, as far as I can remember it, is that the humility almost always comes like the, and it's not the shame. It's not. It's the feeling right sized. It's the, oh man, I was really thinking about things wrong. I was really doing something selfishly. I really responded to my wife in a way that I thought I was right and I thought she was wrong, and so I treated her like somebody who's dumb and wrong. And that like I think because it's weird.
Yeah, I've
Sometimes
had this
the
discussion many
gratitude,
times.
yeah, sometimes the gratitude comes so quickly after the humility that it's like
Mhm.
maybe it takes me realizing how grateful I should be sometimes for the humility to come. But then
Or
often I do think
maybe the gratitude is what spurs the humility, and you miss the
unconsciously.
gratitude.
Yeah,
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 exactly.
yeah,
That's what I was
yeah.
trying to say. Yeah.
So
Oh,
Sherry,
okay, okay.
I was like max egotism, right?
No need to
And
brag.
yeah, yeah, right. Uh, just full blown hyper rationality. I'm in control. All these things. And what happened is all of a sudden the veil dropped, and I wasn't what I thought I was.
Right.
Right. And uh, and uh, like if that's not humbling, I don't know what is. And
Mhm.
then any bit of goodness was just obvious all of the sudden, and I was so thankful. It's like it wasn't like my gratitude. It was gratitude that uh, was being worked through me once the veil had dropped. It was something like that.
Well, I mean, of course, right? Like I agree with that. Like because I mean, in him we move and have our being, right? So, and all things are made, by him and for him and through him, and right. So
Right.
like
Well, and that's
this is
also,
not. Mhm.
sorry, that's also like the dance of relationality, that like
Right.
the gratitude can't be a work that you could boast in. You can't like
No,
hang your hat at the end of the day that like,
I
well,
don't think
I,
anyone can be truly grateful
right.
as a from their own effort.
Yeah. So it
Gratitude.
has,
That's why I
sorry.
say it has to come from a realization that you are just a receiver and God is the giver, right? Like that. You can't. It's like, can you make your hair stand on end? No.
I actually can. Can you believe that? I can give myself goosebumps. It's one of my little like party
Okay.
tricks. Sorry, that very rarely comes up, but I was like, actually, you know what? I can make my hair stand on end.
Can you make a chill run up your spine? Right?
No, no, I
Can
can't do it.
you know?
Well,
Can
yeah,
you make a numinous experience happen to you? No, it
no.
happens to you, and I think it's like that with true gratitude.
Hmm.
You know, and it's not necessarily fun, right? Like it could be that thing, Michael, that you were talking about, where you realize who you are, right? It it
Well,
may
and
even be well
that's
represented.
realization, right? Everything is very real all of a sudden.
Well, it's revelation,
Yeah, yeah. Well,
right?
it's a veil dropping.
And
That's apocalypse.
yeah, exactly. And this is what happens to the prodigal son, right? When he goes to lay with the pigs, he thinks that's who he is, and then it gets revealed to him who he really is, and
Mm,
and
Yes.
and he then has no, like, he didn't acquire it. It was given. His sonship is not something that he worked for. He was
right.
not,
So,
right. This is, if you want to quote Heidegger, this is his thrownness, right? We're
right,
thrown
yeah,
into the world. So we can complain about that, but we can also be grateful for it, in the sense that we have a father, right? That who loves
yeah.
us. So
Well, what do you think about this, Sherry? Do you think the prodigal son thinking I could go back and be a servant in my father's house? Is that proper humility, or is that the humiliation? Is
no,
that the shame?
that's the shame. That is the shame. And it's also, like Jeremy said earlier, delusional. Okay, because we don't know who we are.
Right. So the humility is actually maybe shown in reverse in the older brother's lack of it. Like he did not display the humility of joining the party when he could have, which I guess it leaves it as a mystery at the end of the parable whether or not he actually
Well,
joins the party.
I think he actually didn't know who he was either, right? So, like, he felt like he's very similar to the workers in the vineyard who worked all those hours and got paid the same as the guys that just showed up and at
Yep.
quitting time, right? Like, he's that guy. He's like, well, I've been here the whole time and you never gave me a party, right?
Yep.
And but
That's
what he
certainly
didn't
that.
realize.
Well, yeah, I was just trying to say like that's at least we could almost define humility as like not that.
Right. And what he didn't realize was that he actually, in humility, could ask his father for a party. And that, see, it was his pride. He wanted to be recognized.
Hmm.
He didn't want to ask for it, right?
Yeah. Better yet, he could
And
have thrown his brother a party. He could have joined.
yeah, but
Yeah,
I'm
he
just
could have
saying, like,
partied.
he was pissed because he didn't get a party, but he was too proud to ask for one. And scripture talks to us a lot about asking. If you want something, ask for it, right?
Yeah. I have Chad the alcoholic in the back of my head saying too that he was too proud to throw his own party, because that's a lot of work to throw a party.
So
It
Sherry,
takes
I think
planning.
about I think about the story of the prodigal son quite a bit, especially over the last few years. And you know, one of the things that struck me was, here I was having a encounter that I couldn't explain,
Mhm.
and uh, and and some kind of eyes to see that have made it to where I couldn't deny what I see about reality if I wanted to now, right? And that has made me Christian, like kind of whether I wanted to or not, in some sense. Uh, uh, and so here I am, having returned to the family after like going down this nasty living path, prodigal, right? And there have been those who never left. They were faithful in the family the whole time, right? And so I get there, and there's a degree of celebration about that. Like, oh, isn't this great? You're back in the fold. You were this Marxist, communist, atheist asshole for 20 years, right? And like, beautiful, you're back in the church. And there's those that remained faithful, remained in the family the whole time, didn't go down that nasty living path. And they're like, well, what's the celebration here? You know, this person coming in. And and I can't help but feel like I watched that reality play out on my entry
Right.
back into the church.
Stephen says in the comments here, he didn't have the mind of the Father. That's really well said, actually.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
I feel like I have had both experiences now in my life of being both the older brother and the younger brother, but I was the older
Well,
brother first.
there are two experiences in that story.
Yeah.
Right? There's two ways of perceiving these things, and probably more than two, actually. But
Yeah.
there are
Timothy
two.
Keller's book, Prodigal God, comes to mind. But yeah, I don't know if I have any words of advice, Michael, or anything like that, but I felt like growing up very much resonated with the older brother. I was like the good kid who, got saved at 7 years old and stayed in the church and then worked for the church, and saw all of my peers get to go have their young and wild and free adventures, while I felt like a stick in the mud who was, trying to figure out chastity and faithfulness and all of this stuff. And then I got excommunicated, inverted commas, from the church. Nothing official, but basically got booted, fired. I got fired from the mega church. My dog hates this part of the story. That's why he's really barking crazy right now. Actually, he wants me to play, but give me a second. So now I find myself very much in a weird kind of paradox, because in some ways I feel like the younger brother, the metaphor would carry, I'm like the younger brother in the mud right now. I'm lots of people who go to a church and who, are committed to a community would think of me as like, yeah, I'm just wallowing in the slop with the pigs, not going to church, just kind of, for tax purposes, being a nun, None. And then, excuse me. But spiritually, I don't feel like that at all. It just feels like the wilderness, which is a very spiritual place to be. But my wife is now out here, so I have to now do happy hour, and I can't play anymore. But yeah, sorry. She's saying I get to do happy hour with my wife now. Sorry. So good to talk with you guys. I'm gonna bow out. See y'all later.
Yeah. I'm hoping Lance is going to be here soon. Because I actually have to go. It's 1:00 in the morning for me here.
Oh, well, hey, Sherry, feel
Switzerland.
free to peel off anytime that you want. But I had a few more things if you have a little bit more left in you.
Okay, sure, yeah.
Yeah. So when the veil was dropped, I found myself effectively like a very, very real pagan all of a sudden,
Hmm.
right? Because uh, these images were very vivid, and there was no house, there was no foundation built on any kind of rock really for me. And so that meant to map an image onto me took nothing, right? So, uh, so any kind of hypostasis could just map on top, and I've lost individual agency, and there's a archetypal persona that is now at the wheel, right? And the only liberation I found from that effectively was uh, was to participate. And I mean, I think this is true all day, every day, as far as I can tell, is to participate in gratitude that might that 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 the Son might liberate me by the grace of the Father. I don't really know how to talk about it other than that,
Hmm.
right? And then I don't lose myself by participating in that, right? Rather than holding on and me trying to build my own little house on sand, but that participation in gratitude then starts building uh, an ego, a transfigured ego on the rock, right? That can withstand the external elements, right? And I don't
Hmm.
lose myself because I'm obeying a straight and narrow path, but I actually, because the first fruits are given up, I get the highest sense of me back.
Well, I mean, I don't know. These are just all my own thoughts, so I'll just preface everything with that. Um, Everyone can, disagree away with me, but I personally think that the ego, like the ego, the journey that we make is primarily, if I could say it this way, the journey that our ego has to make, right? It has to grow up, and it has to come to um, a proper understanding of who we are. And of course, it's very paradoxical in the sense that, like Meister Eckhart says, what God wants to do is rob the soul of herself. But but what's so interesting about that is that she doesn't know who she is. So, like when I read that, I thought, okay, so how do we know we've been robbed of ourselves then if we don't know who ourselves are, right? So, in other words, I just can't really see us doing anything right. Okay? And and that's why I think sin is actually missing the mark, because we're trying, but we don't know who we are, so we can't actually hit the target,
Right.
right?
Right.
And
Any bit
so,
of hitting the target is like a loss of control and that wind working through you.
well, and it's we don't even know what the target is. How
Right.
can we? Right? So, and because of that, I can only assume that God is like, super long suffering and forgiving and kind and loving and patient with us, because he put us on that road in order for us to, in being robbed of our own selves, come to know who we are. This is why I say it's going to end up being paradoxical,
Well,
right?
so I talk to my Pentecostal mom, right? Who can be a little all over the place for whatever reasons.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the bridges that we've been able to build is both agreeing that we are most ourselves in Christ, right? The most you can be is in Christ. And the further away you are from Christ, the more you lose identity and you're just being taken up by another principality.
Yeah. Just a yawn God, I'm not back from Switzerland. I'm still here. It's really late at night and I need to go to bed, but I'm waiting for Lance to jump back in here. Yeah, I don't know how to think about that because I have my own thoughts about being taken over by other principalities. Then I don't really don't necessarily think it's worth my talking about that at the moment, but I just know that our egos are not going to be renewed. They're actually going to grow up, right? Like a lot of people think that their ego is going to be crucified, that it's actually already an adult, and it's not. It's the smallest part of you. And when in Revelation, when it talks about God giving us our name, right, our identity, telling us who we really are, who we really, really are, we're going to recognize it. We're going to have a sense that we recognize it, and it's because it's always been there, but it's never been perfect in the biblical sense. It's never been complete.
I suspect that word is the right word. It's recognize.
Yeah, that's right. And yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah. Luke Johnston, the guy that I did the imagination essay with, he stumbled across that not too long ago, and he was just flipping out. He was like, recognize. Oh my God.
I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's and this is like, you use the term realization. It's
Sherry, I don't know if you can hear me, but you froze up.
Hopefully she unfreezes.
Yeah, hopefully.
You guys are in the middle of it.
We certainly.
It's been great being here.
Oh, maybe we got her back.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
You hear me? Oh, okay. I was just saying I'm gonna go now because it's late or early, however you want to describe it. But yeah, it's been great.
Thanks for
being here.
jumping in.
Love you guys. Yeah. Bye, Michael.
All right, let's give it a few seconds, Michael. I think Matthew Parlato was wanting to maybe jump back in.
Yeah, sure.
He was heading home. So any of y'all, if you want to keep the stream going, I've just dropped the link. Come in, join Michael, and I can run it from back of the house. I don't know how much I'll be able to be on tonight, but if people feel like they want to, I'm always willing to keep live streams hopping and moving. Yeah, I missed that. I missed that last little piece you were talking about, Michael. What was that last little bit you asked Sherry?
Well, we were talking about the word recognize, right? Like to recognize, yeah, to recognize. And I don't know. I mean, if that was the piece that you missed, I think that there is interesting things to there, and I find myself noticing a handful. I know we all are noticing a handful of those items that have a different weight to it than it would seem at first glance. Like remembering, right? Recognizing, and those things seem to. I think if they're taken seriously, have incredible theological implications.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, the thing that I really tapped into, you guys were talking about, kind of humility is gratitude. Isn't it Derrida who talks about the ultimate response to God is just the gratitude? It's almost the Eucharisto, the Thanksgiving, but it's in the receiving of that gift, right? The response is, that, and to me, I think that's it, right? And we all have those moments, and it's just they don't happen very often. But when you were talking about your story, which is you were once one way, and then something happens, and then you're completely different. Like you'll never unring that bell, and that might take after 30 years of a pathway for that moment to happen. Like some people think, oh, it happens that fast. Nah, it didn't really happen that fast, but the revelation happens that fast.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right. And then once you have that, and so it's almost like, for me, I very much have that sense where there are certain things that happened where I was once one way, and now I can't ever unsee this thing again. Like it's just it literally gives you frames, filters, eyes to see, all those sorts of things. And so, like for you, to me, let's just say that's a lot more. I guess I think of that in a lot more wooey terms, for lack of a better term. I know that's low art.
Oh yeah. No.
But what you're trying to get into is that does something more on a cognitive basis. Like it's revelatory, right? And I sense that more about feeling or whatever, but there's actually a cognition in those moments. Like it almost rewires your cognitive mode of being, so to speak, too.
Yeah. Well, there is an intersection of what's happening visibly and things that are happening visibly at the same time. Okay. So from like a McGillicrest perspective, right, there is something on a neurological level that he understands that's going on, right? But that doesn't change the same woo invisible mapping describing precisely the same thing that's going on, right? And honestly, the most accurate, and maybe it's because of my Christian roots, but the most accurate mapping of it that I've found is like, well, is your house built on sand or is it built on a rock, right? And it's a house of cards problem. Okay, McGillicrest, soldier general. So the soldier is just off. Not only is he soldiering away, he's like, I'm in charge. I'm doing things. I'm figuring it out. There is no general. I'm not obeying the general. There is no general. There's just me. I'm in control. And then it gets real far out there. And all of a sudden, right, his bullshit stops, right? The house of cards collapses. The house on sand collapses. And it's like, whoa, all the lies dropped at once. It's full apocalypse, right? The world, your world has died, right? And then once that's happened, you're in something else. You have recognized actuality, right? And then whether you like it or not, you're very much so in an enchanted world. And that's what I think Peterson's talking about with the desert, right? And that is the house on sand thing too, because when that house on sand collapses, you are in the wilderness. You are subject to all the things in the wilderness of all different sorts of predators, right? Predator as such, right? Serpents of all kinds, right? In this invisible reality, seraphim of all different sorts of persuasions, and you are very there. There is no foundation. There's no cover. There is no house. And the only path through that, if you're not going to be lost in the chaos of the deep waters, is to stumble your way in humility, and participate in the gratitude of light that will bring you up to build a house on the rock.
Mm-hmm. One of the interesting things that that really struck out to me in McGill-Chris's latest conversation with Jordan Peterson was, and yeah, I heard you talking earlier with like you thought you had everything rationally figured out, you had this thing, is he talked about how we need to bring back and emphasize intuition, because we've gotten locked in this world of rationality, and intuition is almost poo-pooed. Intuition isn't as high, but yet he's like, it's in that intuitive space where in a simple sense, using the way I think is like, if you can get into that intuitive space, you are perceiving things when you're intuiting, like you're not shutting out your focusing left brain or whatever. But to me, it's almost like an intuition is, and this, I'm probably totally wrong on this, but when I heard that, I almost think like if you want to get into the middle of your master and your emissary, actually intuition is that place where you can maybe giving the right brain a little more of the control while not shutting off the left brain, right?
Yeah.
So and then when you have revelation, you see things or whatever, but that helps you to see and intuit. Like it's almost post revelation, you can almost intuit and see things, if that makes sense. Like you can see the thing behind the thing and everything else. Like I know that's a really stupid way to think about it, but when I heard him talk about that, that's what was kind of resonating with me.
Well, hear me out. I think every single one of those, look, intuitions are not unqualified goods, right? So that there's a hierarchy of intuitions. It's like, how do you navigate that hierarchy, right? Because you can give yourself over completely to those intuitions, and like, good luck with that chaotic water, right?
Yeah.
And so then you go, well, the soldier isn't capable of ordering the intuitions and the goodness of which one to listen to at what time. It's a dad reflex problem, right? So the dad reflex thing isn't happening because the rational mind has got that figured out. That's not happening that way, right? There is a split second attention redirection towards the highest good, right? Which is to save that baby from falling or cracking their head, right? So then between the soldier and the general, because the soldier can't control what's happening at this general level. I think maybe that starts to fall apart a little bit, but certainly the unconscious intuitions and ordering them, it's not capable of that. And then you also can't just give into that, because you do need to participate in reality that isn't full chaos either. So then I think that's where logos matters, right? Because logos is the only thing. If the soldier can, in humility, give way to logos, logos won't possess you, right, or coerce you, but walk with you to order that reality to where those intuitions can be called at the right time, at the right place, for the highest good.
Yep. I think what Steven said here is really smart, where you can't train the intuition. And then I was trying to pull it up, but it was too far. It got lost. Jeremy had mentioned that he was talking to some, I don't know, martial arts master that, how long will it take you? Take you 10 years. What if I try my hardest and train my absolute best? How long? And he said, it'll take you 20 years. And it's the idea of try harder, right? Like if you're going to try it, you're going to miss it. And it's that dance between the two. One of the things I realized was I'm a very high intuitive. And when I was a younger person in the business, like I knew the right answers. Like I shouldn't have said, like I just knew, like I could intuit and guess what the right answer to a problem was in certain business situations or whatever. And I would say them and they'd be right, but I didn't know I was right. I'll be honest with you. I was that, but that was a gift. And so when I was young, I was like, oh my gosh, this kid's got some talents. Something's happening to me now though, with all of the hard-earned wisdom I've learned over the years. Now I'm intuiting things, but I'm intuiting based on real knowledge, and I have a confidence. Like there are certain things I'm intuiting now, but I can base it on other things that I know now. So if I'm in an environment, I'm solving certain problems and I'm figuring out what's going on. I'm definitely intuiting things, but I have a lot more confidence, not certainty, but just confidence, just because I'm drawing from just other certain experiences, and so I can trust my intuition a lot more now.
Well, so then in the Peterson sense, right? It's like, okay, well, here's all these intuitions, here's all these problems to solve. Well, how do you know which one to give your attention to? Right? There's infinite possibilities on what it is, and so it's like only. I don't even know how to talk about this stuff without talking about Paul now, like the apostle, right? Which is like only if there's death to the flesh, if the flesh is mortified, right? And all of these, whether they're rational or intuitive, like whatever's going on, if the self-obsession, what you want, what's going on in you, if that's not put down, then you can't give enough attention in order to save the baby from falling, right? Because you're too here with you and all your own self-love instead of in relationality, right? The love for others, all that rationality and intuition, Logos can order it in order to raise me up to who I need to be for them.
It's almost this dance between the rationality and the facts you have versus this intuitional space where you can get to is if you can not get too high, not stay too low, you get to that place where you're almost like walking on the water. That I know that's a totally dumb analogy.
No, that's right. No, that's right though.
But that's that's that place. Yeah.
Well, at the top of the water is the intersection of heaven and earth in some sense, right? Mm-hmm. And you can only walk that if you keep your eyes on the highest divine principle. The minute you take them off, you sink.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think the interesting thing is a lot of people, they miss that. They think they think that Peter looked down and saw the waves. It's not what he saw. He saw the wind.
Of course he did.
And it saw the wind, saw that. And that's, then he got himself kind of, lost that or whatever.
Yeah. Well, the as far as I can tell, and I think that's still a participation in gratitude. Right? So it's like, I think it's like Psalm 22:3 or something. And when I looked at the Hebrew, what really struck me was something like, Israel dwells in praise for the Father. It's something like that, right? And so to participate in praise, which is effectively gratitude, right, is to be immersed as Israel with your eyes on the highest, right? And that's when that water walking can happen. That's where there's identity. That's where there's freedom. That's evangelion.
Mm-hmm. And I think that so much of you talk about too much focus on self, right? Because
you'll hear a lot of this is you'll hear this talk in 12-step groups, the next right thing. Like you just do the next right thing. Like the next right thing may not be easy, it might be, but you just know it's just the next right thing. You'll hear Orthodox priests talk about people who are reaching like sainthood is there's not this choice or that choice. There's just the choice, right? Like there's just God's will. There's the thing to do. That thing to do might actually be the thing that puts you in great peril and danger, but it's just, there's no question. You just end up you just end up doing the thing.
What I've
And the attention, I lost the thought, but one of the things I think that our sickness is right now in society is these social media streams, which we aren't prepared to handle. Like we just haven't evolved that level. Like we're not prepared to handle it. And it puts our intention, there's a lot of self-focus, like you and I talked about, like there's a lot of self-focus in a lot of people's feeds, let's just say. And as we see these things coming out, and you're certainly not attending on the highest thing. In fact, you're so much of it, because it said, you watch the social network stuff or whatever, it seemed like we kept like rats, we kept pushing the rage thing and the anger thing and the I'm right thing and whatever that is that gets people to keep pushing those buttons. There seems to be this thing that we're attending to that is making us very, very, very sick as a collective.
So I suspect that attention is aim, right? Attention is aim, and where to hit the mark. Like you can try to force your attention in all sorts of places, but you'll lose it. This is why the people in AA, right? They have like some horror stories to tell because they weren't able to draw their attention away from that which had a hold of them.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
You're reciprocally narrowed on getting the
Yeah.
thing and doing the thing to the exclusion of all other things. Like you would literally drive 5 hours and wait in a parking lot for 3 hours just to get this thing, and that you're not paying your bills or you're not doing XYZ. Like, yeah, it becomes this focus.
Yeah. And only the death of all other possibilities. Okay, the death of my flesh towards the alcohol, towards video games, towards this thing, towards whatever. Right, like here's all these other possibilities and lives I could live. Being obsessed with work, and only if all other possibilities die, and I participate in that light, in that praise, in that gratitude, right? And there's something like, again, that I think is like concerning about that, because you're like, oh, am I going to lose myself? But yeah. I think that's Isaac. I think that's Isaac and Abraham. He gives up his first fruits, but he doesn't lose his son. He gains his back son in the fullest, right? Even though he put up his first fruits, and the only way you can attend to the right thing is to set your eyes, on the anointed one, and then participate in his will that's working through you. But it's never coercive. It's never, you don't lose control. There's not something else that has a hold of you. That's where attention and the aim is also choice, right? And that's why the Father's love is coercive, but it is love, right? Because
what did that look like for you? So before, like when you were out there, what did your highest aim look like before, and then now what does it look like?
So I fully went down a deconstructionist, atheistic, progressive, woke converted Christianity path thing. Okay. So here I was surrounded by a bunch of Christians growing up, rural Western America, evangelical Baptist, Pentecostal territory, grew up in a Pentecostal church, charismatic, speaking in tongues at 13 kind of thing. And I went, because I couldn't get the right answers out of folks, and I'm like top 99th percentile in disagreeableness, right? God help me. No one's answers and everyone's hypocrisy wasn't good enough. All I could do was pick it apart, right? And so I couldn't see whole. I was just picking apart, and kept making decision after decision for that resentment. But the way that turned is, or what that turned into was like, I'm going to do the real Christianity, and it has nothing. I mean, this is like full. What's that lady's name? It's the book, Church of Christ Without Christ. What's that lady's name? Well, whatever. And that's what's happening in the book. It's like here's all of these virtues that are inherently coming from Christian tradition, and like we're really going to do them. We're really going to feed the poor. We really care about equality. So we're effectively the real virtuous people versus the conservative evangelical hypocrites that we hated, right? And so here we are, this like progressive movement, and it's made up of lots of different principles, right? But the one thing you wouldn't find there is a Christian, and that was part of what binded us together. So we hated Christians.
Yeah. But in a practical sense, like, so how did that play out in your day? Like, what did you attend to?
Yeah. So there would be weird mists of Christian things there where you're trying to be humble, you're trying to be considerate, you're trying all of the grace without any of the truth, right? Or they get employed in a way where there's not the fullness of each, right? If John talks about full grace, full truth, no, you're constantly encountering all of the grace or all of the truth used for particular individualistic, selfish means rather than for.
When you were doing that, I'm almost seeing this master and emissary thing, like that pattern, right?
Yeah. And so there would be a lot of virtue signaling, trying to do good, and it would be for effort. It would be effectively to like look good.
My wife had a bachelorette party to go to, so I got released from happy hour. Now it's back to sad minute or sad day or something. I don't know. So catch me up. What did I miss?
Oh gosh. Lots of good stuff. Obviously, you didn't miss. I came back to that humility to receipt thing, but one of the things Michael, and we got into master and emissary and intuition and stuff like that. And Michael right now is kind of describing, I was trying to, because we were talking about what you attend to, right? Your aim. And then he left. And so he left his, you'll love this, he left the kind of conservative, charismatic sort of Christianity of his youth. But now
I love that, Lance.
But now he's explaining how he's because I was trying to say, but then now he left, and I said, well, what did you attend to? Because we're talking about what you attend to, right? And what you focus, that's, going to be your manifestation, lack of a better term. And he's talking, I was like, okay, then what did it look like when you went out and you didn't do that? Like what did practically on a daily basis, like what were you pointing towards? Like what were you tending to, and what were you pointing to? And he was getting into talking about that. Now he's talking about he was pursuing a grace-filled, woke, virtuous works sort of does that describe it?
Yeah. It's like trying to do the Christian thing, but it's not out of selflessness, it's in selfishness. And I think it has something to do with abiding under the principle of Narcissus.
Yeah, yeah. This is exactly what Slim Pickens gets wrong about Kierkegaard, because it's not this aesthetic. You get to choose, what is right in your own eyes. It's true faith has to be by nature of the absurd. It transcends not only the aesthetic but also the ethical and the trust. Like there's a sense, I guess, to connect it to what you're saying. There's a trust that seems almost required or commanded by God, that really goes counter to a lot of our um, mental maps in a way. Like this was even a problem for me with maps of meaning, because I knew enough at that point, like just because of, you know, at least from my perspective, walking with God for 10, 15 years, that I was very dubious of anyone being able to, like, the map matching the territory in any way in regards to meaning or any type of metaphysical reality, just because, uh, God had turned over my apple cart so many times. Like that. I don't know if that's a common phrase or not, but I feel like that's something that I've heard before. But like, I just feel that, I had been in so many situations where I thought I knew what the right thing to do was, and I either did it and things went horribly. It's kind of like what Sherry was talking about earlier, or I didn't do it and things went great. And even as a believer or a Christian, it just it just never made sense. And I always was like, why doesn't this make sense? I must be doing something wrong. It's back to that kind of like rigid cause and effect thinking.
Mm-hmm.
And then part of my wilderness experience, or the rejuvenation, the manna that fell from heaven while I was wandering in the wilderness, had to do with just this sense in which that this stance of a Christian and the faith of believing that all shall be well, oftentimes, if not always, is an absurd statement. It's an absurd belief. You can't cause and effect your way towards all things work together for those who are called, like you can't actually like strategize or even philosophize, or even, I would wager to say, theologize your way to the peace that passes understanding. Because anytime you use understanding, you kind of are sacrificing the peace that passes understanding, because you're kind of playing in that arena of your understanding. And so I think I don't know, is that resonating with anything that you were talking about?
Yeah, and I want to bring one thing and jump to that. But one of the things you said, Michael, which I think it'd be interesting for you, McMo, to do it. So, and this isn't bashing woke or whatever, but this is just one thing, because you were tying it to a narcissism in trying to do these good things, but it had this narcissism. So one of the things, listen, I can poke fun at religious right people. We can do that, right? Because there's plenty to do. So I'm not, but one of the things, like one of the things that was fascinating to watch, and you saw it play out on Sears or Senate, but I've seen it other places, like with my, a couple of my black buddies or whatever. It's when rich white women are trying to tell the black and brown people that they're racist and they don't get it. And it's just like, do you not like out of this virtue signaling of I've got this all figured out and so on and so forth. There's a narcissism in thinking that what's bad. You know what I'm talking? There's this weird thing that's going on there, and and the funny thing is, like, even when they're looking at it in their face, like they have to be having a cognitive dissonance. Like, you know what I mean? Like, even though they don't, they have to be seeing it.
It's attempting to approach virtue, but also with all self-orientation there. Okay.
So did you feel that? When you were in it, and then now you've kind of swung away to some different thing? Did you come to a realization that some of those things you were doing is like all of a sudden those cognitive dissonances, you finally were like, oh crap, like whoa.
Yeah, like I mean, I kid you not, Lance. It was like It was like the fall of the communist union happening in my psyche. Okay. Right. It was like Solzhenitsyn truth had hit me, and everything collapsed. And then everything was revealed exactly as it was, and I was bare and in the wilderness.
And on the flip side, I think we can grieve and pray and want everyone to be saved. The thought of a single soul being saved should shake us to our core. Like I really love that about, certain saints or whatever, but we all have that thing. At the same time, so like me running around thinking that I'm the one that has to, if you don't hear the gospel from me, you're going to go to hell because somehow God doesn't have any other way to accomplish that, right? So I've lived in that frame before. There's a narcissism in that, right? So I'm trying to point out narcissistic tendencies across the spectrum. Are you appreciative? But anyway, that was one of my narcissistic tendencies. When at the same time, when we look at Paul would just say, let's worry about what we're doing in our church, okay? Because we're calling ourselves believers. We're the initiate. We're coming together in family where it's this deep. Don't worry about what other people are doing outside. Like they don't know Christ. Like leave. Like no. Like quit running around telling the whole world and everybody else what they should be doing. But inside, yes, there's we're gonna call each other up. We're gonna fight for the highest possible good in each other, right? But so one of my narcissists. So your narcissism thing, like I think that's really important. And so I'm going to tie it back to what you're talking about, McMo, where you're talking about Kierkegaard, is it's the service of the self, the other. I'm sorry, like I'm tying. See how I'm trying to tie what you came on with, what you just talked about there, and then Michael was talking about his wilderness period when he rejected the Christianity of his youth. That somehow this narcissism plays across all these spheres.
Yeah, I consider myself a great expert, at least in terms of lived experience with narcissism. Uh, but yeah, I guess what was coming up for me as I was listening was like, yeah, you bash some conservative land, so I'll extend the favor and bash some liberals, which is a sense of that you do get the sense that some people kind of obviously they haven't, but it's almost like they read Nietzsche's genealogy of morals, and they heard about slave morality, and they were like, yes, that's exactly what I like. Like that's exactly what I'm trying to do. Of course my earbuds die, but yeah, like even watching the CRC, I mean, my main kind of, I guess, the emotion that I was feeling was just sad, because on the one hand, I feel empathy for the conservatives trying to hold the line on their um, orthodoxy. Like I make fun of that kind of thing, but I also understand the kind of weight and the severity of that feeling of responsibility in trying to lead, a body of believers in right teaching and right doctrine. And obviously too, right? Church structure. What is that called? Ecclesiology. But like, I also felt, pulled and just very empathetic towards those in the synod who were kind of coming to grips with the fact that, like, yeah, this is not what the CRC believes. Like, this is not. You can't call yourself a part of us if you're going to do all of these things and hold all of these confessions or these protests towards the confessions. But I'm kind of like too, like, you can't make a protest without understanding that that's a possibility. Like, you can't be Martin Luther and standing, before God and man, I can do no other, and then just like at the same hand get upset when the powers that be act like the powers that be. So, but yeah, that narcissism piece, I guess, in a sense, is like, because I remember watching a video that struck me to my core. It was, it was kind of just psychologists talking about. Sorry, I'll hold the phone closer. I feel like I probably can't even hear me. But I watched this video, and they talked about how whether perceived or in actuality, almost everyone who displays narcissistic tendencies has some story, some belief about the way they were raised. It's they call it some like critical wound or something like that. And then they've focused so much on that cut, on that pain, on that injustice. You know, usually sometime when you're a teenager or a young adult or something like that. Sometimes younger, but you can get so obsessed with that harm, that trauma, that it's very simple, if that's what you're focusing on, to basically compose an entire identity around that wounding. And so I think that obviously the Christian message is there's no Jew, there's no Greek, but you know, there's also no like POS, you know, there's no piece of shit. It's your identity is found in Christ. And so I think that's a constant rebuke to both the temptation of legalism on the side of the right and the temptation of antinomianism on the side of the left. But I also grieve the fact that as a church and as a body, we come up with so many justifications to schism instead of work it out. And it's easy to point the finger towards the people you disagree with. But I don't think that it's that simple. And I think that I don't know how that's necessarily connected to the narcissism, except for the fact that it just seems really difficult for the body to remain the body without self-amputating every, couple of decades.
Well,
Welcome, Brooks and Jeremy.
Yeah, welcome, folks. Yeah, I think the more you're centering on self, the more you isolate and you're broken off, right? And you're the sheep away from the other 99, right? You'll find your own little corner in your own isolation, in your own little box, away from others. But the more you turn your attention and your aim, right, towards love for the other as the way you would have self-centered, right, then John's logos is present, right? The logos of logos, the highest divine orienting principle of being a good father, a good mother, a good coworker, a good whatever, right? But the more self-centered I am, then the less I'm concerned about any other relationality and only what I want.
I was just thinking about my priest who expresses extreme exasperation at people when they come in for marriage counseling, and he gives them advice, and then they say, "What about me?" Like he's just like, it's like I didn't say anything. It's like starting over. Like, okay, let's start there. That's the problem right there. What about me? That's the problem, right?
Yeah.
In a relationship. And that's in a relationship with other people, it's in your relationship with God. It's both, right? It is the transactionality. It comes back. I mean, it's so pervasive. It's so widespread. That's, because our whole modern dating scene and modern relationship scene is all built around transactionality and around optimizing for the self, optimizing for what's best for me. And what's crazy is that you can even have contradictory optimizations for yourself, right? Like I want someone who's, we know all those paradoxes, right? Of the super hot girl who's also super pious and who's also super subservient and also super smart, right? Like you
that's
just want
what the Iliad's about.
Yeah.
You're describing Lance. Lance is the hot girl who's super pious.
So anyway, yes, that's true. Lance and I talk a lot offline, so I won't get into that. But anyways, but I agree with your assessment, Mikmo. But what I was, and I guess I'm just drawing from my own experience of screwing up marriage for most of my life, and realizing just how pervasive the modern transactionality approach to relationships really is. I was just talking with my aunt the other day, and her husband is going through dementia. He's starting to get dementia, and she's talking about how frustrating it is, and she's just like, I just, I do all these nice things for him, and he doesn't even notice, and I need him to reciprocate. And I was like, that's not love. And she's like, what? And I was like, Christ says that. Christ says even the pagans do that. Even the barbarians will love those who love them. That's not what he's calling us to do. And I think that's it's really invaded our mind to the point where we don't even see it. Like, we don't know that that's what we're doing, but we still like, I'll do the dishes and I hope my wife notices. Like my priest said, your goal should be to do as many nice things as possible for your spouse without them noticing. Like, try to hide it. Try to hide your good works. Don't let your left hand know what the right hand is doing, right? Like that idea. And it ties back into my relationship with God as well a lot, where it's like just trying to live out his will without wanting God to say, oh, good job, right? Like, tap me on the head. Good job. Like, oh, your life is going to be easy for a while because you did these good things. Like, that's just crazy.
So if I could jump in, go ahead. I saw McMo is here, and I know he's a Kierkegaard aficionado. I know, but where do you start with when someone asks, okay, you're Christian, and or they say, I'm Christian. Where do I start with Kierkegaard? Start with, I believe it's in either or, where he says, everything is made these days to make things easier. I can take a train and get out to Esberg in 2 hours, and we have all kinds of fun, easy things. I'm going to make things harder. And that really is, and ties into the Bible, that this is it's a horrible thing, I believe, or whatever that line is. That's where I start. And then you can start talking about the 3 stages. We're all aesthetic, which means we all have our personal wants. And in this society, I mean, it's just, you go to Target and buy whatever you want and all those kinds of things. Think about what it used to be. And when my wife is Danish, we go to Denmark for 2 weeks each summer, and it's old school stuff. It's where it is. And I go to Copenhagen, and I stand on the little city street where Kierkegaard was vilified for being where he was. And it just drew me. And I keep calling attention. Well, I keep calling attention to the fact that it looks like I have green hair, but I have green screen behind me. But I am a Celtics fan, and we did do well. But these are, this has led to my Kierkegaard collection here, and it's all Christian. And if someone says he's a Christian, radical Christian, and I would even start with The Present Age, which is a very thin book, right, McMo?
It's good.
Yeah, for people to start and see, wow, this guy is talking about today. He's talking about the internet.
All right, so I have to interrupt you on The Present Age, because my relationship with Kierkegaard actually started because there was this old lady who was a friend of our church secretary at the mega church that I used to work at. And the secretary didn't even go to our church, but it was her friend who also didn't go. It was just this weird, but it was this older lady, and she actually had a doctorate in philosophy and spiritual direction. She had her master's in psychology, and I think her her undergrad was in like classics or something like that. But she was moving out of her little apartment to go live with her kids or her grandkids to kind of, live out the end of her days, kind of a thing.
Right.
And she had this massive, massive library. And she just said, as many of these books as you want, take them. And so she already had them kind of like in these stacks that were like basically random, probably stacks of like 20, 30 books a piece, like 3-4 feet tall. And she had wrapped them in twine and all this stuff. And so, I was talking to her and asking her about her life and all this stuff. And so she was telling me about all of what she studied, because she didn't get her doctorate till she was like in her 60s or something like that. But so she just gave me all of these free books. And then it probably wasn't a couple months later, I ended up getting fired from that mega church. And so I'm in the wilderness, man. I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to do with the rest of my life.
Sure.
I knew I loved making music. I had all these books. And so one day I literally just pick up The Present Age by Kierkegaard. And I don't even read it. I just say, you know what? I'm going to name the next. I was making beats at this time, making just weird music. And I said, you know what? I'm going to start naming every single song a couple of words from this book. And I had never read Kierkegaard before. And I just started like, I had all these beats, so I just would read like a paragraph or a sentence even and just think, oh, this song makes me think of that. And so I did that, and they're on Spotify, so you can look up McMosav on Spotify or Apple Music or whatever, and you can go see all my.
McMo.
It's what you see here. It's McMosav.
Okay.
But fair warning, these are ravings of a madman. This is not,
that's fine.
you know, the music is not enjoyable to 90% of people.
Hey,
but
for me, it will.
but it's if you want to hear something new, something you never heard before, yeah, it might be good for you. But yeah, and so doing that, basically, I was like, wow, this guy, I like the way this guy writes. I like the way he puts together a sentence. And so I just ended up downloading a couple years later, end up downloading Fear and Trembling. And I listened to it all day at work. And by the end of that day at work, I even told my coworker, who was not a Christian, not a believer at all. And I was like, I just got to tell you, buddy, I've been listening to this philosopher and this like Christian guy, and it is rocking my world, man. Like, I don't know what to say. I'm just like, this is crazy.
Awesome.
And so that kind of started the journey. Yeah. And so now, yeah, I wouldn't say I'm a expert or anything like that.
I know.
But certainly a fan. Certainly a fan.
I mean, that's as a Christian and getting involved with Kierkegaard, that's the best thing you can do. I mean, Fear and Trembling, that's a heavy trip, you know. But if you start with that more accessible present age, and you do have to know about what was going on that in the literary scene there, that it wasn't just Kierkegaard, but people were using other pseudonyms when they were writing. And you have to know, oh man, I've actually went to the Kierkegaard Institute and interviewed these guys, John Stewart and Garf, and talked about and I don't think they're that Christian. And I've been to we went to the Kierkegaard National USA conference in San Diego a few years ago, a buddy of mine, and we talked to some. Yes, there were some really Walsh and Gregor. There's some really good Christians there, but the talk that night was about phenomenology of Kierkegaard, which is like an atheist take. Yes. And as I've said once before on this, if Kierkegaard showed up at that, he would be asked politely to leave. You know, it's like, no, we'll take over from here, which is a reflection of the Dostoevsky's Grand Inquisitor. When they see Jesus, they say, well, we'll take it over from here. You know, you gotta go.
Also the fact of like, they've been bamboozled. You know, they're still in Johannes Climacus land.
Yeah,
you know, they have no clue the joke that Kierkegaard has played on them. They don't know, and it hurts my heart. You know, whenever I watch like a secular person try to, like even the French existentialists,
right?
I get this weird sense of like, oh, you have no clue what he's talking about because you don't have a personal relationship with Jesus. You know, like you can't understand Kierkegaard if you don't understand that, you know, it's all about the individual's personal relationship with Christ. Like, so I was raised Protestant and all this stuff. So a lot of my kind of background theologically, I didn't know it at the time, but it had already been influenced by Kierkegaard. And so, it was like a duck to water when I, you know, I can't get enough of Kierkegaard. But
so Julian, you're also a Kierkegaardian.
Yeah, I've definitely read a lot of Kierkegaard, or I used to. I don't think I haven't been reading him as much lately, but yeah, I think to understand Kierkegaard, you have to pick up a biography and read alongside his stuff. So there's some good biographies out there. There's some there's a few new ones that came out. I think one of my favorites is by Stephen Backhouse. That's a really good one. And then there's the other one that's new is by can't come up with her name right now. It's
the girl from England.
Might be. She also wrote something on Spinoza, I think. Clarice, correct? Does that ring a bell?
Like no, there's a girl named Claire.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah. Okay. I've got a couple of her books. I mean, she's fantastic. She really is. I'm not even sure she's a believer, but she does a good job of explication. Yeah, the Garf is historical. It's huge. It's expensive. You can't even get it cheap. And John Stewart's an interesting guy. Now, Gordon Marino was the head of the American Society. He's also the boxing writer,
That's right.
Wall Street Journal. My son went up there because he was looking at St. Olaf's for college, and he went in there, and Marino signed his book and gave it to him. And he's a cool guy. But he'll ask you right away when you talk to him on the phone. So wait a minute. Do you believe in the resurrection of Jesus? Just like he's a boxing editor. Yes, I do. Okay, just want to know where you're coming from. Now let's talk about Kierkegaard. It's really cool.
Who's that evangelical Kierkegaard scholar? Goodness, who is that? Or are there more? There's one famous one.
But can you spell Backhouse, Stephen Backhouse?
It's just Back and then house.
Okay. Jeremy, this is what it feels like when you get on a long tangent about a saint or start talking about the Orthodox Church.
This is like the Protestant saint.
You can finally suffer with us here.
Please, thank you, Jeremy.
What it feels like.
Well, I feel like I'm like at least being introduced, if not initiated, but you've definitely raised a lot of my curiosity flags in my head. So I've got let's see, I've got a total of 15 tabs open with Kierkegaard books. So just while you guys were talking.
But
the one I actually started with was concluding on scientific postscript.
Yeah, right.
That's funny. That's a great one to start with.
Yeah,
I've never read any Kierkegaard. I don't know him at all.
It's knowing where he's coming from, knowing, and actually, I almost got in a fist fight. No, not a fist fight. It was a fight in a parking lot after the thing with it in San Diego with a Harvard professor when I told him that I thought that the Treaty of Westphalia, which put all the churches under state control, and I said I think that was like the downfall of everything. And he's like, and he had been speaking at this, and he's like, well, there's so much division of this, and this dude was like 6'4", and I'm 6'2", and he had all these tattoos. And I'm like, all right, dude, you just chill out.
He's a great Dane.
There's a lot of intense stuff going on at this thing, and a lot of like shaking of heads. Like, oh, yeah.
So you're talking about the end of the 30 Years' War?
Yeah, what happened was they just said, we're going to stop that. I mean, that's great that they did, but they just said it will now be churches will all be run by whatever prince wants to have it. So this is what Kierkegaard's really railing against. And because he spent the last few years just complaining about the Danish church, which I believe in the Danish church. And it's so boring. And it's so, it's just so boring. And, but it just became this sludge of whatever. And there is a vibrant, of course, in any country, there's a vibrant Christian church going on. I don't know if up north there's an Orthodox thing. There probably is. They have synagogues and things like that too. But it's just the national church, when you put the queen in front of it or the king in front of it, it's like England. It's we get what that is. And that's
it's almost a nominalism, isn't it? It's like a form of nominalism, or like just like acting the part, but not really. It's like going through the motions.
Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
and it's even more tied to the state that you can see it. We probably see it in England that he's the king is the protector of faith,
Yeah.
and he might not even be. Usually they don't have any. They have loosey-goosey moral standards themselves and things like that, and it's just not. It's really. I stand by what I said about the Treaty of Westphalia with this guy. I'm not going to mention his name. I bought his book out of guilt afterwards.
Well, that's the thing with Kierkegaard too, right? Because like I tend to not really enjoy his attack on Christendom that much, even though like on vibes alone, I'm right there with him. Burn it down or whatever. But like, I've always kind of seen that as like a overplaying of his hand in terms of like I get a sense that he felt so certain about the fundamental reality being one's ontological existence before God,
Right.
and it being the individual, that individual.
That's what his gravestone says, that individual. Yeah,
exactly. And so like, I think that because of that, any type of influence from above on any believer's spiritual life became more and more intolerable for him. And I see that as kind of a, it's like a, what are they called? A tale to avoid, like I see that as like something to avoid. Like I don't want to, like I feel that as a failure in Kierkegaard. Like I think that he perhaps failed to love the church in the way that he should, or something, and I wrestle with this because I don't feel necessarily connected. Well, if there was a state church, I don't know if I would. I live in America, so God bless the land of the home, home of the free and the land of the brave.
Yeah.
But I do get a sense that I'm not sure what my existential stance towards the state church would be. Because I can definitely feel the pull of the F that, I won't do what you told me, Rage Against the Machine. But that's also present in Kierkegaard, and like I said, because of that ontological being before God. But then there's a part of me that wishes Kierkegaard could have figured out a way to humbly submit. I mean, for goodness sake, like his brother was it's not like he was that outside of the system. His brother was whatever it was, the bishop or whatever. And
he
so
was cardinal even at one point.
Yeah. So
I think, and these things are probably connected. I think what I've become most critical of Kierkegaard for is that whole Regina thing. I think there's a lot packed into that little episode that that kind of shows where he goes off the rails or something like that. But I think that there can be like a radicalism for radical sake in him that sort of manifests itself in that kind of in the broken engagement and in a book like Fear and Trembling, and then I think in the attack on Christendom in a different way too. Yeah, I don't know what that means, Craig.
Where do you see that? Where do
Cool.
you see that in Fear and Trembling? Because I don't get that in Fear and Trembling. But where do you see that in Fear and Trembling?
Let me think about it. Well, I think just the way he thinks about faith there as like just this sort of stepping out into the void in a kind of, that Abraham is kind of confronted by this voice that so radically goes against the claims of reason and tradition or anything like that. And then true faith is following that.
Yeah. I saw. I guess I.
And then and I mean, what's part of the context there is that he was writing Fear and Trembling with his broken engagement with Regina in mind. Like the whole subtext there is, I'm Abraham, I'm sacrificing Isaac, and then God is going to return this to me again. And if you kind of read that narrative, like he was writing this almost exactly after the broken engagement, and there's these references to it. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. I definitely, I guess I've had that thought before where it's like, yeah, this boy is just heartbroken. But I guess I read some of what you were talking about in terms of the absurdity piece. I guess I go back and forth in the sense of whether or not he is talking from this ironic distance of the pseudonym, Johannes Climacus, who says, I can't, for the author of this book
Yeah, I
can't make
mean,
the leap.
that's true. Like the guy who's writing Fear and Trembling isn't a Christian. Like he isn't right. He isn't the pseudonym isn't a Christian figure. He's someone
Right.
who's just
Yeah.
on the doorstep.
Pat, if we could give the folks at home a little bit of a rundown of what kind of we're talking to in points.
No, dude. This is Kierkegaard 302, man. If you want 101, Google it.
But to do the lived experience thing real quick, you do have to go to some of the places he hung out. I had the opportunity to be a student and to take a course and to be led around by someone who studied about a lot of this stuff. But the lived experience aspect often gets overlooked, and I think that I just want to raise that up and say the appreciation of how we're seeing those two in the discourse, our conversation, and Regina.
Can I just say I'm so impressed? I've never seen so many Kierkegaardians in one stream. This is so much fun.
Dude,
we made it, baby.
Now, I have two books. His later life stuff. He had lost his powers of expressing. And he just was like lashing out. I think that's what when he was really going after the church, which is, in vino veritas, it was kind of like he was just ready to just go.
His work really demonstrates something I heard earlier today, which was that in a certain level, you have to learn to love other people in trying to learn to love yourself. And that affects your relationship with the church. And that plays out a lot in Kierkegaard, and that might be a symptom's not the right word of his time and place, but it points to the fact that the modern moment goes farther back than even him, and that modernity is a dynamical thing, not a moment in time, and that's what I think allows us to relate to him and has in his love life being relatable today.
There's a certain Van Gogh point about his art too, that he's just had to be tortured to be able to write in this timeless way that so that was the Regine, and I'm glad Regine ended up marrying someone and having a happy life, so it didn't even harm her, but he harmed himself. I mean, he had to do that to cut off his ear, metaphorically. Yeah.
And then look at where he chose to live during that and after that, because he did move basically to the busier part of town right afterwards over in Norborough.
I think he moved to Germany or to Berlin for a short stint after the broken engagement, right?
Pub that he just sat at, did the whole kind of, Marx thing and got drunk, ate a bunch of food and stay up writing all the time. It's worth pointing out about this point in time in his intermediary work.
He asked the Corsair to attack him. He said, attack me, and it killed him. I mean, but he wrote from that, I mean, that's the guy. That's the artist.
Yeah, that Kierkegaard's mental illness is probably the biggest draw for me. The biggest connecting point. It's just like the shooting yourself in the foot, the fumbling of a bag. In terms for Kierkegaard, it's a woman. For me, it was like a great job. But I like to say.
Can I ask a quick question about this?
Yeah.
Are you saying you're reading Kierkegaard as someone who struggles with mental health issues yourself, or that you're just attracted to that sort of depth that he brings?
Yeah. So it depends on what you mean by mental health. It depends on what everybody means by mental health. But I am on the other side of Johannes Climacus, where I have the experience of most people calling the way I think absurd. And so sometimes I don't know whether to agree with them and say, yes, I'm insane. You don't have to believe me at all. But then there's other times when I feel like Kierkegaard and I feel like I'm speaking from the truth of my subjectivity. And it doesn't feel like I'm mentally ill. It feels like I'm connected, but I want to be humble and say that, it's very possible. Don't trust anything I say because, but yeah, so I connect to but also I'm artistic, I'm emotional. I like I was just as attracted to Kierkegaard, the artist and the writer, as I was the philosopher. And it wasn't until I found Kierkegaard that I found someone who kind of held those three those three being theology, the aesthetic, and the philosophical, in a way that connected with me. Like once I heard the three stages, I was like, aha! So there's someone else in the universe like me. And the being raised by a stern father. Although my dad is not as bad as Kierkegaard by any means. I have a great dad. Like I don't want to necessarily. When I first read him, though, I didn't know how bad it was because I hadn't read a biography yet, or I just heard kind of, and I was like, yeah, I also had a pretty conservative dad. Little did I know, as far as I know, my dad never cursed God. He never told me I'd only live till 30 or whatever. But yeah, I went to art school and stuff. So like the aesthetic, and then learning about, I think it was the Enneagram. I listened to this podcast where they were talking about Enneagram 4s, really like Kierkegaard, and I was like, oh, I've heard that name. And then finally, I think it was Jordan Peterson, and he was reading from, I can't remember. It might be his journals, or it might just be Unscientific Postscript, where he's talking about. It was where it's what you were talking about earlier, Brooks, where he determines that it's his role to make things harder. But it says, he was sitting outdoors at a coffee shop, smoking a cigarette, and he thought to himself, like, I need, it's not about what I think or who I'm to become. I have to figure out what I'm to do, or something. Like it's that kind of classic existential. And man, did that just hit me at the perfect time. And it was like this weird thing because I had taken this existentialism course in college, and they had mentioned Kierkegaard and that he was like this Christian existentialist, but they didn't. He wasn't on the syllabus, so my lazy ass was like, "Well, I'm not reading it. Like I'm not gonna read." It's like I'm a Christian. I don't need that. Like I didn't feel the need, like I needed anybody to help me kind of debunk Nietzsche or whatever. And like Sartre and Camus were interesting, but they just struck me as depressed. And so I was kind of just like, okay, yeah, I like existential philosophy. I get being a sad boy. That's kind of done with that. And then, yeah, it's crazy how kind of Kierkegaard worked his way. Like he found me, I found him. I don't know, but like, yeah, I'm a complete fanboy of Kierkegaard. So yeah, this stream with all of these Kierkegaard people on it, I'm like, this is what I've been waiting for. This is great.
People definitely
Go ahead.
do not have a neutral relationship with Kierkegaard. It's everyone has their personal relationship with Kierkegaard for sure.
I gotta go because for like family cooking dinner stuff, but this is awesome. Let's do it again and maybe get it organized and get some more people even.
Yeah, that could be good. We'll
All
see
right,
what we
thanks,
can
guys.
If I
see what we
can
can do.
follow
Bye,
that from Mo for a second, I think there's something really interesting about Kierkegaard's work as a whole, in a sense, which is anxiety, alienation, and then specifically loneliness, which seems to be like the things that it seems to be a cultural moment that he was reflecting in a certain way, but it's one that either hasn't ended or is still continuing. But I think that's also what makes him so personally relatable. And it's I think he'll be someone whose thoughts to watch as they percolate and see how they get processed in the next little time period. Because it's no secret that there's a massive amount of anxiety and loneliness in the world right now.
Well, and I think too, it's kind of what's coming up for me now is Kierkegaard's stance on apologetics, which I think parallels nicely with kind of the.
I think that's probably what got me into him is that whole faith reason apologetics angle.
Well, and it's just, to me, it parallels with the fact that we're seeing the death of new atheism or whatever, and so there's no longer a need really for the.
What data is it?
You scared of Dada, Slim? You scared that the crazy art's gonna make your brain rot? Come on, dude. But anyway, yeah, there's a parallel there, and Kierkegaard saying that like Christianity is not something that needs defending. It's this thing that you have to take on by faith, and if you try to defend it in a way that you make it completely understandable and explainable, then all you've done is sold an idolatry under some fanciful name. And so that kind of, to me, is maybe why Kierkegaard is important in this moment, or coming back around, or something like that, coming in vogue again, because I do think that he kind of embodies this kind of confidence, but also a realization that, like, we're not talking about the same things when we're talking about systems, even Hegelian, that we can kind of squeeze into our brains and map onto the world and make sense of meaning in that way, in that mode of reality. That to be Christian means to have submitted that under something greater. And if you're a part of that thing that's greater, it feels like what you're meant to be doing. But if you're not connected, then the only word for it is absurd. Like Abraham is silent up the mountain of Moriah, because what could he say? And so, yeah, that kind of stance in regards to apologetics, that along with his kind of the sneakiness of it, like the way that he's ironic and the way that he hides things.
There's subtlety to it as well as he gets older. And that I wanted to tie that back to a few hours ago, was about humility itself, and something that I wanted to add to that part of the potluck here is the word acceptance in relation to being something that towards that humility, and it's acceptance of pretty much everything. But I don't really know how you can. It seems very fundamental to faith, regardless of faith in or towards whatever, and what your tradition is.
Now I can come back into the conversation, because I actually wanted to talk about the humility as well. I had a quote so I'm going to bring a saint into it, since you guys are talking about your Saint Kierkegaard. I'm going to bring
Jeremy, go off.
A quote from Saint Silouan. No, it's totally related.
I think he might resemble that remark.
He said, when the soul completely surrenders to the will of God, then the Lord himself begins to guide it, and the soul learns directly from God. However, it rarely happens that the teacher of the soul is the Lord himself by his grace of the Holy Spirit, and few know about it. Only the one who lives according to the will of God. A proud person does not want to live according to the will of God. He prefers to manage himself. He does not understand that man lacks the understanding to guide himself without God. And I, when I lived in the world and did not yet know the Lord and his Holy Spirit, relying on my own understanding, did not know how much the Lord loves us. But when I knew the Lord, our Jesus Christ, by the Holy Spirit, the Son of God, my soul surrendered to God. Since then, everything sad that happens to me, I accept and say, the Lord sees me. What am I afraid of? I could not live like this before.
It's when he says he knows it, right?
Yeah. When he met Christ, basically, he's just like, okay, whatever. Whatever. What's that?
Not when he sat around thinking about it or found the right word to define it with.
Right. That's like Job, right? Job was saying, I knew about you, but now that I see you, I'm dust and ashes. I think it's that, right? The encounter is different than reading about reading about someone is different than meeting them. Like you can't capture someone in a book.
What's also coming to mind to me, and it's just because I just listened to Sickness Unto Death, but Kierkegaard talks about he talks about it in a bunch of places, but not taking offense to Christ, and how there really is no excuse, because and this is Kierkegaard. I'm not sure if I can follow him this far, but I get the sense that he basically says that now my brain's putting it way too harshly, but it's something about the fact that when we sin, when we're prideful, like you're talking about, Jeremy, it doesn't have to. We're telling ourselves some story to justify it, but the reality of the situation is that we're offended by the prospect of humility. We're offended that the greatest of all, the height of the hierarchy pyramid, was made lowest of all. And so that kind of dialectically means that to be greatest is to be least. And so we're stuck in this kind of anxiety and this tension of whether when we say "Thou will be done," does that mean, what are we hoping for? You know, like what are we actually asking when we say "Thy will be done"? And
Yeah.
so,
You
like,
don't know. That's the scary part, right? It could be anything.
exactly. And so that's the anxiety I think that Kierkegaard talks about. But then I think that he also kind of hints at least that there is this possibility, and that it may seem absurd that, like, the outside of this kind of, if you're on the outside of this existential reality, it's absurd. But there's no telling what it feels like on the inside, kind of to what your statement or your quote from the saint was. Like, only the individual knows in his heart, or not only the individual, but the individual and God kind of know in their heart the reality of the, you know, the state of a soul or whatever. But you almost get this sense that, like, that pride comes not from this kind of it's not from necessarily this inflated view of self, as much as it's this taking of offense in the person and work of Jesus or something. Am I making any sense at all?
Yeah, it's the scandal, right? It's the scandal to the pagan mind. The scandal to the pagan mind is that God himself could not only enter creation, but enter as the lowest thing and to live a life of humility, and that he's calling us to the same life,
So
right?
on that point, on those two, Kierkegaard ultimately, I don't know if he says it in his work anywhere directly, but he does point at that the thing missed in being concerned about moving the capstone to the foundation stone is that there's too much pressure on the foundation stone and it'll crack, or that the tyranny of moving that which is highest to the lowest could blow out the whole system. The thing is that what I'm seeing it is in his work as a whole, and if you're recontextualizing it for what's happened to it since, is that Kierkegaard hints and gestures at the thing about the hardening of the heart and the circumcision of the heart is the fulmination that takes place with acceptance, and the culmination that takes place in that event, which allows one to know the other, to use to existentialist language. But that great other is also, in a way, and I don't want to speak beyond my bounds, but it's the great other. I'll just stop short and point it at that. But again, that's the participatory being able to be and model a conversation, let alone a relationship. And the thing that broke in his world, or was broken in his world, has not yet been transfigured. I to say it that way, maybe.
Well, what's coming up for me for that is the idea of the three stages, you know, and I often wonder, especially when you think of it in kind of the either or book, and then I like to think of Fear and Trembling as the religious stage, like the neither, or the either neither kind of a thing. But I also think this is what Slim Pickens is missing in the chat here, because I don't think that he's getting the sense in which Kant fails to get further than the ethical stage. I mean, obviously with the kind of, you know, what is it, the universal imperative or whatever, that kind of morality, and even this comes in with what you were saying, RJ, because I can't help when you're talking about the great other, I can't help but thinking of like the Lacanian or the Zizeki, like big other, you know.
Yeah, it picked up on twisted on its head to try to look at it fully, but I don't know about you guys. It's pretty hard to ride a horse by turning it upside down.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, I do think that, like, that kind of interaction with the big other, or even the kind of, like, because this seems like I don't know, like you said, I'm probably stepping beyond my bounds here intellectually. Certainly am. I'm definitely at the forefront of my ability to think. But I do think that there's this sense in which because you see this at the end of either or, where Kierkegaard almost wants to make the romantic relationship between a husband and a wife the end all be all and the highest metaphor for reality. You know, like that's what the character, at least, you know, that's where he tends to go. It's like by the end of that book, you're like, wait, is marriage Christian? Can you be saved and not be married? Like, but then you remember, like, no, Kierkegaard's this single dude. Like, is he is he making an idol out of this? Sorry.
The Hermetic. You have to remember where in the chronology. Look at where the last 200 years has led up to him. What's going on in 1700 with this around himself, and that got kicked off by the very Hermetic tradition, which he found himself accidentally engaging in, and that works out in some of the other pseudonyms.
Yeah. Well, and it strikes me too that most people that I've heard comment on this, and it's not just people who have read Kierkegaard. This is kind of like this seems to be one of those times where Kierkegaard was operating on a level deeper than maybe he even knew. But there's this sense of a type of conservative person who is obsessed with the law, and for some reason, the law that they're obsessed with is obsessed particularly with the laws around mating, around marriage, around the family. And so there is this kind of, I read Kierkegaard as kind of pointing at this temptation of the legalist, like that the family is the most dangerous idol for the righteous man, kind of a thing, if that makes sense.
Have you read anything, because I'm just pulling it up now, from his works of love?
Oh yeah, I've been working my way through that for like 2 years, kind of like a paragraph at a time.
Yeah.
What have you read from him, McMo? Or what's your real name?
I've read Either Or, Fear and Trembling, Sickness Unto Death, like I said, half of Works of Love, The Present Age. I think that's it. I've listened to kind of portions of other parts of it, and I've done the autodidact to like watch everything available on YouTube, listen to all the audiobooks. I finally found some of the Penguin Press, or I can't remember if it's Penguin or Press, whatever, the kind of the official Wong translations of all of the whole library. But I'm slowly building my library. You know, I'm not necessarily a man of means, so it's like used bookstore to used bookstore, seeing if I can find something.
Z Library is your friend, McMo.
Well, the problem is the library only has the hits, man.
No, Z Library. The website, yeah, it's like this Asian website that has like 95% of books you've ever heard of. Yeah, I mean, I stump it every once in a while, but only very rarely.
I remember that.
Familiar with?
And also like thrift books online, you can get cheap books for free. Or not for free, but definitely not for free, but for like half price. Or
these are all. But I was looking at this for a second. I noticed something, that there's a dialectic in Works of Love between the character of the rogue and the character of the lover. And he describes the rogue as the one who achieves freedom as his highest goal, and the lover as the one who enters into interrelationship. And that his gifts are true gifts, not gifts seeking reciprocity or debt. And I want to link that back to, before I lose the thought, about the debt between the elder brother and the younger brother of the parable of the prodigal son. Because again, Kierkegaard is like, this is where I pointed out the Hermetic thing. Because that, like, again, he's on the other side of the Hermetic thing. He's also on the other side of the whole French minstrelsy thing, where he's looking at the romantic side of the rogue and seeing him seeking freedom. And like, again, that's where like context can be key, but can also color and distort. So like I bring it up since we're familiar with his actual like writings per se, to look at this in a more holistic way, perhaps. I don't know if you guys have any thoughts about the rogue or about the lover in that sense. I was thinking.
Yeah, I haven't read much of. I've read a bit of.
Sorry, Julian.
I was just gonna say I've only read a bit of Works of Love, so I don't don't know it that well.
Well, he just sees himself as struggling between these two impulses, obviously. Between wanting this freedom where he can experience God at the top of the mountain, and wanting to have his lover back, because he obviously he notices by the end of his work he can't understand himself without the other, and if he can't understand himself, he can't talk to God, and that's what ultimately drew him back in a certain way.
Yeah, I have thoughts on that particular dynamic. Oh yeah, I think this is what I was trying to say earlier. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I don't really know how to talk about this because talking about Kierkegaard can get a bit too personal. So I'm a bit uncomfortable talking about it too much because I think what happened for me when I read Kierkegaard, I would definitely I mean, he encourages this. He says, it's really not about the scholar trying to figure out what I mean. It's about my works being a mirror for you to see yourself. And so he invites this kind of existential engagement with his work. And so you end up not knowing where Kierkegaard starts and where you begin and where you end. And he puts you into that kind of, you start to see yourself in his biography and map yourself onto his life. And you start to think of your own sort of struggles in terms of his own writings. And so, yeah, it's sort of hard for me to talk about him publicly because it just kind of gets into my personal life a bit too much. I'm sure that resonates with you, McMo.
Do you think that that's, well, yeah, I have the opposite problem. I'm always having to like chastise myself to not say every little dirty secret that I've accumulated in my life. But the appeal is there. Yeah, I don't know if that makes me more of an exhibitionist or more of a hysteric. I don't know what the current psychoanalysis would be on me, but yeah, like, oh shoot, did I lose what I was gonna say? Oh no, I remember. Do you think that that's a function of the way that it sounded like you were saying, Julian, that that's kind of, in your sense, like that kind of existential connection that the readers of Kierkegaard seem to make? Please stop. Thank you. Be good. Oh, okay. Do you see? Sorry. Do you see that as because of the way he writes, or what just came to mind for me was the fact that like what everybody always says is like you really need to know Kierkegaard's life before you read his work, because like I'm not sure. The more you learn about him, the more his books kind of make sense. But I've also gotten the inclination that like there's a certain sense with like artists or what, like I guess it depends on whether you see his work as primarily philosophy, theology, or kind of that aesthetic third thing. Like, because for me, I was like, I just really enjoy at first I was like, I don't like that everybody is always like, you've got to know the Regina story before you read Fear and Trembling. Because if you don't understand that he's like this emotionally wrecked sad boy, then you won't get what he's talking about. And I'm kind of like, okay, yes, I am also an emotionally wrecked sad boy, but I kind of wish I could have just come to this text, like, not knowing that like I was like that this was made for me, kind of a thing. But yeah, I wonder what you think about that. Like, do you think that it has to do kind of with he wrote in a way that, yeah, go.
Well, I think it's the way he was writing for sure, and I think his whole persona, right? He was always saying he's this provocateur, is this Socratic gadfly figure, and he wants to provoke people. He writes his books not for the scholarly audience, but for the single individual, right? And he wants, I think, in concluding on Scientific Postscripts, he talks about his writing being like a mirror, where he wants you to see yourself. And then he models himself after Socrates. Ultimately, he's the guy who's walking out and then asking people fundamental questions about life and existence and truth. And it's not the kind of nitpicky scholarly questions that Socrates is asking. It's the real questions of life and meaning. And this is why, like, one of the guys here is talking about Kierkegaard natural law, and Kierkegaard is disagreeing with this intellectual tradition, and that's sort of missing the point, I think, because yes, that's obviously there in Kierkegaard. He's doing this critical thing, but what he's really aiming at is getting you into. I mean, there's this famous quote of where he says the scholars are the people who kind of they're like the boy who's out to get a spanking, and then they put all of these napkins between them and the and the thing that's about to hit them. And then he says that's what the scholars do when they sort of treat the Bible like an objective historical document. And he's trying to get you into that mode where you can't, when Socrates comes and asks you those questions, you can't say, well, so and so said this and so said that, and I have footnotes to back up my opinion. Socrates is asking, well, what do you think? Like, where do you land on this question? What actually is true? What actually is real? And that's the place Kierkegaard wants to get you to. And he thinks that we just have all sorts of ways of distracting ourselves from that place. So.
If memory serves, he was writing some of that most gadflyish stuff when he was hanging out in the bar after he moved, hanging out with all the students.
Well, you have to. I don't know. I kind of feel like I separate Kierkegaard's, like, because his nickname as a child was like the Fork or whatever. Like he was always kind of a little bit of an a-hole. If he's anything like me. But like I also get the sense that, well, I'm biased because what's most present in mine is Sickness Unto Death, where he's actually, and I think it's fairly rare for his oeuvre, if I'm not mistaken, that he's actually like disagrees with Socrates, and he's critiquing Socrates, specifically the idea of Socrates that that learning has to do. Oh, Luke's here. Luke, come on, hop on, buddy. Come on, dude. We miss you, bro. Please hop on. The link's right there, man. You don't even have to know about Kierkegaard. We just want to see your face. Yes. But yeah, like the idea that Socrates basically thinks that like we just forget the truth. And this is like back to the humility and pride thing that Jeremy was talking about earlier, is like Kierkegaard's point is basically like, no, we don't forget the truth. We hide the truth from ourselves because we want to do evil shit. And but then there's also the sense in which, like, whenever I think of Kierkegaard's relationship to Socrates, I guess which I'm not disagreeing with you, Julian, because I do see that gadfly kind of aspect to it. Or I can't remember if that, maybe RJ, you said that, but
That's Julian.
Oh, okay. Well, whenever I think about that kind of relationship, I always think about the irony because of his like thesis, or his his doctoral thesis. Luke, my man, I miss you, boy. What's up? This is what it's like to pray sometimes.
Yeah. Luke is speaking to us from nothingness. He's in the divine darkness.
He's making his way onto
He's
stream.
finally making sense, all his critics will say.
The cloud of unknowing.
There it is. There's the tab. Hi.
Well, you have a tan now, too.
Do I? I also have this hole in my shirt that my cross comes out from.
Badass, dude.
Let's make sure people can see it. How pious of you.
It's this is a friend. This is an old friend's band, and he's a zoo animal. But the middle O just makes a little space for Jesus.
In the middle of the zoo.
Yeah.
Just like my middle school dance.
I've not been listening. You guys are talking about Kierkegaard?
Yeah, man, it's a dream come true.
I was going to go to what McMillan said. Camus in Le Chute makes some of the same points, which is what makes Camus rather tolerable to me. Just specifically about the hiding, you can't actually hide the truth from yourself. When you try to do it, that's what triggers you into nihilism and into absurdity. Yeah. But, existentialism goes both ways.
My problem is whenever I agree with something a French existentialist says, I think to myself, They stole that from Kierkegaard.
Yeah.
And whenever I disagree with a French existentialist, I think these fucking French existentialists, they don't know shit. So it's a lose-lose from my perspective. But I shouldn't be like that. I respect Camus.
Well, I think he's Kierkegaard for atheists. So that's why I'm shouting him out a little bit, because every little bit helps.
There you go. Luke, we're just talking about personalist ontology.
Oh, perfect.
In Kierkegaard's terms, it's the individual's relationship and ontological existence before God. But same. What have you been thinking about out in the fields?
Oh man. I've been very preoccupied. I went on a big trip, and so I've been visiting family. I was staying at campgrounds that did not have cellular service or Wi-Fi. So I was very off the grid, and then I was in long car rides with my family. So I've not been thinking many of these thoughts at all. What was it? I did listen to a Rogan episode today where he was talking about superpositioned electrons, and he was saying that when you map it or model it or something, it looks kind of like a yin yang, and then he was trying to describe what a yin yang, what it means, or they were asking about it. And I was just like, well, it's the Tao. And I mean, obviously they don't know anything about the Tao. And but then I was thinking what it is, it's relational ontology. That's what it is. I mean, that's what they're talking about. So
Or that goes always about the pyramid thing. I don't know if you caught that.
On Rogan?
No. Earlier, I don't know if you were listening to.
No, I wasn't listening. Sorry.
He was a similar point about pointing about concern about what happens. Try to take that which is highest and see it as the lowest, or if it can, and that's the confusing thing about relational ontology to some people. Because again, it's what is this being held together by if you start moving the thing that's orienting everything?
Yeah, I mean, don't you think that question is is begging a substance ontology thing though? What is holding this thing together?
That's exactly where we are in the overall cultural technical moment.
Yeah,
is driving us that very thing. We just.
By the way, not to just jack this whole thing, but I listened to Neil deGrasse Tyson's response to Terrence Howard.
I did too.
It's so terrible. It's just really frustrating, and I'm just
Who's Terrence Howard?
He's an actor, but he was on Rogan and he was postulating all sorts of somewhat novel theories of he was talking about this completely different model of the periodic table. He was just essentially saying that they all the elements relate to each other in almost musical and visual electromagnetic frequencies. So he was essentially getting at a lot of relational stuff, but he was doing it in a pretty technical way. And I don't know, it just kind of blew up. It's one of those Rogan episodes that blew up recently because it's not the standard model.
Terrence Howard points out a bunch of things that are true-ish, and then goes a step further and then says, "Oh, the axiomatic thing we mix and built our math on is true, but it missed the idea that 1 times 1 can equal 2."
Yeah, I mean, he says a lot of things that I don't know what he's talking about.
Not what that's not what he is scaling. He's scaling things in a way that doesn't make sense. Out about his
Yeah, I think that the salient piece of Terrence Howard is not necessarily any of the specifics of what he said, but it's more about the immediate viral reaction from all of the people in society who have gotten everything wrong for the past 5 years, if not more. And it's so that it's this immediate gut reaction from the modernists and the science worshipers that are like 1.1. It's very similar to I think it was Eric Weinstein. Often get the brothers mixed up, but he pointed out that like calling them nuclear bombs instead of nuclear bombs is like this funny thing where it makes people who it's like the dumbest reason to make fun of somebody for mispronouncing a word or whatever. Same thing with people who like they mispronounce a word because they're used to reading it instead of just talking about it, saying it. You know, like as a not that avid of a reader, but an avid talker. You know, I have nothing but compassion for those people. I usually think that they're smarter than me if they mispronounce a word. But like, I feel like it's along that same lines of thought where it's like, okay, yes, we could nitpick and say that like, okay, this is wrong because of that. And like, we could even take this kind of arrogant air like Neil deGrasse Tyson did and say like, place ourselves on the throne of science TM and just be like, you know, as the expert on all experts, this is bullshit. Like, or we can kind of be like, okay, that's not maybe the way reality works, but we need to make damn sure we know why. And I'd much rather have people who are that smart and can put in the time to create this whole entire worldview for themselves, at least be heard out, you know? And I don't know, I'm not an expert. Luke, you studied chemistry. Was the stuff he's saying bullshit or was there something to it?
I mean, the stuff he's talking about is like, I mean, I went to school at a normal chemistry school. I mean, they're not talking about the stuff Terrence Howard was talking about. So I don't know. I mean, and the thing is, like, what to me, what it made me think of is a beauty first approach to understanding reality versus a truth first approach. Because like Rogan, I think it was Action Bronson was on Rogan, and they were talking about it. That's when I was listening today, and they were saying, yeah, it's so like his model is so beautiful. They're just like, it's awesome. Like it just looks cool. And I'm like, yeah, that should tell you something. Versus this blocky, weird looking nothing.
Who was it? What's the guy's name that Joe Rogan was with?
Action Bronson.
Yeah.
He's like he's a chef from New York. He's awesome.
His name. Here's my Action Bronson impersonation. I was reading Harris Tyler why I ate a pierogi outside of the bodega. That's what all this crap sound like to me.
It's pretty close.
I want to hear you talk about Kierkegaard in that.
The self is not the self, but the relation of the self to the self. In this way, the self is not a self.
This is next level TLC. This is like when Sam does his Andrew Tate impersonation.
Oh, why haven't I ever seen this? I'm not in. Yeah.
It's on his most recent video. You got to check it out.
It's a good one.
Luke, go to the video for his analysis of, you know, interfaith relations between Muslims and Protestants and Catholics. But I'm telling you, the Andrew Tate impression that goes on, at least for my memory, my salience memory, it was pretty much half the video was Sam doing the Tate impression. That's all I remember from it. So
it's a really good video, but that is also entertaining. And it was like kudos to Sam for making that video because like it's gonna piss tons of people off, I'm sure. But he did it really well. It shouldn't. But anyway.
Yep, Sam's attack on Islam is going swimmingly.
Yeah, exactly.
Where is his Andrew Tate impression and what?
It'll be so like if you go to the sections, it's like when he's talking about Andrew Tate.
Okay.
He basically just pretends to be Andrew Tate for the whole time. It's fantastic.
Hey Luke, I just want to shout out that I noticed that I think is actually for me, it's kind of like the thinky talky thing, and certain dispositions around that. But you know, people who they're pursuing or looking through the lens of beauty versus capital C truth or capital G good. That's something that gets kind of gestured at. But I think it's the first time I've heard someone bring it up and like point out how desiring beautiful so hard can creating a thinking problem. So I don't know if you have thoughts on that.
Yeah, I have tons. Like, I mean, essentially that's that thing is when switching to the beauty first approach, and this is before I was ever in TLC, I think, and before I'd ever even heard of the ethics of beauty and even that idea. But Julian's like watching the video right now, laughing, just having a great time. He's not even here with us. But that's essentially when I decided to come out as a Christian Universalist, because I was just saying, like, I can't argue the point textually with you. I mean, I can, but I think you could probably make a stronger case for annihilationism textually. And I mean, I don't think you can make a case at all for eternal conscious torment. Like, textually, you're gonna have a really hard time, I think, for people that are in the know. But I was just like, it's clear, like my understanding of whatever you want to call it. Like, I even said this watching Chad's video, which I posted, his conversation with Corey, which I think is probably the best conversation I've ever heard in my life. Like, no kidding. And I'm trying to not even be hyperbolic in saying that. Whatever God they're talking about in there is the God I believe in. So, like, it doesn't, and they use no spiritual language. Like, they don't, because like you say, that's the problem. Damn. So this is a long answer to your question. So I've been talking with this guy in the corner recently who doesn't call himself religious. He wouldn't call himself a theist or anything. And this is something we talk about in the corner all the time. This is a little bit of a riff on your beauty first thing, but we talk about all the time, and Sherry will mention this about how words divide and how we can often split over these words, and that's true. Like somebody says something like Calvinist or God or atheist or universalist, and people automatically have gut reactions or mapped reactions to that of what they think it means, which is why I talk about, like, tell me about the God you don't believe in. I probably don't believe him either, or whatever, fill in the blank. And but I still think we need the language. And so anyhow, all that to say is, like, I still call myself a Christian Universalist, even though I know that's going to trigger a lot of false ideas in people's minds about what I mean by that. Because I do think, actually, contrary to all of my anti-propositional stuff, I do think the technical, precise words matter. I actually do think they matter. I just don't forefront them because I don't think that's the way human beings operate.
Is that towards the beauty or to ameliorate the beauty issue?
Mm-hmm.
The way that you described I'm looking for the right word, the fittedness in which words are still part of the plan.
Well, yeah, that's an interesting question. I think I would say it's toward the beauty thing, because it's just like nothing. I mean, you could say in a platitude kind of a way, but like nothing that is ever here is lost. Or it reminds me of like Tolkien's Leaf by Niggle or something. It's not that everything is integrated. It's not thrown off. And nothing is ever annihilated. It's transformed. And so the language, I mean, because you could go that kind of, woo man. You could go the really wooey route, the new age route of just saying, like, or like the fuzzy kumbaya perennialist that people, or universalist that people think that I am, that say the words don't matter and like just it's all fine.
How about this?
That which isn't quite what I am,
How about this to your response, or to your question? You want the beauty? You can't handle the beauty.
That's right. That's why we need you here.
You need me reading Kierkegaard.
Hold on, my wife is texting me.
You don't have to tell us. You're off screen. You can just answer. But pretty soon I should go hang out with my children. This is like, I only came on because I saw you fun people on here. And I don't think, RJ, I've seen you around recently. I don't think I've ever really interacted with you.
No.
But you seem cool.
I think your shirt's awesome. I think it's
Thank you.
I'd like to second the motion that RJ is awesome.
Thanks, guys.
And Jeremy, we've been messaging, but I'm just like, Jeremy, I have no time. I'm going to be able to like have a scheduled talk with you, but I could do this randomly.
And here we are. Yeah. Well, sometimes
go.
it's easier to fall into a spot than to try to plan it ahead, right? Like
Right.
that's the story of my life. I mean, that's welcome to ADD land, right? That's
Well, and I'm also I'm here making dinner. I'm making tuna salad. I'm making a beef roast. This is like old school Discord days. There's a beef roast. Because I have to do this now after I get off work. Because I can't do it during the day anymore. Because I'm doing other things.
Yeah.
What's your new job, Luke?
Damn. Shoot. Shucks.
Speaking of Discord, but I need to log off because I got a little bit more homework to do today. So, but it was great catching you guys up. Definitely fit more Kierkegaard sometime soon.
Thanks, RJ. Thanks for the
See you, buddy.
good questions and the good ideas.
Yeah, well, I'm here for it, guys. Have a good one.
McMo, are you hosting this hose?
Yeah, I guess I'm pretty much the big man on campus these days. You've been gone, so there's been a power vacuum that I've been all too willing to fill. Actually,
somehow I totally believe that.
In all honesty, I actually had a pretty sad week in TLC. Tunji accused me of being mentally ill. In the it was. I'm making it sound like he insulted me. No, he was giving me some loving pushback, but it made me sad. And then in the Discord, and then the comma scolded me for my childish and immature comments on the Grim Grizz stream. And so this morning I was like, I don't know if I think I might need to take a hiatus like CW Weeks.
You're like, maybe this isn't the place for me.
But then Lance sucked me in with the CRC combo earlier. And then I was like, you know what? I'd like to just get on and talk about how sad it makes me that the CRCs are kicking out the gays. McWoke, back in action.
Is that what
What's that about? I am
got
so
you
not
on
in the
this?
Do what?
Are you talking about the Paul Vanderklay Synod stuff?
Yes. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. And yeah, it just makes me really sad. I'm triggered by the people getting kicked out, churches splitting, schism. It seems like people are like considering this a win, even though it goes directly against what Jesus prayed for. But obviously, maybe that's a low blow. I don't mean to offend. I understand the conservative view on these things, and I'm not trying to disagree with it necessarily. I'm just trying to say that emotionally, it affects me very strongly because I've been kicked out of a church, and I know that trauma, and it so I just and also it's shitty the way that some of the quote unquote left side of the debate have acted and failed to love their brothers and sisters in Christ at the same time. So it seems like this colossal wound and this amputation that some parts of this church that I'm not involved with in any way other than my favorite internet pastor is, a member of it. It just breaks my heart. I don't know. And so, yeah, that's super salient for me. But then for some reason, Lance asked me what I was thinking about, and I'd been reading some Kierkegaard. And so that's how we got on the big Kierkegaard thing.
It's a big old Kierkegaard rave train. Yeah, McMo, I mean, I think from the bit I've been following and thinking and reading about this issue, my sense is that it just seems like the way this conversation goes over time, it feels like the liberals and the conservatives are just talking a different language on this issue, and and I really wish there was a way that those two sides could find a way to keep talking to each other for more than a few years, but I don't know if I've seen it happen. So it just seems like the discourse sort of drifts one direction and the other. So I don't know. It's really sad to see.
Damn, we didn't give Jess an opportunity to speak, and so he walked away. So now all we see is
go.
Black and white.
Yeah, there he is. Jess has things to do. I have to leave I have to leave too because I have to finish up a bunch of stuff and then go to bed and talk to my children. But
Luke, thanks for hopping on, dude.
Yeah.
I can speak for everyone. We miss your live streams. We're happy for you that you're working with your hands. You're a craftsman like the Lord himself when he was embodied in this earth. You're doing the right thing, but we miss you.
Yeah, I miss doing it too. I mean, this is kind of a season. It's a learning curve because this is like one of those things because my wife so far in my work thing, she's like, this stresses me out. She's like, do you ever ask yourself why the hell are we doing this? This is ridiculous. Because now she's like, I feel all this guilt and pressure to make food, which I haven't been doing for like 20 years. And because this is what I normally do all the time. But then now I just do, and I'm just like, it's fine. Now I just do it after work before I go to bed. But I just have no time to do these things. But I do, but it's not going to be forever. I mean, it's just until Thanksgiving probably. And because this kind of thing, I don't know. I'm holding myself back. There's many things I want to say right now about all these things, but I can't get into it because it would just be too much. I want to ask. I'll just leave with this. I wanted to ask McMo, when should you apothetize someone with St. Paul? Like, how does that work?
Probably when they stop doing live streams in the morning. Your whole routine gets ripped away. Maybe that would be a good starting point for conversation.
Dude.
Oh man, you're so quick.
Hey,
You're
Luke, do you
quick.
need a Band-Aid?
Luke, you're out of the TLC. That's it.
I know.
They
Me and
finally
CW.
gotcha. They finally gotcha.
All
I'm
right.
not anti-apothesizing or whatever the word you used was, but I'm just trying to figure it out, and it just breaks my heart. I'm not sure if there's like a. I'm not necessarily. I think I know what the right answer is, but I'm more concerned with the lack of tenderness. It seems. You know, it seems
Yeah.
like we've got a lot of tough people making hard decisions, and we don't have a lot of broken-hearted people repenting. And that's
Well,
on
what
both sides.
the one thing I would suggest is the Chris Green conversation, which hasn't been released broadly yet on
saw it.
PBK, is really good. And he talks about in there. Do you remember the section where he talks about he used to get complimented a lot about how people would tell him like, you've simplified that, you really made that easy for me, and then he realized, he's like, that felt good for a while, but then he realized whenever you simplify something, you're like denaturing it or bastardizing it or doing something. You're removing the complexity that makes it what it is anytime you give a platitude or simplify things. And so he said, and then he went on to say that he said he found out in his own academic and theological studies that a lot of the people he ran across were, and I mean, this is my take on it, are essentially people who've accumulated lots of, they're not people who truly understand what they're talking about. They're people who've accumulated a vast array of simplifications of theological things, which is like what the whole corner is all about, is like the whole, what do you mean by that? Like, don't give me your platitude. Like, I don't care. Like, give me your words of what that means, you know? And I don't know, like the whole affirming gay thing, what's going on in the CRC, I have opinions about things, but I think what Chris was advocating for in that conversation was, I wish that most people, institutions, denominations, groups, churches would be a lot more willing to engage in a, I don't know, multi-year, maybe decade, maybe lifelong conversation about things before they start kicking out people about things that they don't themselves understand.
Oh, you know, Luke, the problem is it's always an emergency. Like there's always people getting killed. Like that's the way these conversations go. Is like
that's
people
safetyism,
will frame this as, oh, it's an emergency, and this happens
Right.
on both sides. So we don't
No,
have the
I
time to
agree.
think. We don't have the time to reflect. We don't have the time to treat each other like human beings because it's a goddamned emergency. We got to kill our enemy.
But that's an abuse. That's a weird, manipulative, abusive tactic. Even if people aren't intending to do it, and smart leaders should know better, because that's bullshit.
Yeah.
So, all right, guys.
Luke, good seeing
Bye,
you.
Luke.
McMo, I got a question for you.
All right. I probably don't have an answer.
Well, it just caught my ear. You said you thought you had a way to deal with it, which,
With
and
what?
well, like the whole CRC, not just the CRC, to be honest with you. I think it'd just be, how do I put it? Like, I don't know how to, the gay marriage thing in church. And you mentioned repentance, which I like. And you also, side note, you said you got kicked out of a church.
Yeah.
That just happened.
Looks like you
Just,
got kicked
just
out of the
happened out of the
stream, buddy.
corner. Yeah, you got kicked out.
Well, it happened. That's how I came into the corner. I just got smoked. And I won't, basically, I just got sucker punched by a lower administration person, and it tore me up bad. And that's when I kind of stumbled into an interview with Martin Shaw and Sherry. And, I went down the rabbit hole of JPB, Pajot, Vanderclay, TLC, Sherry's interview, and it really helped me out a lot. Like I've learned to process things differently.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot. I mean, it's really helped.
I don't know. Tell me if this feels the same way, because I feel like I have a very similar situation. I mean, I got kicked out of my church a long, long time ago.
Okay.
But
Can you both tell us what church you were part of, if that's not too personal?
Yes, I was a part of the Eastern Orthodox Church. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Anathema.
No,
Anathema.
I'm gonna protect the innocent. I don't want to. They were probably right to kick me out. All in the Lord's. What they meant for evil, God meant for good, and maybe they meant it for good too. So we'll just wait and see. But like,
I like that. I don't. I'll just say. I guess I think it. Man, I like that. I don't want to use names because.
Oh, I mean, I'm not saying like give me the receipts. I'm just saying like, could you tell me, was it like Reformed or Methodist or Anglican, whatever? Like that's all I'm curious about.
Okay.
It was whichever one you don't like. That's the one.
I don't like my own church most of the time, so.
Then that was the one. We were actually I was an integral part of your church, Julian.
Oh yeah, I probably would have kicked you out too.
Well, Ron, I don't
want to
lose the
join
point.
the excommunicated club really quick. I want to out myself and let you guys know I'm also in the excommunicated club. Mormons kicked me out.
wow.
Yeah, I had the official church court and got the letter and everything.
Wow.
We are Heretics Anonymous tonight, folks. We are Heretics Anonymous.
Wow.
I will say though, to their credit, like the very next 2 days or 3 days after that court, like the church leaders were at my house, like asking me what they could do to help me, wanting to bring my family back to the church, wanted us to continue. Like excommunication wasn't you can't come. Excommunication was we want you to come, but you can't take communion. But we want you to be here and repent, and we will help you. We want to help you back to the path, right? So
that's cool.
I have to give them credit where it's due, but I am also in the excommunicated club.
All right, dude.
Yeah, it's a gut punch, Ron. Like I don't know, I can't remember how recently you said that happened, but I definitely don't want to
1 year ago.
Yeah, wow, that's raw. So that's so
I'm
hard,
okay.
man. That's so hard.
Listen, I got good news. I'm okay. Like I processed it, and so I just want to let you know. I mean, I don't want to go into details unless maybe it's relevant, but I'm okay. I appreciate you being concerned.
Yeah, well, here's the other thing. Tell me if this feels similar. When I mean, for me, it was a longer process than it sounds like for you. You found TLC pretty quick. Good for you. But I remember the transition between using YouTube to learn and to kind of figure out what I thought about the world and, learn about all these great ideas. That transition to the first time, you hear Sherry and Nate or, like you said, Sherry and Shaw. I remember when I found TLC for the first time on the internet, feeling like, wow, I am not alone. There are these other weirdos out here who are basically share my exact same interests. It's
Yeah.
insane. And so like, yeah, the virtually not alone feeling is like, I'm so glad that that you were able to find us so soon. Like it's I don't want to toot TLC's horn too much. We might
No,
get a
no,
big head, but
it's legitimate. It came at the right time. I mean, what happened is that I had a run-in with the custodian, and he thought I was there praying too much and being shady, and it just went bad. And so the administration, they really didn't handle it right. It was just a perfect storm of bad management, and I took it real personal. And best I could explain is I felt in my heart God told me just to split and say thanks and bye. And I was kind of doing it, but struggling. And then I came into this space, and it was the interview with Martin Shaw and Sherry, where Martin Shaw starts talking about the underworld and the hero's journey, and how myth and legend is part of his lexicon, part of his vocabulary, and that he got saved in a way similar to me, and he did not lose his stories. He actually gained them, and now can help apply, help Christians, for lack of a better word, use story and myth and legend as part of our life. And for me, it was it meant a lot, because I now had words of what was happening to me. Is I was going through a journey in the underworld, and the moment he said that, something clicked. I'm like, wow, okay, I'm not. He goes, if you're a character and you don't know how to get out of an underworld moment, you're actually in hell. And I'm like, yeah, that sounds about right. But when you look at it as underworld, it's a journey, and usually you come out changed and better. And I can I can attest to that. I mean, it's not fun, but the thing is, when you don't go through it alone, and you're able to verbally process it with other people, that makes such a huge difference. And this is a large community of brilliant people who like to talk, and so I've been able to process the pain, and I'm feeling better. So thanks.
The U-shaped journey saves another one, Jess.
and I think it goes without saying, but to all you gays out there in CRC, come on to the TLC. We'll accept you.
Come
You
talk
can't
to
get
us.
kicked out. You can't get excommunicated from the TLC, baby.
It's
All
pretty
you
hard to
gotta
get
do is
kicked off these
participate.
channels. I've tried. I've tried.
I'm sorry. I'm making light. That's my coping mechanism. Forgive me, Lord. I'm sorry.
So McMo, I got a question for you.
Shoot. My service is
What,
bad and my dog's outside, so I got to make sure he doesn't
all
escape.
right, and all right, so with this, because like in my family, my nephew is married to his significant other. So this is like, and they're not religious in any means, but if they should go to church, how does this work? What ideas do you got? Because I'm listening.
I'm not the one to ask, Ron.
Well, I'm just asking. I thought you said you had an answer, and that's the only reason I'm asking.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Bad service, he said.
Yeah, bad signal.
Oh,
Yeah, sorry.
You just cut out if you.
Yeah, sorry. I realized I cut out. The closest I can get, Ron, is something like run to Jesus, repent of your sins, pray for forgiveness, accept the grace and the love of your Creator, obey His commands, love your neighbor. But how that works itself out in every individual's life, that's kind of like none of my business at the end of the day. But I have that privilege because I am not part of any body. I do not have to submit to any confessions. I have no elders to submit to. I have no people holding me accountable besides my wife. I'm in the wilderness, so I have some privileges afforded to me due to the state of my position. So, but yeah, that's so yeah, I don't have very many answers in that regard. I just
No, that
know
was
that for
pretty
me,
good.
it goes back to that personal relationship with Christ, because that's the only thing that counts for anything, really.
I like it. I thought that was a pretty good answer.
And it's like, hey, I can love on you. It's like not the worst thing in the world. Good grief.
Right. Yeah. Good answer. Good answer.
Mick Woke strikes again. Jess, please tell me you have something to say. And also, what's it like living in the book The Giver?
The Gibber? What's the Gibber?
The Giver is this book where the world's in black and white, but there's one person in the small community who's given the power to see color.
Oh, The Giver.
And
Yeah.
And this young child receives the gift to see color, but it rocks her reality so much, and she starts to see that the powers that be don't have what's best in mind for the people, and that they're keeping the truth of the colors away from the people. And so she ends up having to leave the community, and she and her mentor die in the snow. Sorry, spoiler alert.
Wow.
That's like my life story. You just summed everything up.
That's why we're all here, isn't it?
Thank you, 6th grade English class.
Yeah, we read that in high school or something, or middle school, I don't know.
Wasn't it Russell Crowe in a movie called The Giver? Was that it?
There is a movie of it. Jess, are you still reading Job?
Every day.
Seriously?
That's awesome.
He was also doing a
I
Bible
have notes
study
right
through-
here in front of me. It's
There you go.
Job notes.
Now you're also walking through Romans with your dad. How's that going?
Yeah, we got through chapter 11, and that's something else, man. We read 9, 10, and 11 right in a row, and it's the goods. It's the goods. And I've never read straight through Romans before like we're doing, and
it's pretty good.
Well, like I'm just familiar with like Romans Road and the evangelical sound bites you get from Romans, and this is the first serious study I've done through it, and it's like I don't understand why people pull out the bits that they do. Like I feel like I'm reading like almost not completely different. The things that stand out to me are different than what I've been taught about Romans, and so it's interesting,
And when he sticks the landing on 11 at the end, that doxology is something else, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I was in tears, like I was reading it with my dad, and I was like in tears at that part because it was just like, he lays all that out, and then he's like the Israel, the branches that were cut off, will be regrafted back in, and then he goes into that doxology, and you're just like, holy crap! It's unbelievable. It's really good.
Let's go.
Luke says
And
you only
Jacob
need Romans
sees.
9.
I asked,
argue with that.
I asked my priest if he could help me with a commentary for Romans, and he said yes, the Old Testament.
He didn't say
Like,
Luther?
no. He said
Pretty
read the
good.
Old Testament a few times and then go back to Romans, and it'll make a lot more sense.
I love Romans. I mean, I have Romans tattooed on my arm. I love Romans so much.
Which
What
part?
of Romans?
Romans 8. I wanted the whole chapter, but the tattoo artist said he couldn't do letters that small. So I only got a couple verses. But yeah, I love Romans. I probably don't understand it that much, but it's It's an ever opening flower. Apparently.
Yeah, but Jess, now that I've seen like 11 and everything else, like but then now you spend all this time in Job, and then that doxology is tied into that. Like all that, I mean, that stuff just fed that sticking landing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, but it's that whole U-shaped journey thing. Like it's like the exile, the upside down world, and when Peugeot talks about the double inversion and all this stuff, like that's some sort of thing that God does to create and renew and do all kinds of stuff. And so like that's what Paul's talking about in 10 and 11 when he's hardened their hearts for a time in order that the Gentiles can be saved. And then but he's saving the Gentiles in order to make them jealous so that eventually they'll return. And so he never, like, because there's that, I think it's in 8 where they're like, he's posing the argument where someone's like, well, if I can't resist God's will, like why am I at fault then? And then Paul's like, who are you to question God? And like, and you're just like, dude, Paul, where'd that come from? but then he goes on the next few chapters to kind of explain how he sees it working out. And then it's this play between the right and left hand of God, like God pushing people away in order that some may be brought in, and that those being brought in will actually draw the ones that were pushed away. And there's this and then that's when he goes into the doxology. He's like the wisdom and glory of what. All right, I need to memorize that doxology because it's
that goes back to your OG left hand, right hand of God Randos video with Sherry, right? So all this stuff
about that.
Yeah, remember that? Yeah, it's all that stuff coming in. And the other thing is like, and I think Sam was on there. Well, by the way, Sam doesn't care. I would talk to him about this, but one of the things that happens is, at the beginning of Acts, like so I totally understand where Jacob will say, look around, dude, like the Messiah hasn't come. You've seen the world, That's the exact same thing the disciples say at the very beginning of Acts 2. They're like, okay, dude, you're gonna kick out these Romans? Christ and God came in and just broke the frame, right? Like, okay, you guys think I'm doing this stuff is true. Like I've been revealing myself and this stuff is here, but I'm going to come in here and it literally what God is just breaks the frame. Mm-hmm. Job breaks the frame. Mm-hmm. And Sherry was on here earlier talking about it's breaking the frame. And so, sometimes like I joke with Sam, like if you get too close to a Jewish understanding or whatever, sometimes that's not the best thing in terms of what Christ was doing in that moment, right? Mm-hmm. And so if you get into too much of a rationalistic exegetical, this makes sense and this fits perfectly into this, it's like, are you watching what he's doing? It's a crucified Christ and a resurrected Christ. Like, and they were still like, I love that. Like, even when we look at even the gospel accounts, they were trying to figure it out. Like, they kind of recognize him, didn't really recognize him, he's walking through walls, but he's eating fish. Like, what the heck is going on here, guys? Like, it breaks all of our frames. And that's where Romans, when you read 8, 9, and 10, and you want to soundbite it, and this must be a doctrine, and this must be a doctrine. It's like, no, he's leading you through this long. He's setting up an argument and then saying, of course not. He's setting up an argument and he's saying, of course not. And then he sticks the landing to say that I call all the disobedience, so have mercy on all. And then he breaks out on the great doxology and they quote Job.
Yeah. Lance, you're sparking so many ideas, and I'm also realizing I need to do some laundry. But at risk of us coming across as, against our Jewish brothers or whatever, I would, you did almost sound like, you made me want to say, like, first they came for the female pastors, and I said nothing. Then they came from the homosexual affirming in the office bearers, and I just did nothing. And finally they came for my Jewish brothers and their understanding of the Messiah, and I did nothing. So I want to do my best to kind of steel man. And what I would say is, because I think this is connected to the Christian life, because it has to do with salvation being first offered to the Jews. in the sense that like the Christian life is, bye Julian,
This was fun. See you guys.
by the Christian life is, you can't understand your walk with the Lord if you don't understand that your best friend, the lover of your soul, is a Jewish man. And so like I try to
Yeah.
understand Jewish people like I try to understand my wife. And there's also this sense of the Messiah always is kind of exceeding our expectations and failing to meet our expectations. And we know that in those moments, our expectations were what's wrong. And so I see that like, and that even gets to the point of, I wanted to say about Romans, which is like, I do think that like that kind of 7 and 8, even though it's often cherry picked, is a profound pivot point in the course of human thought. But then also I wanted to point out, you guys keep talking about the end of the book. I always love the beginning of the book where he calls out the pagans and the blasphemers who should know better. They sacrifice children and they think that it's holy. They should know better. This is the Tao. This is natural law. This is as easy as it gets. And then he also turns around in chapter 2 and he says, and so for you who judge, do you not do the same things? How have you kept your law that was given to you by the Lord? Like, how have you done? Have you not coveted? Have you not desired? And then and then how he, like, yeah, so I'm getting
No,
pumped up because I love Romans,
but let me say, but here's the beautiful thing. Like if you sit back and you look at it. So one of the things, as I look at that Romans thing and how he sticks to landing, but one of the things, okay, this is going to get me probably in trouble with some of my Christian friends. The Jewish people are supposed to be doing exactly what they're doing. And they need to keep the Torah. And, you know, we could get to a point to where the Bible just gets, like the book of Eli gets wiped off. They'll keep the Torah, right? They'll keep the Old Testament. And Orthodoxy is based a lot more on the Old Testament. But so what Hezi and what he's doing is like, yes, he's doing exactly what he's supposed to be doing in God's ultimate work and plan. I believe that. Also, I believe because of Romans 11, I think it comes into the ultimate reconciliation of all things. He's going to reconcile it all.
don't talk about that, man. Don't talk about it.
So I don't have to run out and try and convert my Jewish brother or sister. I can love them, right? So anyway, how all that stuff played out to me, the beauty of it and the wondrous of it, and how God is working all this together. And, you know, but it, you know, for me, I'm a Christian, so now I'm called into the Christian life. And with that comes a set of things I'm supposed to do, repent, right? And I'm supposed to live in Christ, right? And so that's why Paul says, don't worry about what everybody else is doing out there. They're not us. Let's worry. Okay, we've come into this life. Let's keep our eyes on our own paper here. Let's, you know what I mean? Let's love one another and fight for the highest possible good in each other. And we're going to hold ourselves accountable and love and bear each other's burdens, all that other stuff. But he's like, don't worry about what they're doing out there.
Yep. Well, one of the main themes.
You got me preaching. I'm sorry. I'll shut up.
Paul is trying to bring together both the Jews and the Gentile believers, and the whole thing about Romans is about reconciliation, and he's trying to find what unifies them, and it's the whole thing anyway, like just understanding like that's the purpose of the book is it's supposed to be unifying, and it's supposed to be God unveiling something to us. What's up, Chad?
And that's why Chad and Corey's conversation resonates so true with people, right? Because it's in that spirit of this ultimate reconciliation would be the best word I would talk about it. So anyway, hey, Chad.
What's up? I think somebody's really quiet.
Is it me? Do I need to turn?
Yeah. Super quiet.
Super quiet.
There you are.
Right.
Either that or Lance is super loud. Anyhow, good to see you guys. I just was at a church council meeting.
Very nice. How'd that go?
It's very good. A lot of eye-opening stuff. Thinking about being a part of that body and being asked at such a early stage in my my church life there to be involved. And so that was the second church council meeting that I've been to. There's one of the things that's really there's like I have a lot of stuff swirling right now around this because one thing that's on my mind is how grateful I am for the space that we have here. For one reason is like it dawned on me in that meeting that like we have a tremendous responsibility as people who are engaging, I think, in this online fellowship. And so it's weird. So church growth is, I don't know. I'm sorry. Am I throwing all of us off?
You're good. This is good. Keep
It's just chatting. It's a TLC. It goes anywhere it goes.
So and I don't have a lot of time, but I'll have time for a smoke. Okay, so the church that I'm at has been a congregation for 179 years. The school has been a school for 1 year longer than that, 180 years. And the numbers have been dwindling the past few years, and it's really bad right now. And we were looking at some of the numbers of the other schools in the area, and there are like a ton of parochial schools in the area, like a lot of them. And a lot of the churches in like in the kind of next bigger town to us have gotten involved with school choice, right? And because of that, they've been able to get a lot more numbers of children that coming in, and there's like these waiting lists of kids getting into these schools because the actual school system isn't that great. And so the schools with the public choice or whatever it's called, the school choice, I don't know what it's called. Anyhow, those schools are kind of like doing really well. The only schools that aren't are the Catholic schools and our school. And our school and the Catholic schools do not have that school choice option. And the Catholic schools are actually starting to combine in that town. And I was just thinking about that, and I was thinking about like how far the church has kind of fallen in its ability to stay relevant in the right ways, I suppose. This is really complicated, but our ability to stay attractive to people. And like the more I was thinking about this as I'm driving home from church meeting today, I'm like, holy crap, dude. And this stuff is going to be collapsing fast, dude. But like, so then you got the Orthodox Jews, like you guys are growing, but then you have like are struggling to find the right leadership or the proper leadership in those churches and also the buildings. So I don't know, I'm thinking of what we have right here and then all the different friends that we've made throughout this whole little adventure on this online fellowship. What is it that we really are doing? What do we, what is our responsibility at the end of the day? And
Chad, you've got some really whack fuzz coming in.
oh, do I? Oh, I don't know what to say here. Well, that's what I got, boss.
Yep, that was it.
The demons have been messing with this stream the whole time.
I screen recorded that because that was one of the coolest sounds I have heard in a long time. And that will be, Lord willing, that will be some Grim Grizz branding coming up pretty soon, or I'll just make a fat beat of it and give it to Chad as a birthday present.
Nice.
All right, jump in, Chad.
Is it bad? Still that bad?
Yeah. It is, but actually McMo's recording it. So
it's
pretty cool to me.
Cool word.
I don't know what's going on, man.
You should say the Grim Grizz branding. Remember, embodied.
It sounds like the beginning of a Nine Inch Nails song.
How about now? Is it doing it now?
No, it's still there.
Oh, son of a biscuit. All right, well.
Just say the Grim Grizz branding or some Friday morning nameless branding and then sign off. Rejoin. Damn it.
Remember, embody, there is no agency. Get your shit together.
That's
Super
great.
win. That was good.
Yeah, just to talk a little bit about which I was talking. Like, I don't know if what he thinks about this, but maybe we'll hear him when he comes back. Like I feel like I don't know. I've been thinking about how much we've inherited, like, and that previous generations have built. And like most of the things that I participated, my volume is still low. I can turn up. Is that any better? Most of the organizations I've been involved in, the things I've been a part of, it's all been stuff that other people built, and built a long time ago. Like, you know, even if it's in the 50s or 60s or 70s, whatever. I mean, I was born in 79. I've never been necessarily a part of anything that like built anything like from the sort of the ground up. I never built an organization or a, you know, I'm a part of this church plant, but we're basically part of a denomination that was already built. And there were, you know, and this is like a bigger problem because we kind of got to the end of, you know, our country in America, we expanded west and we got to the end of the world and there's nowhere else to build. There's nowhere else to expand. We built everything. We did everything. And now basically we're a generation that's inherited everything, and then we're not knowing how to take care of it or what its value is or necessarily what the reasons were that, you know, we're having to rediscover the reasons why some of this stuff is around, and you know, having to evaluate all that, and then having to oh, Chad can't come back. All right, well, sorry, Chad. But having to like try to evaluate, like it's impossible to evaluate that. Like, what's the value of these things? What things are necessary? What things aren't? Like, it's just like almost an impossible task. And then we're on information overload, and then we're kind of, you know, we're divorced from our place in the world by virtual spaces, as well as just the suburbs and the strip malls and stuff like that. And I don't know, some random thoughts about that.
No, I think that makes sense. I mean, one of the things you realize when you consult with business owners is most times the second generation blows what happened with that, right? Because they don't have the same talent, skill set, or whatever what it took to actually build the thing. So there's some truth to that and some of that. And then, you know, the other thing he was just talking about schools and some of those other things. I'm in the private school world, and like that voucher world it's actually really interesting because you think vouchers would be great for private schools, yes, but the people who get those vouchers then only want to pay what the voucher amount is. And then what happens if the voucher goes away? If you build your whole system, private schools aren't cheap and you build everything. But if you build it depending on those vouchers and they go away, all of a sudden you got to shut the doors the next year. I mean, literally you would have to shut the doors the next year. So you put yourself in all this peril. And so you basically have private schools that can charge a certain amount. And because they have excellence, people will sacrifice and pay for it. But it used to be these schools used to be able to be in the middle where the middle class could kind of afford some of these private schools, not the elite, you know, prep schools or whatever. But that's becoming very difficult. And the other thing is we've hollowed out our middle class, right? Because you talk about we've built it out in this kind of, Weinstein talks about the lie of progress. It's like, we had this run right after post-World War II. We had all this manufacturing, and the rest of the world was bombed out. We had this amazing competitive advantage on everyone, right? And so there was this flourishing that happened. You also had a workforce that was half when you think about mainly, you know, if all of a sudden
women are staying home taking care of kids. Well, all of a sudden there's less workers and supply and demand sort of thing, right? And you can pay certain things. So we're trying to deal with we're at the end of progress. We're dealing with this whole situation where we have a flooded workforce, which is now forcing people to be two-income families even when they don't want to be, right? I know a lot of my friends where the wife would like to stay home, but they just can't even make ends meet, right? So they have to do both people working. So yeah, I understand the angst, right? I can understand why there is this allure of the Marxist impulse and the lie of that because of all of what we're dealing with. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, as a Marxist, Lance, it's just really inappropriate that you'd speak about us. It's
You
just
slight all the Marxists in the
Jeez,
TLC.
you thought I wouldn't notice. You thought you could sneak one by me.
And I will absolutely go toe to toe with Marxists, and we want to have that conversation at TLC. They're more than welcome to come in, but I would be happy to have that conversation.
Toe to
And we can talk
toe.
about the hundreds of millions of dead, but anyway, other
A
than that,
fighting metaphor, Lance? A fighting metaphor?
Yeah.
Toe to toe?
Go labor to capital with them.
I'm sorry, but anyone who can take the labor theory of value seriously, I just don't. It's beyond me. It's like, okay, mud pie or sandwich, same thing, no problem. It's fine. I can't go there. It makes no. I don't understand how anyone can take it seriously for more than 5 seconds.
Really?
Yes, the labor theory of value is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
I mean, that's a very bold assertion, but
And I've heard a lot of
you
dumb
putting out.
things. I'm not exaggerating. Really, that's at the top of the list of like
At risk of
anything that gets any kind of like attention for any amount of time from people who call themselves intellectual to take the labor theory of value seriously. I don't know how you could do it.
It's probably impolite to ask somebody what makes something crazy or dumb to their minds, but the labor theory of value seems to be one of the only salvageable things in Marxism. I definitely don't believe in this utopianism.
Nick Mo, do you have a reverb or an echo going potentially?
No, my earbuds died, so I just need to.
Yeah, it's Nick Mo. It's okay. We'll
I'm
deal
sorry.
with it. It's cool reverb.
I'm sorry, everyone. I'll just shut up.
Is this? I think it might be Jeremy or me.
Maybe it's me.
It was Jess. Jess is the
Oh
echo.
my gosh.
Wasn't you, Nick Mo? It was Jess. We can blame Jess.
Jess was the secret Marxist the whole
I was the
time.
scapegoat.
I was the gremlin trying to destroy the stream. Gremlins from the Kremlin.
All I have to do is just like besmirch labor theory of value, I guess, is to ruin the stream. Everyone's like,
No, I was surprised that that came across to me as a very hot take.
I'm sorry. I just I've read it several times. I've read people who are trying to extrapolate or try to even extend it. And as someone who, I have family who are business owners, and I've been in management, and I've been and I grew up on a farm, and the whole concept is so divorced from anything related to reality that I've experienced that I have no way of making sense of it. Because to me, really all you have to say is a mud pie is worth the same as making a pie because they both took an hour. That's it. How does that make sense?
That's definitely not what I think of when I think of the labor theory of value.
I understand that's
you're not that smart.
I'm deconstructing it, but I'm taking it to its logical conclusion.
Well, so you don't think that that capitalism has to inherently undervalue labor because of the accumulation of capital? That doesn't make any sense.
No, I see it as a negotiation between two parties, and if a third party gets involved, it's a parasitic relationship. But to me, labor it's a price. You're negotiating a price.
But
whether you're selling your time or you're selling a commodity, you're negotiating a price, and a price is something that two people negotiate directly.
Yeah, but if it were that simple, then garbage men would be millionaires. That would be Mike Rowe's dirty job theory would work. But I think that the whole labor theory of value is that basically the accumulation at the top of the hierarchy ends up meaning that people do jobs that nobody else wants to do because it's the only job they can get, and their value is undervalued. Oh gosh, did I lose you guys?
No, you're here.
Okay,
Spout that
Yeah, I'm
Marxist.
with you.
my phone decided to shut me up because I'm not even a Marxist, but I'm just trying to do my best to steel man them.
No, I'm great. I welcome it. I welcome it. This is great.
But yeah, I've always thought that there was something intuitively right about the kind of, because of the way that capital has to take on the risk, and this is even from a conservative
Sure.
You need the capital to make the risk kind of a thing. And so
Right.
even from that perspective, there's still seems to be an overvaluing of the risk taking versus the actual production, the means of production kind of a thing. And so
Well, I would also say there's a part of that argument that never gets included is who answers the phone at 2:00 in the morning when the alarm company is calling because the alarm on the building is going off, right? So I've been around business owners, like the labor guy, he thinks about work when he's there from 7 to 5. The guy who owns the business, there's no break, dude. Like I go on vacation with my brother, and all he does is like, okay, hold on, I gotta take this. Oh, sorry, I gotta go. Yeah, I'll be in a minute, guys. That's it. That's his life. Like he's wealthy. Like my brother's he's very successful, but he's paid a considerable price. He doesn't have kids. He's married. He doesn't have kids, and he is on his phone 7 days a week. He gets between 300 or 400 calls a day. He gets between 500 and 1,000 emails a day. Right. So yeah, he is wealthy and he has a lot more money than the people who work for him.
Yeah, you might get
But
some
the
pretty
people who
bad
work
back
for him,
problems with all those emails.
I'm just saying the people who work for him also, there's a trade-off, right? There is a trade-off.
Yeah.
That is not always acknowledged, especially in a discussion of the labor theory of value.
Oh yeah. I'm not
right.
I think
who signs the insurance statement? Who signs the deed? Who goes bankrupt if it goes down?
Right.
It's
Well,
not the worker.
Yeah, and I'm not a Marxist, and so I prefer the kind of small business type of atmosphere that you're talking about. But anytime you get a business where the owner is not the president, then you end up with these vast amount of kind of, and forgive me, Marcus. Marcus probably knows so much more about economics than I do. I haven't even read Marx. I'm just doing my best to steel man here, and it's been late. I've been on this stream for 5 hours talking about everything under the sun. So forgive me, Jeremy. I probably sound like a damn idiot.
No. This is great. I appreciate it because I haven't ever actually. Well, I've only talked to one Marxist, and he had a PhD in philosophy, and he was working as a shipping clerk at a company for $12 an hour. So that's my only discussion I've ever had with a Marxist about this.
I'm not a Marxist, but I did drop out of art school. So
Dang. Makes you
anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah. No, you don't have to apologize for what you're saying. I hear the critique. I do. I understand that. Yeah, rent sinking can also be a disease, right? Like there is something about avarice that, like, I think the labor theory of value is probably a critique on avarice, and I do see that too, right? Like I have another relative who's he's probably 100 times wealthier than my brother, and he's he doesn't have to worry about anything for the rest of his life, nor his kids, nor his kids, and yet all he does is worry about it. All he does is, like he said, I'll be done buying real estate when I own all of the real estate next to the real estate I already own. Like he just can't. It's a disease. He can't. It's like gluttony. So I think that like I hear that critique. I understand that there can be a runaway version of that, but I also don't think that saying that an hour is an hour is worthwhile. An hour of labor is an hour of labor. I just don't. That just doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah. I that doesn't really make sense to me either, because I also, I'm lazy. So I know that people who work hard have a more productive hour. I believe in time theft, but my understanding of the labor theory of value, has less to do with the kind of comparison of the the hour of work or whatever, and those being equivalent. And it has more to do with the systemic kind of like that. Basically, the only thing that doesn't get priced accurately in a free market is labor, because there's always going to be someone. This is the theory, right? It's my understanding that there's always going to be someone who's bad off enough to need the job, and they're going to get exploited. And that's the best case scenario, when the reality of the fact is, if you lined up every individual in a capitalist society, you know, what did we say, half of them? Like, that's a lot of people who you know, are not getting valued or whatever. So but I
No, that's a fair point.
Well,
right?
I
Like,
think
it's where they made that minimum wage law, and now there's somebody on a webcam in the Philippines who's taking your order at Burger King, right? Like,
I just
that's
think we
what
need
you're
Jesus
saying.
to come back. And like yesterday, people.
Well, I mean,
distributism.
I do like how Chad goes from talking about his church council to that took us down a rabbit trail to where we're talking about Marxism and labor theory of value. This is so TLC.
Yeah. Well, I think one thing that gets not priced appropriately is when I'm telling the minimum wage workers to work harder, my voice is getting raspy, you know? And I'm telling them, I'm going to make my dad fire you. That's not, I'm doing that for free. I'm doing that for the love of the game. You know, eventually I'll inherit the company, ExxonMobil, for my father. But, you know, am I getting paid appropriately besides my trust funds? You know, it's really.
Yeah, no, I'm not arguing that there's not corruption. I mean, obviously there's corruption. Obviously there's exploitation. Obviously there's avarice. I agree with all of those critiques. My only point is that I don't understand. I just couldn't understand how he, like, to me, it just seemed very myopic to say that what brings something the most amount, like most of its value, is the labor that goes into it. I don't think that's accurate, right? Like, if you have someone, I mean, you were in art school, you saw a lot of people who worked really hard on shitty art. That doesn't make it valuable. It doesn't make it valuable because no one else wants to look at it. It might be valuable to the person who did it, and they might want to explain the effort they went to in a 15 paragraph piece of, letter next to their art in the art museum. But that still doesn't mean somebody wants to look at it, right? Like,
Yeah, you're triggering one of my actually genuine beliefs, which is that I do think that bad art is as valuable as good art, because if it's good enough to hang on your parents' fridge, it's good enough to hang on the God of the universe's fridge. And if he hadn't wanted that to be created, he wouldn't have made you. And so, you know, I have a little bit of a different view on bad art, but I'm not trying to take away from your point that, like, yes, value there, you know, far be it for me to argue against value hierarchies.
yeah, and it wasn't the perfect example. It just came. It seemed salient because of your background, so I just thought.
Well, it's you know, it's rough goings too, because I was one of those bad artists, you know.
Well, I didn't know if you dropped out because you thought you were too good for it or because you couldn't hang. I wasn't sure. I was giving you the benefit of the doubt, where you're like, I can't run with these hacks. I gotta go.
I think I'll leave that one a mystery. You know, you guys can decide if I was good enough, or if I wasn't good enough, or if I was too good.
Jess, just to go back to the point you were making, sorry, prior to this, not to jump out of our economic labor value.
No, it's fine. I would rather discussion. Not. That's
good. Like, I understand what you're saying. I just think that, like, the game can get shaken up at any moment, and there are so many ways in which, you know, it can get shaken up, and, like, not to just make it religious, because there are very pragmatic ways in which it can get shaken up, but it's just like Christ says, it'll come like a thief in the night. Like, it's, I mean, I have friends who only work on Linux, who are super, like, you know, the way they view the internet, they want it to be, I mean, I don't even know what all this means, but it's like they want it to be peer-to-peer versus the way it currently is. Like, the fact that there's so many ways that even the day-to-day, even when, the land, it's all constructed on, it's all been, even though that's insane. I mean, just go to, like, northern Canada. You know, there's open land for miles. You can buy hundreds of acres if you want. But, like, I just really think I understand, and I can, like, I live in New York City. I understand how it can feel like you're just making your incremental, making a little more money every year, trying to do a good job. Like, I get that. But I also just at the same time have such a like heart posture of like everything could be broken open and you could feel like you are on the frontier, like in the same way that people felt in the year, 1807, in an instant, and like just being ready for that and like preparing yourself, like, because you don't know when that moment will come. So, I mean, there's all sorts of ways in which like, oh, well, and I mean, you can see it in secular culture of like, I know this is another name that might cause a big uproar, but like people like Elon Musk, it's like at least he's making an attempt to be like, I want to go to space. It's like, maybe that's stupid, maybe that's a waste of money, but like at least he's like, that's something we haven't done. Remember that show Star Trek? We could try that. Maybe it doesn't work. Maybe he wastes a fortune. Maybe he looks like an idiot. But it's just like there's all these ways in which things could be different than they are now, and it could feel like a frontier. So much so, I mean, in my own testimony coming to Christ, it's like I thought I had a good game plan. I thought I actually had a really good game plan, like a smart person, decent job, everything, and like everything crumbled in my hands, and it went from like, oh, I know where I'll be in 40 years to like, I have zero idea, and it is so overwhelming that it's like crushing me, So it's like we should almost be, even the moments when things are boring, you can be thankful for that because it's better than the crushing, wilderness that you can also be in. So that's my little rant on that.
You've always struck me as a real frontier type guy, a real cowboy.
Yeah. I just the problem is I need to keep my sands soft, I don't like the rough hands, when you lift something, like when you don't put gloves on before you pick up like a piece of wood or something,
Your difficulty in describing a situation where you need rough hands is all we need to know, Alan.
Those things that laborers use, like, boxwood crates and, shiffer robes need to be moved from one side of the room to the other. And when your Davenport needs to be waxed, what laborers do, guys. I know.
Alan's labor theory of value is that he gets value out of the labor of others.
I have two stories I want to tell. So one is just like a feeling I had back in 2008 during the housing crisis. And so I was 26 or 27. So we had a little boy, Tyler, and my wife was pregnant with our second son. And I lost my job. The housing crisis hit. We had just bought a house. We ended up moving. Just a total financial disaster. And we had been married a few years. So we were just getting started, and it felt like a complete mess. Like we were just upended basically. And but I remember at the time I was like, all right, this is a financial disaster. Let's just buckle down and we'll all work together and we'll deal with it. Like I kind of had this sense like I don't know if you've been in a place like after a storm and the power's out for days and days, all the neighbors come out and they kind of help each other for a while, and like you have this nice community feeling, and then the AC kicks back on and then you don't see anyone ever again. But like that's how that like I was like, all right, so we're going to go through this financial crisis. It's going to be bad, but we can do it. But then they bailed everyone out, and then it was kind of a crisis for some people and it wasn't for others, and it was just like prices dipped, and like I felt like this is my own sort of ignorant sort of feelings on the thing was like when they bailed out the banks, I was like, what the heck? Just why can't we do this? Why can't we do this? So that's the first story, is like I feel like the people in charge of the systems at like this high level, they won't, it's obvious they won't let them fail. So we're not going to let them fail because we don't know how to manage all these people. Like, we'll manage at this high level, and then we'll try to make things stable so this level doesn't get crazy. But there's no trust in the people being able to handle the disaster. Okay, so that's my first story, is this me wanting to be brave and courageous on brink of a disaster.
Very
The other story is when I
encouraging.
was a little kid, we were playing in a friend's barn. It was during his birthday party, and we were all playing in the barn on the hay bales. And one of my friends had fallen in a crack between the hay bales and like fell quite far down. Like it was stacks of them. And he kind of hollered, and we like all us boys like got and he kind of climbed him out, and we pulled him up, and then I was like, I want to go down there. I want to like, I want to like fall inside the hay bales. And they were like, don't do it. I was like, no, let me go. And so I put my feet down there, and I slipped down in the crack, and I just fell like all the way to the bottom. And I just started screaming bloody murder because I was like, I couldn't deal with being down there like wedged in the hay bales. Like I didn't know, like I was like this wasn't what I expected. And then his dad like ended up coming, his dad and his uncle, and they had to throw a bunch of hay bales out to like dig down towards me because I was just down there like screaming. So
Weren't
those are
so
my two stories.
anti bailout that time, were you?
I know, that's the point. Is like I'm like, yeah, we could do this, but like I'm the kid who like fell down the hay bales and screamed. So
Well, yeah, and it's bails both ways, bail.
oh, bailing out. I got bailed out.
Yeah, now you just need to connect that with the idle bail, and
Oh, that's good.
you'll have yourself a triple entendre.
Man, that'll give me something to work on. Thanks, Mo.
You know, Jess, what comes to mind
You get
when we were
bored.
talking about that earlier? My friend mentioned kind of the idea between the pioneer mindset and the peasant mindset, right? Like we all, like in America, we're from pioneer stock because we all come from people who, for whatever reason, came here for probably utopian ideas, and left their peasant life behind. But like the word nostalgia originally meant homesickness, nostalgia, and people would die of it. It was listed as a cause of death on death certificates in the 17 and 1800s because people would come here and they would miss their routine and the life of their family and being surrounded by the family and the land, and the holiday and the calendar around and the weather, and they would come here and just be absolutely sick. And there was actually an active propaganda effort to shame people and convince them that part of being modern was not, where your home is where you sleep, right? Like not having these ties to the land, and that's actually, like a peasant thing, and then it's a backwards traditionalist thing, and we're beyond that now because we're innovators of the future. And but it just reminds me that the kind of that mindset of the difference. Like I hear you because you're like at the end of the age of pioneering, right? And you're just like, we need more pioneering. and I come from pioneer stock too. I come from Mormons who walked across the plains pulling all of their belongings in a handcart to try to have a better life. I mean, talk about utopia. They had definitely they dedicated their lives to a utopian vision. And I'm here like really sad that my grandpa sold his farm before and refused to sell it to us. Like refused. He was just like my brother and I were like, we will buy this. He was like, no, you don't want it. I'm like, what? So I feel a drawback to the peasantry. I feel a drawback to wanting to having kept that alive, right, and lived that pastoral life. And
why did he say that? Why did he say you don't want it?
I think for him, he saw it die in his lifetime because the laws and regulations were passed in such a way that it made it virtually impossible to even break even. He didn't have a large scale farm. He had like 80 acres, and then he had a lease for 3,000 acres on the mountain where he would feed the cattle in the summer. We would take the cows up on the mountain in the summer, and then we bring them down in the winter and feed them on the land. And and he just raised alfalfa to raise them. You couldn't do that. You just couldn't make money because of property taxes and because of regulation. And he was just like, it's better if you don't try. It's better if you don't get started because it'll just break your heart. That was his ultimate argument.
So you and your brother were trying to buy it to kind of keep running it as a functional farm? or
Yeah.
just as like oh, okay.
Well, it was never it was always a hobby farm. He always had to work, but he worked in the oil field where you work for 6 weeks or you work for 8 weeks and then you have 6 to 8 weeks off. You don't know how long it's going to be before your next job. You're always working yourself out of a job as fast as possible.
What
But
a
in the
badass.
meantime, you're running a farm and your family's running the farm.
Your dad sounds like a real freaking badass, dude. Just farming it and then oil rigs. I've
Yeah.
seen the videos. I bet his forearms are massive.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it was my grandpa and my dad. Yeah, you're right. They both were in that industry and they both did the same thing. Yeah, my dad was only 5'5", and it wasn't until I was about maybe 30 before I thought maybe I could kick his ass, and by that time I didn't really want to.
That's so funny. Yeah. I never beat
He's
my dad in
also
a
the
race.
toughest guy I've ever seen, dude. Like he got in this massive truck accident one time, broke 3 of his ribs. He was turning left in front of a semi. He couldn't see it because of the sun, and it T-boned his truck, and like it was on his way to work in the morning, and we were working together at the time, but I was riding with my brother, so I wasn't with him. Thank God, because it was the passenger side that got hit. But anyway, I took him home and I was like, "You want to go to the hospital?" He's like, "No, they're just going to tell me I have broken ribs." I was like, "What do you want to do?" He's like, "Just run me a hot bath and pour me some whiskey." He's like, "Don't worry about pouring it. Just bring me the bottle." So he just went in the bathtub and sat in there with a bottle of scotch for half the day. And then about noon, he comes stumbling out and he's like, "Well, I guess I better go to town. I got to get a new truck so I can go to work tomorrow." And I was like, "Dad, like no one expects you to go to work tomorrow." He's like, "I ain't going to get paid if I just sit in the bathtub." Okay, Dad. So we drove him. It was like 45 minutes to the city because he lived in this tiny little town outside of the bigger city. And it was 45 minutes. So we drove him in and he went to the Ford dealership and look around. "I'll take that one." And drove it home. We loaded up his tools off of it. We went to his truck that was still laying all over the ground, like all the tools and stuff. We picked up the tools, put them in the new truck, drove the truck in, loaded the welding machine into his new truck, and he was at work the next day.
Wait, so I thought you were Mormon.
Oh yeah. My dad wasn't.
Oh, okay. I was like,
I mean, he was like culturally Mormon, like
I
he'd
was
been
about to make a
baptized.
joke that he was like, brew me a cup of coffee. Stat.
No. He just no, he didn't. He by the time he was 12 years old, he was done with church, and he did go back to like evangelicalism when he was in his 30s and 40s, and then he basically went wilderness monk. He lived a very ascetic life for the last 20 years of his life. He slept on the floor and was silent most of the time. Like he only talked when he was at work, and he lived alone. Like he got divorced and it was by choice. Like he's like, "I'm tired of having other people's voices in my head, so I'm just going to sit with them until they go away." And it took the rest of his life for that to happen. But he did find peace toward the end of his life.
Yeah.
Thank God. So
I guess that's one way to do it.
yeah. But
wow, what a biography you just gave in like 5 minutes, 10 minutes. That's crazy.
Yeah, well, no, I come from hearty stock, right? Like I've let him down because I'm, gluttonous and I have a desk job. Like I'm an office bitch, right? According to
No way, dude.
That's their vernacular, right? But
you're talking to nearly hundreds of people right now. Maybe eventually, with the rewatches. Your dad never talked to anybody. No crowd's this large. You're a phenom.
No, it's not that. No, that's probably to his credit. He never talked to a crowd this big. Actually, he did one time. He spoke at an Amway convention he got like up into the middle levels of Amway and did okay with that. And so he actually did speak at a convention one time.
Dang, gotcha again.
Yeah, I lived in the multi-level marketing cult for a while. My mom is still gripped by that. She's constantly trying to convince me this year that this is the one, and that I really should try the colloidal silver or whatever it is now. I don't know.
Oh
It's
man.
yeah, no, that's a whole different story.
Yeah. from labor
Mormons
theory
are
of
really
value through your father's whole life to multimedia, multi-level marketing scams.
yeah. Yeah, no, it is interesting. Well, I felt like I was like, if we have to reconcile our parents somehow, like if we have to reconcile the parents or the story of our parents, which I don't know where I heard that, but it kind of makes sense to me. But it kind of left me with a lot of challenge because my mom, like when I was 12, she converted, like she had been Mormon her whole life. And then when she was with my dad, like they lived pretty wild life. My dad was an outlaw biker. Like he did crazy stuff. And my mom kind of lived that, but kind of got tired of it. And then so she left, she had an affair and left, and then became Mormon and like became really rigorous religion, very, very, what you call it, scrupulous, very scrupulosity Mormonism. Right. And my dad continued to just be his wild libertarian, drug using, motorcycle riding self. But then, and then he went through a religious conversion and was and it was kind of tied to the Amway thing for him, honestly. And then that all fell apart and got deconstructed, and he realized it was a scam. And that's when he went in full monk mode. Not long after that. And then he got divorced. And he told me one time, he said, the greatest thing about being divorced. I was like, what's that? He goes, every idea I get is a good idea. I said, oh yeah. He said, you know what the worst part of being divorced is? I'm like, what's that? And he goes, every idea I get is a good idea.
Yeah. That's
Right?
the best and worst part about being married is every idea I have is a bad idea.
Exactly. Yeah. You instantly meet the critique of your ideas.
Yeah.
Upon delivery. Yeah, it's critique upon delivery, right?
Yeah. I can't think of the right way to put this to make it snappy, but I do think that you are integrating your parents, because Eastern Orthodoxy, the long beards, the dressing in black, that's about as close to like a religious version of a biker gang as you can get,
To be honest with you, that was one of the appeals to me. Like I felt like Orthodoxy, especially in America, is kind of liminal, and it's mystical Christianity, which is what I had always dreamed of and longed for, but couldn't find. Right. So when I was a Mormon, I told my mission president, when I was a missionary, a Mormon missionary, I told my mission president, like, we need monks, we need monasteries. And he was like, what are you talking about? He's like, everyone has to get married, because their model is that you have to get married in order to get to the highest forms of heaven. Right. And I could just see, like, I had started meditating while I was still a missionary. I started doing Taoist meditation. And then after my mission, I saw the Matrix, and that just like blew my mind. And then I got into martial arts as a result of that, and started having all these mystical experiences and spiritual experiences that I couldn't account for with my materialist fundamentalist Bible view of the Mormons, right? Because they fell firmly into the trap of the fundamentalism in the early 1900s, and I couldn't reconcile that, and so I left. I burned my whole life down in a week. I left the church. I got excommunicated. I left my job, and I left my first wife all in the same week. And
that's one way to do it.
Yeah, it's a terrible way to do it. It was really stupid. It took me 20 years probably. No, it took me 20 years to recover. A lot of wandering, a lot of the occult, new age, more martial arts, more, and then also Christianity and and Taoism and therapy and self-help and all that stuff. And then finally, the Jordan Peterson, Jonathan Peugeot hook caught me. And
you wandered,
what's that?
You wandered so far, and yet in all those arenas, your beard was more at home than you were.
Amen. Yeah. Except, that was another reason I couldn't be a Mormon, right? Like you can't, like, Mormons don't grow their beard; they all have to shave.
That's right.
So, yeah. No, I when I found out that Orthodoxy was a mystical Christianity and that they had a very strong, well curated mystical tradition, and that it wasn't just for monks, and that you didn't have to be a monk in order to participate in that, I was instantly sold. It was like I was like, this is what I didn't know this existed. I didn't know this was a thing. I thought this died centuries ago. And when I found it, I fell in love, and I told my priest, I was like, I'm all in. And I said, and the reason I'm here is because it's really hard. And if it wasn't real, it wouldn't be hard. And and he lives it. And so when I saw him and saw the way he lives it, and then I, go to church and you're surrounded by people who have peace. I had never had that. I had never had peace. I had never experienced peace. And I had never been around anyone who was peaceful until I went to Orthodox Church. And I've been to other churches, and I'm not taking anything away from other people. And I'm not ortho bro. I don't care. I'm just saying, for me, when I was in my parish where I go, it was like, it felt like heaven. I didn't know it was real. I didn't know that was possible to actually just feel peace for the first time.
And you and your beard were one.
Well, that's when I started growing it. I mean, I always had a goatee, or I always had like short beard. But as soon as I got in the church, I was like, you guys grow your beards? And then I looked around, and like all the guys I respected had really long beards. And I'm like, okay, I'm in.
Yeah, that's like a Ouroboros. It's like, did you respect them because of their beards, or did they have beards because you respected them?
Yeah. Yes. Yep.
Chicken or the egg type of thing. That's so cool, man. I really do think that your love for and gratitude for your place in Eastern Orthodoxy is it's a beautiful thing. Even though you do sometimes trigger me, and you make me want to defend low church Baptists like Nick, aka Free Rillian, is trying to tempt me to do in the comments. But yeah, I don't think that like any of that's that as important as everything you were just talking about. Like, and it makes me think of Jordan Hall's whole like beauty first type of thing, where it's like there's also kind of like that's what I like about beauty first, in the sense, even tying it to Kierkegaard, in the sense that there is an element of beauty that's subjective. Like we can all agree or whatever that like some paintings are more beautiful than others, but everybody's going to have their favorite painting. Everybody has their favorite song, and it's not the same. And so, yeah, like just because I like the Beatles and you like the Rolling Stones, like so there's a time to kind of make an argument, but then there's also a time to just like, yeah, I can feel the same type of love and at homeness that you're talking about. And yeah, it's a blessing. It's a sign that you're right where God wants you to be. It's cool.
Yeah, well, and my whole life has been transformed. I mean, I can't deny that, right? Like my marriage was on the brink. My family was on the brink. My relationship with my daughter was, broken and in a really bad spot. And when we started going to church, like my wife ended up getting baptized about 6 months after I did. My daughter is still not, just because of lots of reasons. But she's on her own timeline. But the difference in our lives now is like, here's an example. Okay. My daughter's 17, and my wife went down to a church meeting tonight they had a women's group. So she was down there. So it's just my daughter and I stopped at the gas station and I bought dinner for my daughter, a little, sandwich that I know she likes. I took a picture of it and said, hey, I'm bringing dinner home. I came home. She's on her computer with her boyfriend. And she's like, do you want me to come upstairs and eat with you? And I was like, yeah, I would love that. So she's like, okay, I gotta go. And she quits the game and leaves the game with her boyfriend to come upstairs and have dinner with her dad. And I'm just telling you, there's only one explanation for that, right? It's not me. It's not anything I did. I was rescued. I was rescued from my left-brained assholery, because that's how I lived most of my life. And God opened me up to beauty. I think I've shared in here before, like Divine Liturgy for me, it was how I learned to actually let go of my left brain, because I went to Divine Liturgy and I was trying to understand everything and comprehend everything and analyze it all. And it's so beautiful and so complex and so foreign that, like, after like a year of standing in Divine Liturgy and my brain just going, where's that? What is that? Why is he doing that? What does that mean? finally my left brain finally started settling down and shutting up, and I was able to stand there and actually like pray and stand there and just experience awe and beauty and realize that was being rehabilitated and being taught what it means to be human, because I didn't know, and I didn't even know that I didn't know. I thought I had it all figured out until God started teaching me what it means to be human and started healing me, and then that rolls out into my family right around me. Like it just that has an effect, because it just changes how I look at the world. It changes how I interact with everybody, I mean, and I can't deny that. And so, like, I love T-Grog. I know he's in here and all the time and stuff. And I wish I could explain to him what I'm talking about. I wish he could see what I'm pointing at, but every time I point, he just looks at my finger and goes, "It's just a finger." And I'm, "Oh, okay, yes." I just don't know what to say. I had to start acting first. I had to start participating before this stuff started happening. I had to just keep going to church, and I didn't know what it meant, and I didn't know what was saying, and catechism class went right over my head, because I'm like dude, I graduated with a 2.5 in high school. I'm not like, I know a little about a lot of things, and that's it. But my family was healed. And when the priest came to my house and blessed my house and sprinkled holy water and said prayers, and we burned incense, all of a sudden we didn't have bad dreams anymore. We didn't have nightmares, and all of a sudden my daughter started like kissing me goodnight and started giving me hugs, and my wife started meeting me at the door. None of these things happened for 23 years of my marriage, right? So I can't explain it. I can't like point at like the logical, like I know a little more about the philosophy now. I understand, Orthodoxy has some really unique contributions to philosophy that I wish were more widely known, but that doesn't matter. What matters is that like my life is healed, like glory to God. And it's being healed, like it continues, right? It doesn't stop,
Amen, brother.
Amen. Yeah. So anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to go on a big diatribe, but
I love that. I love it.
Well, we're almost at 6 hours. I feel like that might be a good place to end it. I don't know. That felt like a good kind of exclamation point.
Good capstone.
But Sandy hasn't said anything yet.
Forgive me, Sandy, for talking too much. I am prone to loquacity.
Yeah. Preach to the choir there, Jeremy.
I don't think she knows if she's there.
Yeah, maybe she had to step away. There she is.
I was just typing, thought I had something to say, but so.
Well, Sandy, while you're here, I'm really glad you're here, because I wanted to say there was a live stream, I think it was like 2 or 3 ago, of one of those massive live streams, but you were talking about, like, I think there was the discussion of discipline and corporal punishment, and I didn't catch most of that discussion, but I caught your contribution to that, where you were talking about the struggles with your son. And I just wanted you to know that's been weighing in my mind ever since. Like, that was such a moving, real, and touching revelation, and a sharing, like a vulnerable sharing of yourself in a way that really just completely changed the frame of the discussion. And I thought it was so beautiful, and I hope I never forget what you talked about that day. So I just wanted to thank you for having the courage to share that story.
You're welcome. Yeah, I have such a terrible memory. I have a terrible memory. And I don't remember which of 2 streams that was, but yeah, there's a few things. There's a few. You're welcome. That's the short answer.
All right. Yeah. Well, thank you. Yeah. No, I know how difficult some of those things are to talk about, and it just, a lot of those debates turn into dialectics, and you really just like went orthogonal to the dialectic, and you were like, no, this is a completely different way of looking at it, right? Like, I love my son, but my son is dangerous. So how do you reconcile that? I don't know, right? It's not like these things aren't easy. It's very complex, and love pulls us into places that we don't know how to navigate.
Yeah. I've been working on writing, not what I thought I was going to start writing just about raising him, but I started writing in 2019 about I saw about sort of the years from 2015 and on, when things started to fall apart. And I think I read maybe the first 2 or 3 lines of one of the openings to my memoir there or in one of the other streams recently. And it's a weird place because, to say that your child is dangerous, and that's the one that worries about me the most. So, yeah.
That's a part of your opening, the opening of your memoir?
No, I read a part about the opening. I'm hoping to find a different opening. I'm actually on a writing retreat this weekend, and charging a half an hour back from the retreat to drop off a CPAP mask to my son because his broke while they were away camping. Just got a call from that. He's 37. I'm still doing the hey, this is your responsibility thing. Because
Did you? Sorry, I don't want to. I don't want to backtrack too much, but this is interesting to me. Did you learn anything by reading your writing out loud? Do you do that ever?
I do, and I'm in several writing groups, and we do like critique and stuff. And
Oh yeah, so you do it out loud to your other people in the group. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
But learn what? Learn what? Like what?
I don't know. Just sometimes, like, I've had this experience with my wife or with some of my friends where I felt like I was excited, like I had written this thing and figured this thing out, and then I like read it out loud to them, and I realized that it didn't sound how I thought it did, and it didn't make sense like I thought it did, and I couldn't find the rhythm because my writing brain was kind of different than my talking brain, and it almost was like I just learned some different. I just realized some things about where I had gone wrong, and maybe things that work written that don't work out loud, and yeah, just stuff like that. That's just always kind of like curious to me.
I was actually thinking, in some respects, I feel guilty if I actually do this because I jumped into some of the YouTube stuff because I'm a chicken for actually getting all of the notes for this book properly ordered and published. Things I have learned from reading out loud. I started with poetry, and I tend to think poetically and in short bites, which really sucks when you're writing a full-length memoir. I change things that I write to try to make them less dark for people I'm reading to. And when I find the lightest thing that I think I've written, and I read it to them, they still tell me it's dark. And then they list off authors while they're saying to me, well, it's okay because this or that person. I'm like, yeah.
And it doesn't feel that dark to you? Like that's, yeah, like you said, that's like the lightest part of it.
That was a huge revelation for me. Yeah. Like, so from 2015 to now, when I did a lot of trauma therapy, and I did a lot of other stuff, different forms of counseling and whatever. And It doesn't seem to matter whether I'm going somewhere for help or I'm just going somewhere because I enjoy writing or I'm going somewhere, whatever. What really scares the crap out of me is people telling me it's good. I have far too much of my life invested in staying safe, not fighting the negativity. And it's overdue being dealt with to actually learn to say to myself, you write really well. You are braver than you think you are. You're, those kind of things. And I've learned that from writing and reading out loud. I have a weird pattern of writing. I do a blog whenever I get around to it. And no, it's not a Substack. It's just a random, old WordPress blog. And I write all this random stuff. And one of the guys that I know through Facebook recently said about, I have an interesting pattern of expression or something like that. And it's one of the things he likes about reading it. So that kind of, I'm thinking about what you said about how what you wrote wasn't what you thought it was when you read it out loud, kind of deal. That's how you find your voice.
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean you find somebody else's voice or something that sort of matches some ideal that we have somewhere. It's your actual voice. And that's the one that people want to hear when, it really gets down to it. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's true. I'm also someone who has been told that I'm far too dark. I've definitely been told that before, so I can relate to that. But yeah, there was something you said reminded me of something that Jeremy said earlier, but now I can't remember it. I think, though, I'm going to have to sign off here pretty quick. I got a couple more chores to do, and it's already so late. My wife's about to get home.
Me too. I got to go too. I
So
got to go get the fishing gear ready for my fishing trip with my daughter in the morning.
There you go.
My daughter's getting up at 5:30 in the morning to go fishing with her dad on a summer day. So
that's nice.
That's not an answer to prayer. I don't know what it is.
That ain't half bad.
Yeah, no, that's
Swear to God.
Good night.
All right, y'all. Good night.
Yeah, I'm gonna go too. So we'll just shut her on down, I guess.
Good night.